Shoot at that. What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley. And we haven't had one of these in a long time. In fact, we haven't had one of these at all coming off a home game. They lost yesterday. There's a billion reasons for it.
Yep.
But I think ultimately they got to look in the mirror on that one. And we're going to break down every angle of it. But you got a 10-point lead in the second half, you know?
Yeah.
A lot of things went sideways. I think they got screwed a couple different spots. But 10-point lead in the second half, you got to hang on.
Yeah, ultimately it comes down to mistakes. And I think when you're playing better teams, you can't make those mistakes. Self-inflicted wounds, muffing the punt and giving it to them in your territory.
Let's start there, because I didn't get to see you till after the game, and we both had a million things going on. When you see two muffed punts,
yeah,
like how much does that hurt your soul? Knowing how you should do it and then seeing what happened.
Well, the thing I actually, Santana and I have talked over the last few weeks. We've seen a couple bobbles.
Yeah, man.
But cut. And it's like it's trying to catch it so high, it's hitting the pad. And that thing can bounce different ways off that pad, depending on the angle that the ball is coming. Left-footed punter also puts a different spin on the ball, although Tress is a left-footed punter.
Dude, half the league is left-footed punters.
Yeah, but the thing about it, it puts a different little spin on it.
Yeah.
And if it catches you on the shoulder pad, it jumps a different way. The ultimate thing for me, what I saw is that you're fair catching. The one thing everybody does is relax. You know what I mean? Everybody relaxes when they're about to fair catch. At that point is when you got to focus more and you got to look the ball in. You get what I'm saying? And you can see it was like a look, boom, out. The first one, also, same thing. We were able to get that one back, but we weren't able to get the second one back.
Yeah, it was just, this is not a new thing. It's a new thing that they lost one, but he has made some questionable decisions, both in where he fields punts inside his own 5 at certain times, and then how he actually catches them. And OZ has been really good for this team all year. He's been a way better kind of slot weapon than I think a lot of people expected.
Yeah.
This is not a condemnation on Zacchaeus, the player, but I think you might have to make a decision at punt return.
Well, I think the ultimate thing is just him having his confidence in it. And like the thing about, you say catching them inside the 5 and the 5 today.
That's more common.
Players catch it inside the 5, the 8. Like, you watch guys line up. They line up on the 8-yard line, 7-yard line instead of line up on the 10 like we used to do back in the day. And
heels on the 10.
If you have to move forward, I can catch it. If you have to move back, you normally thought about fair catching. But also, one thing I don't think anybody in the public ever know, the coach is telling you depending on hang time. So that player is calculating hang time in his mind. So if I see a ball come out and I see the spiral, the nose, and it turns over, that's normally one that's going to come down a little quicker. You normally can think I can take a chance here. But if that thing hangs up a little bit, let's start waving your hands.
So here's my thing. Yesterday, obviously, special teams mattered throughout this game. Jeff sent us the link, B, because Lord knows what these computers are doing.
All right.
I mean, to our laptop. I have it open on my laptop. Special teams made a big impact right off the top in this game, both for Washington with 2 muffed punts. Then the Steelers try the fake punt. Washington was able to take advantage of the kid. James Pierre just dropped it. I don't know if that was the play call, the fake punt, or if they checked to it, because if you notice, the gunner that was out on the edge with James Pierre came in for punt block.
Yeah.
And it seemed like if that was a check they had predetermined, is really, really good coaching, and the dude just dropped it.
They had a check, and you could tell they saw something on film. And if you go back, we do that a lot, where we'll creep in early, and then the other guy comes over to block him. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Well, they saw it. Now, he dropped it because he's running, he's wide ass open, and the ball is behind him. He has to stop and reach back. If they just put that thing up in his chest, he catches, he's probably going for a touchdown.
Yeah, I mean, it's an up back throwing it, right? So I'm not mad about the throw. The dude's just got to catch it. But whatever, it's a great break for Washington. And unfortunately, what we saw yesterday is when they got great breaks, they did not take advantage. They did early on. They're able to get that touchdown. Specific to the punt stuff, B, maybe you got to check on Crowder. I don't know who you can turn to besides Zacchaeus, because if you go back and look at punt, when they were really going through a lot of punt work in training camp, you saw guys, Noah I, Jahan Dotson, Emmanuel Forbes, like these other guys who were catching a lot of punts.
Mm-hmm.
If you can get Crowder healthy, maybe that's your answer. But Dotson's gone. You can't put Forbes back there. He'll get broken in half. Noah I's kind of too important for you at this point as a corner. And so he muffs the first, they get it back. Muffs the second, Pittsburgh gets it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't believe they caught another punt in that game. It seemed like it was a fire call every time, and they just scattered.
Yeah, but I think
they had Zacchaeus back there.
But I think he can handle it. He just has to work on his fundamentals just a little bit. Hell, I've had games where I muffed them twice. Came back and returned one to set up the game-winning field goal. It's just it's like anything else.
Stick with him.
Yeah, because when he catches it, he knows how to run the ball. But I think like yesterday after that first muff, like anything, if you're a quarterback, you throw an interception on your first play, or a receiver, you drop it. That eats at you the rest of the round. And I think that the second one was the reason for the second was the first one, where he never got it out of his head. He allowed it to fester too long.
I think for me, Eckler's been so good on the kick returns. Eckler's averaging 31 yards per kick return. Yeah. I think Eckler would be a real weapon in the punt return game. See, but until you got Robinson back.
But the thing of it, kick return, punt return is totally different. Like kick return, end over end, everybody catch that. And punt return, 10 kicks, all 10 of them are different. So do we know if Eckler is very effective catching punt?
I don't know. That's a fair question.
That's what you got to be concerned about, because it's not necessarily how much he runs. There's less ground on punt returns.
Sure.
And the decision-making is more important than anything.
That's where I trust him, though, is the decision-making. But it's a different skill set. I just looked it up. He had never really returned kicks until this year, and has never returned punts.
Well, the kicks this year, running backs with vision, they are more effective than all the other
because
people.
You don't have the guys running down the field.
Well, the thing of it looks like an offensive play.
Right.
And I think when you watch Eckler, he plants and goes. You watch a lot of defensive backs and receivers, they pity-pat. And all the time you pity-pat, you're not going forward, I'm getting closer.
Sure.
So I close down the gaps in between you. Eckler is hitting that thing full speed. I love how he plays it.
He's playing well. I think my concern with the OZ punt return situation is that yesterday was kind of the culmination of a lot of, oh, man, does he have that? And every time previous to yesterday, it pretty much had broken the Commanders' way. Yeah. Like the ball bounced the right way, and then yesterday it didn't. I don't know that the balls, you can always count on the ball bouncing your way. But you and I were talking about this before we came on the air. Looking at yesterday's game, there are a million plays you can point to. I think the spot at the end was bad. I think BSJ's coverage at the end was bad. I think there's a lot of singular plays that occurred that swung this game.
Yeah.
And we'll go through it. We'll open the phones. We'll do all of it, right? But, B, I look at very late in the third quarter, they get good pressure on Russ. He basically just chucks it out there. Jeremy Chin pulls it in for an interception.
Yeah.
Washington starts with the ball at their 26. At this point, they still have, I believe, a 3-point lead.
Uh-huh.
And it's a 3-and-out. Like, you get an interception and you're unable to do really anything with it.
They weren't effective on first downs and second downs, so they ended up in third and long a lot yesterday.
They had been so efficient all year, do not want to staying ahead of the sticks, and then you get a really good defense. Pittsburgh deserves a lot of credit because they played really well.
You don't want to have third and long against them.
No. This was a really bad time for their O-line to be so banged up.
Yeah.
And Trent Scott played probably better than expected. But the problems in the interior where Biotish was just super hurt. I saw him in the locker room afterwards. That guy played through a lot. I think all those offensive linemen at this stage are playing through a lot. But it was a rough time to be banged up. It was a rough time to not have Robinson because they could not run the ball.
No.
Their run game was ineffective. But B, you go.
Part of my key to the game, you got to run. If you run the ball effectively, you beat them.
Sure.
If they had a nice running game yesterday, that game is won easily.
They get the ball late third, 4 plays, 12 yards, punt, right? Then they're able, I mean, it's a damn hell of a play that Quan Martin, Jeremy Chin, like all these guys are in on to grab the fumble at the Steelers basically like 1 yard line. Right.
They had a fumble earlier that should have been called the fumble that I don't know why we didn't.
They didn't challenge that.
Yeah, but I don't know why, but it was a damn fumble. First, this is what I am with the refs, though. You watch the running back with the ball, so everybody's focused on him. The running back, you can see the running back hands come down, the ball's gone. When that whistle was starting to blow, Newton was standing up with the football.
Yeah.
So I don't know how they can automatically consider him down when he was on top of people anyway. So it should have probably been. I think it said somebody didn't have the proper angle. But
that's what I thought because it was such a dog pile in there that if you challenge it, are you going to get a definitive review? I just wonder if his leg, if his knee was down or something. If you look at the
replay, that thing was out.
I didn't find that one as egregious as the spot at the end, but regardless, both.
Once they made it, I didn't think they were going to change it. Once they made the call,
it's hard to. I agree. It's
but
hard
you
to
can see him catch the ball. And then he's being touched while he's catching it. Then he takes the step and turns, and they put the ball back to where the step and turn instead of where he caught the ball was being touched already.
But Brian, there are so many singular plays, undoubtedly. But you get a fumble and a pick with a lead in the second half of an NFL game, and off of those turnovers, the game's all about what did Joe Witt and DQ always say: the ball is life.
Yeah,
we got to win the turnover battle. They did. Your offense is able to generate off of 2 turnovers, 7 plays and 16 yards, and you punt on both possessions.
Offense,
that's just you're not going to win.
They weren't on yesterday, but man, listen. I think Jaden early in the game, well, he was a little off, but there are some passes, and I've heard people say, "Well, he had to be there early." If you look at those pass plays early, it's 2 of them. One to Luke, it went through Luke's hand before the guy ever touched the ball. You go back and check it out. And then the one to Noah Brown, that ball was all in Noah's chest.
Bro,
and I understand you got to be.
I think there were 5 or 6 drops yesterday. That were
come back to Diami in the end zone.
That's terrible.
Zach Ertz, the one he just drops. And so it was a lot of drops, but Jaden wasn't on early.
No.
Then he started to put the ball where he normally put them, and balls were being dropped. And Logan brought something up, and he's absolutely right. It was a little wet and colder. That ball it feels harder and slicker at this time of the year. So, because all week it had been what? Warm. And then you come to that game, and it's one of those different style games. That thing will play. The last play, though, that play for the touchdown to Mike, I don't know how you sit inside and never get any hands on that dude. Because Russ just threw it up.
Russ threw it to a spot. It was a great pass, but I agree with you there. I think Jaden was just that, even on passes that were caught, like Jaden usually puts them in perfect spots. Yeah. And yesterday on some of the caught passes, they were on your front shoulder instead of back shoulder or whatever it would be, that limited guys' ability to maybe get some yardage after. I thought one tough miss was McCaffrey running what looked like a deep post when they were deep in their own territory, and he was wide open, and Jaden just needs a hair more air.
Yeah.
A hair more air under that ball to let Luke run out from it. I think Jaden got hit a bunch yesterday, and you wonder how that impacted that he's already playing through this crazy rib injury. The weather, I think, is a real thing. This is a dude that's from Southern California, played in Arizona, played in LSU. I can't imagine, and this is something he's going to have to figure out because there's way more weather coming.
Yeah.
I can't imagine.
I don't think the weather truly affected him. I'm talking about when that ball hits your hand as a receiver, it is what you're used to, that same speed. In this weather, it seems slicker and harder.
For me, Washington yesterday, throughout this first stretch of the season, right?
Mm-hmm.
Jaden has pretty much been great. Maybe not week 1 against Tampa, but I think that's pretty understandable. His first NFL game, and there's blitzing coming from everywhere. But, like, Jaden has been great. And the team has been somewhere close to that level or pretty good, and then maybe he has elevated them, right? Yesterday was a time where the team needed to elevate because Jaden wasn't great yesterday. He was good. He was fine. He wasn't great.
But that's the
and the
nature
team didn't elevate.
Yeah, the team, I mean, that's why this it's never one person's fault for anything. And what we said in the last few weeks was the defense has started to play better. And you can look at them like kind of like working and pulling off of each other. I think the exact same thing has to happen to, like, when I put a ball that may not be in the spot I would normally put it, which I make it easy for the receiver. Now the receiver got to make the tough catch. You know, that catch that 14 caught early in the game where he was stretched out.
Pickens, he's a hell of a player.
That ball was put in a bad spot, but he made it look good. You know what I mean? So you have to be able to do those things sometimes. But with all that being said, and this is nothing about a moral victory, they lost by 1 point. It's not like they got destroyed. And I know people like to sit up there and go, oh, but there were bad teams that beat very good teams this year so far. Awful teams that beaten good teams.
Right. I mean, they're 7-3. The game Thursday night is, I think everybody understands, has been more important for playoffs and standings and all of that stuff. It's just, you can't let one game, kind of get to you. But think about some of these sequences. So they get the pick from Chin, right? And it's 1st and 10. Jaden's able to hit Terry for the big gainer.
Yeah.
And then they just go backwards. It's McNichols on 1st and 10, 6-yard gain. Daniels takes a sack on 2nd and 4. And then the first play of the fourth quarter is a throw to De'Ami Brown for -11.
Yeah.
That was the QB throwback. You know what I mean?
We tried, and the thing of it, and that's the difference between a quarterback and a receiver. When you're a passer, he could have slung that thing out of bounds.
Right.
Because he was outside the pocket, could have slung it out of bounds, but he doesn't think that way. You know what I'm saying? Even in practice, when you work on it, you never tell the running back, the receiver, if nothing is there, you can throw it out of bounds. You're a passer at that point. You know what I'm saying? And you can see that he tried to make too much out of it, got tackled for a big loss.
Big loss.
But I think that on 1st and 2nd down, and you come back to the injuries and the ineffectiveness of the offense, not completely how they used to be. They were beating us to the punch, and they seemed to understand our game plan, our thought process early in the down.
Here's my thing: when you just need points, when you have a lead, and I think they've been really good all year. So I'm not trying to start nitpicking too much, right? But it's 2nd and 4 to start the fourth quarter. Then Jaden takes that sack, and you've got the ball at midfield. I don't hate running the draw right there and just getting back into field position rather than trying to maybe chase something and get the home run play. There's a million ways you can chop this thing up. Ultimately, they weren't good enough. Pittsburgh was. Pittsburgh is a playoff-tested team with a head coach that seems to win these games. I do think there's a lot that Washington can win from that, can learn from that thing yesterday. I think, unfortunately, though, they got a ton of injuries, and Philly is red hot. One of the biggest plays yesterday came damn near the end of the game. The referee's spot on Zach Ertz on 4th down. Let's discuss that. Nobody go anywhere.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. Big changes are happening in the DMV. And just like our upgraded football team, now it's the time to upgrade the comfort in your home with a Rude HVAC system. I did, and the difference is night and day. My family and I felt the change instantly. And if you don't have a Rude system yet, trust me, you're missing out. Plus, there are tax-eligible options for you in the DMV. And if you're in Maryland, you might score some utility rebates. So head over to Rude.com, find a local pro partner, and get ready for winter. Always remember, if it ain't Rude, it ain't right.
This update presented by IT Cadre, trusted insight from trusted insiders, itcadre.com. So close for the Washington Commanders, they lost 28-27 to the Pittsburgh Steelers. Jaden Daniels' pass to Zach Ertz ruled short of the first down at the Pittsburgh 41, and Russell Wilson got Johnny Newton to jump offside to preserve the late drive. Commanders are now 7-3. They're at Philadelphia Thursday night. Sunday Night Football, Detroit beat Houston 26-23 on a Jake Bates 52-yard field goal as time expires. In the NBA, Orlando too much for the Wizards, 121-94. Jordan Poole had 24. Bilal Coulibaly had 20. Wizards have lost 4 in a row. NWSL, Washington Spirit come back to beat Bay FC 2-1. They'll take on Gotham FC November 16. IT Cadre's trusted insight, helping leaders of the nation's most important organizations understand complexity, align efforts, and make the best data-driven decisions to achieve success. IT Cadre, your vision, our purpose. To learn more, visit itcadre.com. That's itcadre.com. Byron Kerr on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan, reacting to the Commanders' loss yesterday, 28-27 to the Pittsburgh Steelers. That loss does move Washington out of first place in the division, but they will have a chance to get right back to it. Thursday night, they play the Eagles. Eagles are now 7-2, winners of, I believe, 5 in a row.
Mm-hmm.
Washington 7-3. Crazy. The Commanders, after that loss, go from the 2 seed in the NFC all the way down to the 6 because the Vikings are still 7-2. Eventually, the differences in games is going to get sorted out once everybody has a bye. Washington doesn't get their bye for amazingly 3 more weeks. But Philly is surging. Washington offensively doesn't look like they did a month ago, but I think you get some guys back healthy and some things could turn around there. Brian, 2 plays at the very end of this game.
Mm-hmm.
One was accurately called and just unfortunate. I think Johnny Newton's been a really good rookie for this team, but like
jump.
And
it was still eating him at the end of the game. He had tears in his eyes. You could tell it means something to him, and he didn't want to be that guy. But he was trying to get a jump.
It's just crazy because that's what the whole point of Pittsburgh coming back out there is trying to make you jump.
Hey.
And you just hope that's a learning experience.
Every player that has been around on the sidelines probably saying, "Don't jump."
Right.
And he went out. He was just excited, tried to get that jump off him, and it's going to be a hard count. You know it.
Yeah. It was that's just a really tough way for that game to end.
Yeah.
But one play that I don't think there's any sort of definition on is the spot they gave Zach Ertz at the end of the game. It's 4th and 9, I believe. And Ertz has to get to the 41. Sure, looks like he got to the 41. I'm just reading here. It was 4th and 9 from the 50. This is from the official game book. Jaden Daniels pass short middle to Zach Ertz to Pitt 42 for 8 yards. The replay official reviewed the short of the line to gain ruling, and the play was upheld. The ruling on the field stands. I think it was Grant last night had this video of it that I retweeted. I don't see how they didn't at least give him the 41. Unless they're saying that his knee was down, like nobody touched him and he's at the 41. I found that spot really, really difficult to reconcile.
Yeah.
Did you?
Is where the ball hits him in the chest, he has the first down.
Right.
And where his knee touched, if they're saying he wasn't down until that knee touched, because they're touching him at that moment, then that's a little short of it. But I felt when he had the ball in his hand, because if you catch the ball and a player hits you and knocks you back, you get
the
forward progress.
Right.
So I believe forward progress gave him the first down.
That call to me, I was not surprised once they made the ruling that it did not get overturned. I don't think refs want to overturn something in that kind of scenario.
They should anyway.
It was just, I don't think there was necessarily definitive video evidence, whatever that, irrefutable, whatever the word is they search for. That to me was really, really tough to make that call. And I think it was incorrect. And we brought this up remember a couple of weeks ago, I think it was a Monday night game, when there was the obvious face mask by the Rams defender on Sam Darnold in the end zone, and they didn't call it. Yeah. And there's no guarantee that if they call that, the Vikings come back to win, right? Let's say they give Ertz the correct spot, and they have 1st and 10 from whatever that would have been, the 41, right? Like, there's no guarantee that they go on to win the game. I'm not saying that.
It's a way better chance than what they had in the other situation.
Sure. And that's a really tough way for a really tight ball game to come down to the wire. But when you look at good teams, most of the time, that's what happens. They come down to the absolute last minute. A few calls, a few plays.
How it happened when they played Harvard yesterday and still won the game.
Right.
Kansas City, they did not play well at all, but they won the game in the end.
Let's check in with the boys in the aquarium. Hello, Jeff. Hello, Landini.
I could even tolerate on that play them ruling that Ertz was short because it was kind of close, but that's not what they did. They took the ball where it was down, and then they backed it up an entire yard and said that's the spot. That was one of the more ridiculous things I've ever seen.
It nowhere seems like the ball got spotted where he caught it.
No.
And typically, when you lose your forward progress is because you've gotten to a spot and then you start to run backwards or run sideways. And you are making a cognizant decision to move backwards to try to gain more yardage.
Yeah.
That is not the case. He caught it and went down and then got blasted.
They didn't give him forward progress. They didn't give him the spot where he caught the ball. They didn't give him the spot where he was down. They took the ball where it should have been spotted, and then they backed it up a full yard and said, that's the spot.
Yeah.
It was ridiculous. Completely and totally inaccurate.
There's a number of singular plays that I think were perhaps a hose job. B, you seem quite agitated by the Newton fumble where he came out of the pile with the ball that wasn't. But I thought that spot in that moment was just ridiculous.
I think the Newton fumble recovery that was not called a fumble recovery is as blatant as any play yesterday.
If they had ruled Ertz short, I could have accepted it because it's a tough play. It was really close, but they didn't do that. It was just blatant incompetence. They just made up a spot and said that's where it was. We all saw that it was completely bogus. We all know that's not where the ball should have been. And then they looked at it on replay and they saw that it shouldn't be there and they decided to go with it anyway. It was ridiculous and it was absurd.
Landfill, not messing around. I don't think you're wrong. I thought that was specifically very egregious. And when you consider the time and place of the decision, it is really difficult. Jeffrey, what'd you think of yesterday's ball game? I saw that lady dancing at your DJ booth. Jeff got, I don't know how many fans Jeff's got, but he definitely has one. This lady was dancing. Nobody else was there. This lady was grooving.
Yeah, she did not go into the game till kickoff.
Damn, I saw you at like 10:45, 11.
Yeah, man. Great time. But just a lot of missed opportunities yesterday. That's what separate good teams from great teams. And granted, it's still early. Like we're way ahead of schedule for this rebuild season that we're supposed to be in. You know, I'm not mad that we lost to a better team. I'm just mad at how we lost.
Yeah.
Because it was there for us. It was there for us to take, and we just gotta cut. We gotta cut down on the mental errors and mistakes. And one thing when I played middle school basketball, my coach, he always said we had to wear shirts. It was hilarious because we was the joke of the school. But on the back of the shirt, it said, "It's the little things," and that's what made that game yesterday. Yes,
I can understand the joke.
yeah,
Yeah,
it was funny, but it's the little things that the reason why we lost that
Yeah,
game yesterday,
totally.
and it's fine. I'm not for moral victories, but even though we took an L yesterday, I just sat back and looked at the teams that we lost to. We lost to the Bucks, we lost to the Ravens, we lost to the Steelers, right?
We
And
beat all the people. We beat everybody else.
yeah, that we were supposed to handle, but
Sounds
it's
awful moral victory.
but the thing is,
I
I
think it's
use it
more-
as
I
a
think-
measuring stick because it's like, dude, we were plays and botch calls away from beating teams that before the season, before we had this momentum, nobody had us even being in competition with those
I
teams.
think when you look at it's not a moral victory, it's that what you can learn from things.
I agree.
And
I think that's fair.
I think it's a learning process. And I've said this on this show many a time. You have to learn how to win in this league. And sometimes
Yesterday should have been a lesson.
yeah, I mean, like you have to listen. Everybody is human, and when things are going good for you, you know what you start doing? You start feeling good about yourself.
Well,
Every once in a while, just say, "Hey, man, I need to focus a little bit more."
Well, let's be real. That Ravens game, the Ravens were in control of that the whole time.
Yeah, they were.
They were able to kind of fight back and cut it to a touchdown and fight back and cut it to a touchdown, but the Ravens were in control. Yesterday, Washington had control
Totally.
and they ceded it. Like they gave it away.
Give it up.
I'm not saying they gave away the game, but they gave away control of that
They
game.
gave too many opportunities to a team that had a lot of veteran players and very good players. They gave them too many opportunities in a game that you wasn't playing good in and thinking that you're going to just win it.
Two big things they got to figure out by Thursday night because Philly is on fire and their pass game is really, really good. And they got some studs. What's up with Lattimore and how do they get back to running the ball well? That's what they've got to figure out. Here's what you've got to figure out. This time of year, you get warm days and chilly nights. You know what that means. It's time to schedule a $99 heating and cooling check with the 5-star experts at Crop Metcalf. I had Crop out at the house last week. They fixed my daughter's sink. They do great work. And if you call them right now for just $99, an expert Crop Metcalf 5-star technician will check both your home's heating and cooling system for one low price. Do what I did. Call today for peace of mind no matter what tomorrow's weather brings. Or if your 5-year-old sprays a whole tube of toothpaste down the sink, call 1-800-GO-CROP or visit cropmetcalf.com. And remember, Crop Metcalf is the one with 5 stars. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067. The Fan. Commanders lost yesterday, fell to 7-3. Different feeling. They lost week 1 against Tampa. I think a lot of people, first time getting your feet wet. Lost on the road to the Ravens. What was that, week 6, I think?
Yeah.
Baltimore's better. Yesterday, 1 is their first loss at home on the season. That home field advantage has been a real thing. 2, whether Pittsburgh came back and took it or Washington gave it away, some combination of the two, this one feels different. This one feels like they had it and they lost it, and it hits different.
Yeah, I mean, you had a 10-point lead. And I think at that point, you felt that they were going to continue as they've been. And they were given opportunities by the defense, and they did not capitalize.
You had a 10-point lead, and they turned it over twice in the second half.
Yeah.
Haven't checked in on the stream yet. Shout out to everybody on the stream, youtube.com/@1067. You know who was first to say good morning?
Who's that?
Cairo Atos. Hope I'm saying that right.
Probably not.
K-H-A-I-R-O-A-E-T-O-S. Cairo. Good morning, everybody in the stream. Hope you're doing well. All right, B. Lattimore. They trade for him. They give up a day 2 pick. They need him, dude.
They need him. I think if he's healthy, he goes. If he's not, you can't force it. Because I think right now, I was thinking about this driving in.
Speed guy, soft tissue, never force it.
When we were talking a while ago what we felt this team would do, the most anybody said they would win would be 10 games. And I'm not talking about the people that called in and saying 14-3 and 16 and all that. I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about when we were sitting here having these conversations, I think it was a 7, a 9, 10 was the most. They're at 7-3 right now.
Yep.
They have 7 games left. I think they have lived up to expectations.
I think they've surpassed them.
But I'm saying, for the people that said 7 games, you lived up to it at that point. You probably passed those. People that said 10, they still got more to do. But ultimately, along the way, our expectations changed because they showed you something. So in essence, what you're saying is true. They have past expectations. So I'm thinking like we can't start thinking that they gotta force things at this point. Like if Lattimore is ready to go, he goes on Thursday.
Sure.
If he's not, you can't play him.
I'm
Every
with you.
decision has to be made based off of. Listen, yes, if things happen this year, more icing on the cake. Nobody expected nothing to happen this year.
7-3 right now. Looking at the schedule, I got 4 games, at least 3, where they're going to be favored. Being favored doesn't matter. Ask Atlanta yesterday, but they're going to be favored at home against Dallas, at home against Tennessee, and probably on the road in New Orleans, and then maybe on the road in Dallas week 18. Who knows what week 18 could look like? There's a billion scenarios, right? So you're too far away to guess at what Sunday, January 5th will hold. But specific to your point about getting to 10, I mean, just Dallas, Tennessee, New Orleans should be 10. And you don't want to count them, that's fine. I'm just telling you the reality of the situation. I'm curious, B, your bigger concern, the pass defense or the inability to run the football?
I think inability to run the football is more to me because I think when we're running the ball effectively, we keep teams off balance. When we're running the ball effectively, we now have an advantage when we start getting on the edges with our pass game and things of that nature. The offense is far more explosive when we're running the ball. So if we can run it and put points on the board, what we do for our defense, we keep them off the field sometimes. They're on the field fresh. And every game I've seen, the defense gets a stop. It gives us a way to go out there and pile up, double up on our scores. And it gets us in a position now to where other teams get one-dimensional against us, and we are now still two-dimensional against them. So I think the offense, when it's cooking, this team is far better as an overall football team.
I think the efficiency has been so important for them. And a lot of that efficiency starts with, staying ahead of the chains. And yesterday they got away from it, and you got a really good pass rush on the other side. And I think it was just Really problematic. Now, in 2 games, B-Rob has now missed 3 games. In 2 of those games, Washington had by far their lowest rushing total.
Yeah.
I think those were also against the 2 best teams they've played in Pittsburgh and Baltimore. Yesterday, they ran for 60. Against the Ravens, they ran for 52. Every other game this season, they've gone for at least over 100, usually
Yeah.
like one. They're averaging about 150 a game.
Okay.
What's your level of concern with B-Rob? He's now missed 3 out of 10 games. He's missed the last 2.
I mean, the thing about it, I don't have a concern level because sometimes you get those knee injuries, you're gonna have another type of leg injury because you're trying to protect it. But ultimately, if he's healthy, if he gets healthy, put him on the field. If he's not, you got to run somebody else. I mean, I think did we see C-Rod yesterday?
He was active.
I just think that sometimes, man,
He finished with 2 carries for 4 yards.
Okay, and I know when B-Rob is in there, B-Rob runs it differently. But sometimes you got to. He's more effective because he's a bigger back with a more. He can beat people up a little bit.
I think Patrick Queen yesterday was really impressive, specifically with Jaden. Jaden couldn't get going. Jaden came into this game averaging 52 rush yards per game.
Mm-hmm.
He finished yesterday with 5.
Yeah.
And Queen, at least once, and I want to say multiple times, it seemed like he was spying him. There was a play where Jaden looked like he got to the edge, and Queen was able to match him and hold it to like a 3 or 4 yard gain.
Yeah.
Where normally that's a 7, 11, 13 yard gain. And you do have to look at the Steelers defense and what they've built and recognize, okay, they also played a really tough opponent yesterday.
Yeah.
We got to do it. We haven't done it in a while. Blame Pie. Phone lines, Jeff, press the button, are open. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Who's to blame for the loss? Could be anybody. The Zebras, the alien that Russ Wilson somehow got rid of late in the 4th quarter, or Washington themselves. Phone lines open next.
This update brought to you by Gridiron IT. Tested, trusted talent. GridironIT.com. Washington Commanders had a chance late but could not get in position for a field goal. Fall to Pittsburgh 28-27. Russell Wilson had a touchdown pass to Mike Williams and Jaden Daniels 202 yards passing. Russell Wilson got Johnny Newton to jump offside to preserve the late drive, and Daniels' pass to Zach Ertz ruled short of the first down at the Pittsburgh 41. Daniels on the Steelers' defense.
Going down, maybe if I make a throw, we make a catch, something like that. But they just have a very good front, like a really good front, and they try their best to get their guys one-on-one. So that's kind of what they did the whole second half.
Head coach Dan Quinn said good lessons learned from this game.
I wanted to make sure that we established, who we are too. We had to prepare for them, but they also had to make sure when we got to the game, like they also had to deal with us, make sure we play physical and go after it and tackle. So we got lots of work to do, but from an effort and mindset standpoint, we're gaining on that. And we're not where we're going to be, but we are gaining on that.
Commanders now 7-3 at Philadelphia Thursday night. Orlando Magic easily over the Washington Wizards 121-94. Franz Wagner had 23. Jordan Poole had 24. NWSL Washington Spirit come back to beat Bay FC 2-1. Are you an IT professional looking to move the chains on your career? Gridiron IT specializes in placing top IT talent with the industry's top employers in the DMV and across the country. Visit gridironit.com and speak with one of the recruiters today. Tested, trusted talent, gridironit.com. Byron Curl, the Fan.
Phones are lit. I can't stand losing.
I'm kind of looking forward to this one, Jay, because I'm just wondering where people are going to go with this.
Well, I tell you what, talking to Jaden Daniels last night in the locker room in the podium, that's the dude that can't stand losing. He was pissed and upset and hurt. Yeah. I don't think nobody in that room was like, oh, man, this is part of the process. Like, they were pissed. And I think that's the right place to be. But now it's your turn. I think we're going to try Cairo because he might have been the first dude in the chat. What up, Cairo? Give us your blame pie, buddy.
Hey there. Yeah, it's kind of just a full team loss on this one. I mean, I don't, there's not like one specific thing I can point at and say that's the reason why. So I guess 100% of the blame to the whole team. It's simple, but it was a full team loss on this one, and they're all gonna want it back for different reasons, and it's I think they'll get back though. I think we're gonna show up on Philly, and that's really what's most important at the end of the day.
Yep, by bouncing back, baby.
Time
for the bounce back.
Appreciate you, buddy. I think this is a full team loss because there's so many different things you can point to and be like, that was it. That was it. That was it.
Yeah.
And when that's the case, it just means there's a million things. Phone lines are going to be open all hour. Nelson Jordan via Twitter just says, blame pie, Benjamin St. Juice, 25%. Alameda Zacchaeus, 25%. Kingsbury, 20%. First inconsistent game, calling plays. Some of them were head scratchers. Every wide receiver but Terry McLaurin, 20%, and 10% to the refs. You got a point.
Hey.
All right, Derek from the chat is going all in. Derek, what's your blame pie?
JP, B Mitch, what's going on,
What's
fellas?
up, brother?
Y'all know I like to be positive and optimistic, and you guys are right. 100% team loss, that's fine. And the blame pie that y'all cooking up, I like that. But I'm bringing to the table a Benjamin pie because 100%, I'm throwing it on him. I'm tired of him. It's not just last game. It was against Baltimore, he's getting burnt. Last year, he's getting burnt. Probably against the Eagles, he's going to get burnt. I mean, how many times does it take for Saint burnt? You hear it in the stands. Everybody knows they're going at him. It's no surprise. And then you got Zach Ertz out there. Get past the sticks, dude. You're a veteran. You're supposed to know, hey, we got this much yards, 9 yards. Let me get past the sticks and get ahead. Help my rookie quarterback. Let me do that. This guy's a plant from Philly. He's going to sell us two this week. Is Ben Simmons not ready? Why is he not ready? What's going on? You can blame Zacchaeus if you want to. He's like a rookie. These young guys, they're rookies. We're going to be fine down the road, but we got to get rid of St. Juice. I'm sorry, guys. We got to get rid of him. He is killing us. He's killing us.
Thank you, buddy. It's a good call.
Wow.
Landfill, what would you say to the claim that Zach Ertz needs to get past the sticks?
He's not wrong. Like, I know he came back a little bit, but, you know, maybe don't catch the ball where it's in a gray area there. Leave no doubt.
Yeah.
You could just move, you know, a couple feet.
I know people are taught to go at least 2 yards past it.
Yeah.
To make sure. But that was too close. But, hey, man. I saw a guy run a 30-something yard route, a 18, 19-yard route, whatever it was. Never get touched.
It's tough. I want to let the callers keep going. Manuel is calling from California. What up, Manny? What was your blame pie?
What's going on, guys? Yeah, I'm still kind of, you know, took it pretty hard. You know, we're not used to it anymore, this new standard. And my blame pie goes to the receivers all around. Especially Zach Ertz, Zacchaeus, and, you know, just a lot of drop balls, man. Zach Ertz had quite a few drop balls that could have been a game changer. And I honestly feel Jaden Daniels, too, was just not on his game, man. Like you guys said, he didn't get much rushing. You know, he met a defense that was quick enough for him. And, too, I just felt he was off a little all day. His passes were just a little off. He had quite a, 2 or 3 passes that I remember that were just off, including the one to Luke McCaffrey late in the game.
You got to go back and look at that. That thing went right through Luke's hands for the defensive back hit it.
I think he's talking about the deep shot that was there. Or either way. Listen, it wasn't Jaden's best game. I have a real tough time blaming him from yesterday.
Well, it's kind of weird that people that don't want him to run, 9 people want him to run. Kind of weird to me.
Well, yesterday, I don't think there was much space to run.
Yeah.
But just as a passer, it was it's his worst completion percentage yet in the pros. In my mind, I got 5, maybe 6 drops. So if those are caught, or if even half of those are caught, the completion percentage is going to jump up.
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't Jaden's best game, but you like to think that you build a team so that maybe when you don't have to rely on your quarterback to be great every game, and you're still able to get some dubs. Thanks for the call, Manny. Appreciate you, buddy. Let's go to Toothpick. Pick, what you got?
Pick? Hey, what's good, Big Mitch? What's good, JP? Listen, you got to stay with me for my blame pile, okay? Brian Robinson has never played, since he's been in the NFL, never played a complete season. Even removed the 4 games when he got shot. He got beat up at the end of the season. So, here goes my blame pie. I got 20% to the schedule makers. 18-game season. That's not good for players' health and safety. The other 20% goes to the Players Association for taking the money instead of standing on principles with not going to 18 games. It may be a no-win situation, but the bye being so late, and this team does need a bye, it's hurting us. The management is probably worse than we know as fans.
I'm putting him on hold,
Did
Jeff.
Did Toothpick go into a tunnel? Or
Yeah,
something?
like he just dove in the deep end, I think. He also, that was very existential, who all he was mad at and why. Let's try.
I want Toothpick to understand, though, the players vote on that stuff, too, now.
Yeah. Everybody has a say in it.
The Steelers play 18 games, too.
Right. Now, they are coming off a bye, and Washington gets them fresh. But you know what's entirely possible when Washington gets to the stretch run of their season, coming off a bye with only 4 games left, like maybe they'll be ready to rock then. One thing I did want to, as it looks like, maybe this is premature, but hell, it's mid-November, and Washington and Philly are separated by a half game for the division lead.
Mm-hmm.
If you look schedule-wise, I think the Eagles still have the Ravens and the Steelers on their schedule, whereas Washington's already played those teams.
Mm-hmm.
The Eagles next week are Sunday Night Football against the Rams. So I just looking at this schedule, I think Philly's probably going to be favored. It's possible they're favored in all their remaining games, but they do have the Panthers and the Giants and the Cowboys. So I think the schedule is going to kind of even out, but they go at Baltimore, at Pittsburgh, different vibe.
Yep.
Let's see if we can hear Pick. Toothpick, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. You got me now?
Yeah, try to go fast for us.
All right, real quick. The rest of my blame pie goes to special teams, defense, and offense. You can't have your best game every week, but all three phases can't fail at the same time.
I'm with that.
Thanks, buddy. That time it sounded like Pick was in the shower. Rusty is in Delaware.
Hope you're not calling us from the shower.
Rusty, give me your blame pie, dude.
So I'm kind of calling you from the shower. I'm out here pressure washing, getting a little wet. But so the my blame pie, just like my credit pie, is 100% to the team. You win as a team, you lose as a team, and just some of the things from the game. I mean, it was kind of obvious that the better team won the game. I mean, credit goes to the Steelers. They're obviously in the situation where they are as an organization for a reason. Last night, I got a text message from an Eagle fan friend who said, "Hey, Rusty, in my opinion, this game played 1 year from today, the Commanders find a way to win. Right now, they're just getting their feet under them in this first year of the new organization and trying to find ways to not lose. So hopefully we replay this game 5 more times. We've got 3 or 4 victories out of that because moving forward, we know what to look for. I will say Jaden did, in my opinion, look a little off at first, but I thought he made some adjustments in the second half. His passes seemed to be a little more timely. And something I want everybody to think about with that pass to Luke, the play before, I think he hit someone's helmet or someone's shoulder when he was throwing. So he was kind of like holding his arm down to the side. And then that ball to Luke was just a little bit off, and it looked like he was still dealing with I don't know if he banged his arm or whatnot. Maybe you guys do. And
yeah, it looked like he hit his hand. He was holding on to that hand pretty good.
And I think that probably just caused his grip to be weird on that throw because, I mean, it was just a hair off. I mean, I had a perfect perspective from it in the stadium. Just wanted to let you know, JP, the shirt is being sent out today for our Harrington Spartans program.
Oh, dope.
We are now in the championship game this coming weekend. So I'm trying to get that shirt to you like ASAP. That way, maybe you can shout them out before the championship. But nonetheless, it's on the way.
Okay. Well, thank you. Because of the Thursday night game, we're actually taping the show Thursday night in Philly after the game. So I probably won't be able to wear it until next week, however that impacts you.
No worries. Worries. But it'll be on its way, and it matches your game day outfit, navy blue.
Thanks, Rusty. Yesterday I wasn't wearing navy. Reese is in St. Mary's. Let's go down to Southern Maryland. Reese, what up?
What's up, buddy? How y'all doing?
We're good, man.
Oh, well, I got to go. First of all, it was a great game because we just have to win them type of games and we have to be in them type of games. Everybody not going to play their best. That's just how the game go. I'm a diehard fan, so I know how it go. I'm happy where we at. But if I had to blame somebody, it's Hurts, and it's not even close. And it's not where he caught the ball at. The last 2 plays, he been catching the ball and dropping to his knee. Why he dropped to his knee, I don't even know. The play wasn't for him to drop to his knee. He just catch it and bag up like a tight end or turn around, and it's not even a close play. We get the first down with a whole yard. If you watch it and watch the play, he just drops to one knee for no third reason. And so since he's a veteran, I have to blame it all on him because we're going to have tight games that the offense ain't going to play good, defense ain't going to play good. But when we have the moments, we just got to make the moments.
All right, brother.
Thanks, man.
Thank
they did
you.
not take advantage. You're right. The moments are generating turnovers and not scoring. I eventually, I think Dan Quinn will confess that drove him bananas.
Oh, yeah, big time.
Let's go to Lou in Silver Spring. Lou, what up, man? What's your blame pie?
Hey, what's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call. So what you said earlier, JP, I hope Jaden is pissed because the only thing that's going to get this taste out of their mouth is they go up there and handle Philly on Thursday. But blame pie, I'm going to give 10% to St. Juice. I'm giving 50% to Zacchaeus quite frankly, in a 1-point game. He botched that punt. That's at least 3-point swing right there because they were already in field goal range. I'm going to go 25% to the offense. Jaden was off a little bit, a lot of drops by a lot of different receivers. And I'm going to give 15% to Kingsbury. I think his play calling kind of put us in some behind the chains a little bit, bad downs and distances. And I don't know what y'all think, but I don't understand why we're running Nichols and Eckler up the gut when Rodriguez has really been proven to be more of the hammer in place of B-Rob being out. But I'll take it off the air. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, that's a fair question because Rodriguez.
I just felt that he's a big enough back where he can be a batterer. He go in there and beat him down.
Rodriguez looked good against the Giants last week and just didn't get much work. But honestly, outside of Eckler, nobody really got much work. McNichols had 4 carries. C-Rod had 2. Jaden had just the 3. We kind of saw this against Baltimore, that when they don't feel like the run game is there, they just kind of get away from it.
Mm-hmm.
I also agree with that call from Lou. Like, we got to include OZ in this because, granted, those 2 turnovers or the 1 turnover and the 1 fumble were early in the game, but the points in the beginning of the game matter just as much as the ones at the end.
They showing the hell do.
Like,
who say he shouldn't be involved?
No, I'm not saying anybody said definitively, but he's like, man, we got to make sure we keep that in mind. All right, I'm trying to go in numerical hype. What do you call it? Time order. Hype the lot. What's the term I'm looking for? I haven't slept much.
Just say in order of time.
Chronological. Blake is on the line. Blake, what's your blame pie? Blake, you there?
No, it was
Blake, last call, buddy. All right, Blake. Godspeed. I'll put him on hold, Jeff, if you could track him down. I'll go to DJ in DC. DJ, what up?
What's up, fellas? How y'all doing, man?
Good, man. Buddy. How are you?
My blame pie is definitely going to be 40% on Mr. I'm getting beat all the time juice because there's no way in the world you're 10 yards off of your daggone receiver. The man doesn't even give you a double move and he still gets bashed you for a touchdown. I'm not understanding that. And this is a week in, week out thing with him. He's going to either get beat or he's going to get a pass interference constantly. B. Mitch, I need you to come off the headphones and show the kids how to go ahead and hold this daggone ball when it gets kicked to him. Because I don't know what he was doing out there yesterday. And it's not just yesterday. He's been having bobble issues this year. I don't understand it. 10% is definitely going to Kingsbury. I'm definitely going to go ahead and give another 25 to Ertz. The drop passes, but actually the whole receiving core. The rest of the blame pie goes to the receiving core outside of Terry. They're dropping passes that are hitting them dead in the chest. Giambi is mad that he don't get playing time. You showed why you're not supposed to get playing time yesterday. Wide open in the end zone. You left your feet and the ball was sitting there still at your daggone chest. No excuse for it at all. Jaden was a little bit off on his throws yesterday. I noticed since the injury, he's been a touch off, more so than when he was when he first started. But still, they're catchable balls. There's no excuse for what's going on. And we got to go ahead and start using Rodriguez when Robinson is down. As the guy said earlier, man, he's a battering ram. He's going to wear the defense down. We got to use him. That's all I got.
All right, brother.
That's a strong call. Thank you, DJ. I do wonder, offensively, the numbers have dipped a little over the last couple of weeks since the big shot to the ribs. I don't know that it's fair to say, the injuries are piling up, but guys get beat up over the course of the year.
Yeah.
That also happens in every locker room across the league.
But you get through it.
He's gutting through everything right now. In no way is Jaden the problem. Like, you got to be able to win games where your quarterback is just good or fine, and the rest of the team is, because a lot of their wins have been because he was fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
It's a team sport, man. And he is a rookie. He's going to learn. I also think Pittsburgh was really, really smart to kind of keep him in the pocket. And when there were plays to be made, way too many times he was let down by pass catchers.
Yeah.
And I don't think you can have that combined with an ineffective run game and move forward to win a game. Even though you had a lead, you had an opportunity, and you let them off the hook. If you're looking for an opportunity to buy or sell your home, there's only one person in the DMV you should work with. It's our friend John Leahy, and it's because he's got a deep bench of buyers and understands this market inside and out.
Just like Lisa. Lisa had a home to sell in Clarksburg, and she found John Leahy's team with the Fine Living Group to be nothing but a huge asset. They came in with a targeted plan, which was perfect for both our home and busy schedule. John and his team also set realistic expectations and then only went on to exceed them. Even when an unexpected complication occurred, the Fine Living Group was able to pivot quickly. Lisa received more visits and offers than she ever could have expected. And that resulted in a top of the market value for her home to the extent that it was the highest selling unit in her neighborhood to date. We're talking about John Leahy and the Fine Living Group of EXP Realty. Go to johnsellsdmv.com and find out your home's value in mere seconds. John offers you flexible fees customized to your needs, and he knows that life happens. So if needed, he will let you out of your contract at any time.
And there's plenty of reasons to work with John. If you want to know just how much your house might be worth, he's got this home valuation tool at the top of his website, johnsellsdmv.com. It's worth finding out what John believes your house is worth. And then if you're nervous, but I got to do some upgrades to sell it for top dollar, John can help you out. You guys can agree on a program to make those upgrades to your house up to $50K, and you just settle on the back end at closing, which drives your sales price way up. Trust me, call John Leahy, have a conversation. You want to buy? Do you want to sell? You just want to check out your options? That's what he's there for. He's the DMV MVP of real estate. Call John today, 301-900-3052. Go online. That's johnsellsdmv.com. Or what's even easier, just Google John Leahy Group and start packing.
This update brought to you by Reynolds Empower Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. The Pittsburgh Steelers get by the Washington Commanders 28-27. Russell Wilson hit Mike Williams with a touchdown pass late. Jaden Daniels held to 202 yards passing. Commanders held to 242 yards total offense. Commanders led 24-14 but fall to 7-3. Quick turnaround at Philadelphia Thursday night. Sunday Night Football, Detroit Lions stun Houston 26-23 with 19 unanswered points. Philadelphia beat Dallas 34-6. In the NBA, Orlando Magic cruised by Washington Wizards 121-94. Franz Wagner with 23. Jordan Poole had 24. NWSL, Washington Spirit come back to beat Bay FC 2-1, advance to the semifinals. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Let this play. What kind of knockoff We Didn't Start the Fire is this?
I have no idea. It's called Blame. That's why I picked it.
This is like, you know how at like Aldi, they have like fake brands of like regular grocery store stuff?
Mm-hmm.
That's the Aldi version of We Didn't Start the Fire. B, I got a question for you.
Scott.
Aaron Rodgers decided he didn't like Mike Williams, got him traded off the team. I'm sure he'll claim that's not accurate, but it's clearly what happened.
Yeah.
Jets went and got their ass kicked yesterday, which at this point I'm starting to enjoy.
Oh, man, listen.
31-6 final in the desert.
Yeah.
Couldn't help but notice Mike Williams catches that touchdown last night. Obviously, there's no positives about that, but somewhere Aaron Rodgers had to watch that and be like, damn.
No, I guarantee he didn't say damn. He never felt like nothing was a problem. He just think because he decides on it, it's supposed to happen.
You know, I gave out some numbers on Friday, I think, that the path to winning this game was to get Russ Wilson having to throw the ball a lot and to get away from their run game. And that's why I wanted Washington to build this lead so Pittsburgh would have to chase. And it started to work. They were up 10. And all of a sudden, Russ is having to throw, and they're turning the ball over.
Mm-hmm.
Their numbers landed exactly where they want them. In their 2 wins prior to yesterday, Russ has thrown the ball 28 and 29 times.
Mm-hmm.
Yesterday, he finished 28 pass attempts. And in their 2 wins since Russ took over, their running backs had run for at least 29 and 32 carries. Yesterday, they finished with 35 carries.
Wow.
That's their formula, dude. And you had an opportunity to disrupt their formula. And to quote the late Dennis Green,
you let him off the hook.
You let him off the hook. Our guy Drew Cohen is on the line. What up, Drew?
Hey, JP. Hey, that was a tough loss. And, there was a lot of stuff. So it's hard to come up with a blame pie. But I'm going to put 100% of my blame pie around that one last that play to Ertz. But I'm going to break it down. I think it's 45% on Ertz, 45% on the refs, 5% on the camera that's supposed to be at that marker that's supposed to make sure that that call is always right without ambiguity, and 5% on Lady Luck for breaking our 4th down conversion streak at the worst possible time. But, on the positive side, I think that's going to make our team tougher. And, to paraphrase an old saying, kind of misquoted a little bit, Steelers sharpen steel. I think our guys are going to be better off in January for having gone through yesterday.
All right.
Let's hope you're right, Drew. Thanks for the call, buddy. Appreciate you.
All right. Take care, guys.
Take care, man.
Landfill or Jeffrey, did you guys have a blame pie you want to unleash on the world?
Realistically, I think you got to put a lot of the blame on the defensive secondary. They're just not good enough. I know the team knows that. That's why they got Lattimore. Unfortunately, didn't play. I'm gonna go half there. I think the offense does deserve some blame. Although they scored 27 points, it looked like they had way too many 3 and outs at situations that I think were kind of crucial. When they got that fumble down there, they gave the ball back really quickly. If they had been able to maybe get another couple first downs, I think the game is possibly different there. So I'm going to go like 25% offense. And then I think I'm going to go 25% special teams. The punt returning game there with OZ, it wasn't it.
And for all the concern about the kicker being out, Seibert was out. Gonzo comes in, kicks pretty well.
He was hitting it, dog.
His kicks have a unique look to them. Kind of kicks like a floater, if that makes sense. But whatever. He made the kicks he was given.
He made them. That's all that matters.
I would have been a little bit of nerves if Gonzo was lining up for the game winner with a long stabber that was sick, but that's why he played the games, man. I think he was 2 for 2 on field goals and 3 for 3 on extra points. Can't ask for much more.
Did his job, man.
Jeffrey, you got a blame pie, bud?
Yes. I'm going to go 30% offense, 30% defense, 30% special teams, 10% Benjamin St. Juste. Because my thing is, I know everyone's talking about, yo, you can't put this on St. Juste, da-da-da, da-da-da. It was plays that need to be made. Dude, every week when an opposing offense need a play, they either attack BSJ, and it's either one or two things: a long catch or a PI. Yeah. So I got to give it to.
Did you notice? Sorry to interrupt, Jeff. On the roughing call early in that game that you and I both thought was pretty weak, Brian.
How quick he looked back.
BSJ was in coverage and jumped up and just immediately looked around for a flag.
Yes.
Like don't
I
look
saw
guilty.
it. I was like, dude, nothing is on you.
He's a physical, handsy corner, and he's got long arms.
He's going to have to learn
and
how
they
to not
see
be
it.
so handsy, though.
Yeah, dude. Please, Jeff, continue.
Oh, no, that was it. That was my 100%.
All of it?
That's 100%.
Yeah, 30, 10.
I'm not a math guy.
We know.
Let's go to Super Dave. Super Dave in Waldorf. Hello, Dave. What's your blame pie?
JP, B. Mitch, what up, though?
What up, brother?
Man, first and foremost, I want to say shout out to all the veterans, past and present. Thank you, everybody, for your military service. I am a United States Air Force veteran, and I'm outside eating free today.
All right, brother.
That's great, man. Thank you for everything you've done.
Yes. Yes, sir. Thank you. So real quick, man, I want to mirror Jeff Pie a little bit. But for me, I just want to change my 10%. I don't know why people are not talking about this more, but I want to give my last 10% to Johnny Newton. And the reason I say that is because all the mistakes the mistakes we made yesterday, we didn't take advantage of none of our opportunities. But at the end of the day, we still gave ourselves a chance at the end of the game. We still, with all the mistakes we made, fellas, we still gave ourselves a chance at the end of the game. I know you can't blame it all on one play, but everybody knows they were not going for it on that 4th and 1. Had they went for it and not got it, we automatically win the game. We already right there on their side of the field. So I feel like he made the boneheaded, most rookiest mistake of all. And one other option I want to make is, if you don't believe yesterday was a true testament as to why this team needs a number 2 wide receiver, you're crazy. Outside of number 17, nobody else has guaranteed hands on this team. 85, 86, 14, 12, none of them. Even 85, he catches the ball when he wants to. The guaranteed hands is number 17, and none of the receivers helped out JD5 yesterday, man. We went against probably the best defense we have seen all year, and they was coming off a bye week. You could tell they were studying and watching film, because some of them plays, bro, we just couldn't get off the ball. The RPOs, they were shutting us down. But we still played a very good game. D. Mitch, you and I both know, football player, everybody know, the 1 points, the 2 points, the 3 point losses are the worst losses to take, bro. But we got to take it on the chin and take it with a grain of salt. And one last question, B. Mitch, I always got a question before I go. Hey, listen, at the kick return, at the punt returner. We know 14 don't have good hands at punt return. But when we do the kick return, we put number 30 back there. I'm not a football genius or a football mind, but if you play kick return, can't you play punt return too?
Not that easy.
Put number 30.
Now, if you play
It's
punt
not that
return,
easy.
you can play kick return. But if you play kick return, don't mean you can play punt return.
Thanks for the call, Dave.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a total difference when you got to catch that ball and watch those different angles all the time.
Here's what we're going to do. Ton of people still on the line. Stay there. Charlie Batch is joining us at noon. At 12:30, you'll hear from Dan Quinn. Plenty more to come. Breaking down yesterday's loss to the Pittsburgh Steelers for the 7-3 Washington Commanders.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. Cap off the NFL week with a chance to win on FanDuel, America's #1 sports book. New customers can get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins on tonight's game. Build a quick same-game parlay for Monday night matchup, and I'm going to go with anytime touchdown. You know, I go with the over rushing yards on any player that you feel going to get the yards. And when you come down to the passing yards, you definitely jump on that quarterback. And then just visit FanDuel.com/Brian to make every moment more this season. FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Who's that? Who not? Who got the?
Mace. I'm trying to figure out my blame pie. What I like to do is I write a bunch of names and problems down, and then I try to figure out my percentages. I got BSJ, Newton, the run game, the drops, and OZ as a separate category. Drops from passes versus drops on punts, I'm separating. We're going to keep the phones going, though, because these folks have been on hold a long time. Jay is in Columbia. Jay, what up?
B. Mitch and JP, how we living?
What up, brother?
Good, man.
Hey, my blame pie, I mean, I'm going to definitely do 80% team, but nobody talked about it for real. Like, the refs, like, we really get no calls. Like, I mean, we got a roughing the pass on Russ last year. I don't know if y'all remember that. Chase, it was toward that Hail Mary, which is why Forrest, obviously picked up one of the DBs for the Bears. But we had a Hail Mary on us as well against the Broncos last year. But on that possession, I want to say Chase got a call on a roughing the passing on Russ. So, for some odd reason, Russell gets that roughing the passer call on us a lot. And then, obviously, also with the spot, it was clear as day, y'all. If they talk so much about forward progress, why didn't we get it? But we don't get no calls, and that's what I worry about Thursday, playing Philly. Last year when we played Philly twice, that game went down to a bunch of two calls that didn't, Terry's toe tap and Jahan's catch. So the refs are bad. But as a team, obviously special teams, I mean, as the kids, bro, he worried me a little bit against the Ravens. I don't know if y'all remember, he had a bobble against the Ravens. So he's kind of been due for one. We got to work on that. Obviously, offensively, drops. Everybody talking about De'Ami Browns, but we ended up scoring on that one. But don't get me wrong, you shouldn't have dropped it, but we ended up scoring on that one. But we had some drive-killing drops, yes. Jaden was throwing the ball a little bit harder than he needed to yesterday. So I think he was a little happy feet back there in the pocket. But, again, that's stuff you work on. And then defensively, St. Juice, that's probably about the only thing I can say. Newton is young. I mean, he's young, got hype. You gotta remember, B. Mitch, you played. D linemen, they be hyped. So they gotta learn how to calm down. Linebackers too. So, but I don't think Pittsburgh did nothing overwhelming. I mean, we really only gave up 14 raw points in my opinion. And then obviously we got the fumble on the goal line, which could have been potentially 21. So the defense did about the best you can do against a sorry Pittsburgh offense that just runs the ball and throw moonballs. So we good, y'all. Let's just get ready for Thursday against Philly and let's dominate. Y'all
Thanks,
be good,
brother. Appreciate the call, dude.
Run the ball and throw moonball.
Kind of effective. Rick is in McLean, or there's a dude named Rick McLean on the line. Hello, Rick.
It's Rick from McLean.
Got it. How are you, buddy?
But hey, man, thanks for taking my call. And go Commanders. The only blame I got is the refs not showing the flag more when they beat up on our quarterback. But besides that, last year at this time, the Steelers would have steamrolled us. And back in July, I'm sure we thought when we seen that on our schedule, oh boy. But I'm so proud of them guys going toe to toe, fist to cuffs, and hey, hail to the Commanders. We're going to get the Eagles Thursday night. Don't worry about it.
All right,
Thanks
brother.
for the call,
Appreciate
bud. I don't know exactly who this is, but Will Clinton's on the line.
Bill?
Hello, Will.
Is Bill calling us?
No, it's Will. It's Will from Clinton.
Will from Clinton. What's up, dude? What's your blame on?
How y'all doing? My blame for 50% go to St. Jude, and I get 50% to the receivers for not being able to catch the ball. But my question is, why is it that Jaden, he got to be perfect, and he played well enough to win the game, but because he didn't run for 50 yards, now he's to blame. Be blamed for the game. And I can't wait for the guys from 2 o'clock, the Drake May guys at 2 o'clock to blame the whole game on him.
Thank you, Will. Appreciate it. I don't think anybody's
Everybody
blaming that
blame
game.
the whole game on them, they're stupid. I'll just say that.
I don't think anybody's going to blame that game on Jaden at all. But thank you for the call. I think Pittsburgh. Here's the biggest thing with Jaden's rush totals yesterday. I think the biggest factor is you hope that's something that Pittsburgh is able to do because of the personnel they have defensively, and not something that other teams will now watch and see if they can emulate it.
Well, their defensive line, I mean, their rushes are exceptional.
I mean, when you got Watt and Highsmith on the edges,
puts a lot
Hayward
of
on the
strain on you.
interior,
puts a ton of strain on
and
the
Queen was
offensive line.
really good.
Yeah.
Let's go to Eric at Gaithersburg. Eric, what up, man?
Hey, good morning, guys. So real quickly, I would say it's 20% on the special teams. I mean, muffing those kicks like that just really killed us. Throw some field position. I'm going to put 40% on Ertz. I don't understand, like the other guy said, why we don't have the Senate in there. I mean, I'm not in practice, so I don't see how he's playing. But my goodness, we can't. We got to get better plays. Dropping balls, not in the right position. And then I put 40% really on the offensive line. I mean, Jaden was struggling, but it seems like the Steelers were in the backfield more than the running backs were. You just can't keep letting guys run through like that and crushing the team. And as far as St. Juice goes, I feel like the guy's playing out of position. I mean, there's a lot of hate going on at him, but he's not a number one cover guy. So it's not really fair. You're putting him out there, and they're asking him to do a lot, but he's just not. He's not the guy for that. When we get Lattimore in there, I think they'll be a lot better off, and he can sign him on to the number 2 receiver. Appreciate everything, guys.
Thanks, buddy. Good call. If you're trying to run racehorses and you don't buy racehorses and you just get regular horses and they get smoked, like you got to consider what you're trying to accomplish and with what tools. Terry,
Yeah, actually, one of those defensive backs is playing. Do they think that they are that guy?
they always got to think they are.
Well, they don't just have to, but they think they are.
Yeah.
So that's why they're on the field.
Terry's in DC. Terry, what you got, bud?
Appreciate you for taking my call. I got 50% on the wide receivers, 20% special teams, 20% to the DBs, and 10% for lack of the running game. B. Mitch said something. I've been hearing him say it for years. And when you have a close game like that, the game sometimes comes down to maybe 3 or 4 plays, maybe 5. And if you can convert 2 of those plays, a lot of those drop passes were critical. And Pittsburgh was the perfect team. You guys just talked about personnel. Mike Tomlin, he faces Lamar Jackson twice a year.
Yep.
So, it's not surprising that they were able to kind of like keep Jaden in the pocket, make him throw from the pocket. But Jaden made some throws, and those guys let him down.
Yeah.
So they got to come up with those throws. And but one call that I know it didn't make a difference in the game, but the call when the guy for Pittsburgh jumped in the air and he grabbed St. Juice.
That
I
was
don't know
fake
how
mask.
the hell that wasn't
That
called.
was a fake
That's
mask.
not called.
I don't know. That's a
Because
good
the referee-
point, Terry.
Now these referees are idiots, man.
Thank you, Terry. Last one. We got to go fast. AB in Riverdale. AB, what you got?
Hey guys, thanks for taking my call, man.
Yeah, man.
No problem.
I don't want to. I'm really blaming the coaching staff, and they all can really eat the pie. But there's a few things that I'm concerned about. Dan Quinn, we're no longer the underdogs. We have to realize that we're the top dog, and there's teams coming at us. The Bears, a couple weeks ago, the entire week they were talking so much trash. This week, fake punts. Like I feel like the Steelers came out ready to hit us in the mouth, and that's what they did. Another thing, is Forbes not coachable? Like, damn, can we coach him up to just cover someone? And then Eckler. Eckler is not an every down back. Why wasn't Nichols the primary running back and then have Eckler stay in his role as the number 2 guy? That's all I got, guys. Y'all have a nice day.
Thanks, buddy. I appreciate the call. It's good stuff. When we come back, Charlie Batch joins the program. Then you'll hear from Dan Quinn.
This update presented by Baldino's Lock and Key, your one-stop shop for auto keys and fobs. So close for the Washington Commanders, they lost 28-27 to the Pittsburgh Steelers. Jaden Daniels' pass to Zach Ertz ruled short of the first down at the Pittsburgh 41, and Russell Wilson got Johnny Newton to jump offside to preserve the late drive. Head coach Dan Quinn on Wilson's touchdown pass to Mike Williams.
Yeah, it's one of Russ's, great parts of what he can do. Is really good throw and catch. And if you have to battle and compete to go, like, that's ball, and we can live with that. Just another example of fighting authority through, good pass and, good catch.
Commanders are now 7-3. They're at Philadelphia Thursday night. Sunday Night Football, Detroit beat Houston 26-23 on a Jake Bates 52-yard field goal as time expires. Patriots stunned the Bears 19-3. Bills over the Colts 30-20. 49ers edged the Buccaneers 23-20. Vikings beat the Jaguars 12-7. In the NBA, Orlando too much for the Wizards 121-94. Jordan Poole had 24. Bilal Coulibaly had 20. Wizards have lost 4 in a row. NWSL, Washington Spirit come back to beat Bay FC 2-1. They'll take on Gotham FC November 16. Hokies against Winthrop on the Fan tonight. Terps against Florida A&M on Team 980. Wizards take on the Rockets on Bloomberg 99.1. Dolphins versus Rams joined in progress on the Fan and Team 980. This update is presented by Baldino's Lock and Key. They make car key problems look obsolete. With 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland, stop by one near you today, or for more info, visit baldinos.com. I'm Byron Kerr on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. It is high noon in the District of Columbia, and we are excited to welcome back to the program Mr. Charlie Batch. He's got a Super Bowl ring, played a long time in the NFL at the quarterback position. Charlie, what's up, man? How
All
are
around
you?
great dude as well.
No, I appreciate it. Thank you. How you doing, fellas?
What's up, Charlie?
We're kind of trying to unravel yesterday's Commanders-Steelers game. Now, I know that you bleed black and gold, but watching that game, it was two pretty
Black
good
and yellow,
teams,
dog.
black and yellow, pardon me, that it seemed like a pretty fair matchup, and one side made the plays late. How did you view it?
Yeah, it was essentially that way. And, obviously Washington played a lot of good ball for 3.5 quarters there. And whenever that turnover happened, I'm thinking to myself, okay, this may be the end. And sure enough, the Steelers were able to make a stop, get the ball back to their offense, and was able to go down and score in that particular manner. So I know they're heartbroken down in Washington, but up here in Pittsburgh, I promise you, these guys are excited around here.
Hey, you watch a lot of football, man. And Mike Tomlin, he gets a young quarterback who's very athletic, has played well. What did you see them try to do to him to kind of – because early on, Jaden seemed a little uncomfortable.
Yeah, they were working. Obviously, they have a lot of familiarity with the play of Lamar Jackson in the division. So when you're preparing for a quarterback like Jaden Daniels, you're saying to yourself, okay, very similar. Let's take away some of his weaknesses. And, of course, as he's rolling and making plays out, you want to bring that blitz to one side. And those are things that you're able to do after you have a 9-game sample of him. Now, early in the year, I don't think they would have been able to do some of those things. But obviously in the second half, they were able to make those adjustments and slow down that offense because that production just wasn't there. But again, that's something that the Steelers played, and that is their strength, dominating in the second half of the game. And it's not just this game here with Washington. They've been doing that over the past month and a half.
What did you think as a former quarterback when Russ drops back and sees Mike Williams in one-on-one on the side? Were you surprised how clean Williams was able to run that route, and just the ball placement was perfect?
The ball placement definitely was perfect. And, really, we didn't know that he wasn't really supposed to be in on that play only because that's Calvin Austin, and that could have moved somebody else out there in the exposition. But when Calvin went out, Mike comes into that game, and just watching him throughout practice, this guy's only been here for about 5 days. So trying to learn the particular system. And I just think Russ probably went over to him and said, listen, you're going to line up over there and just run a go route. Give me everything you got. And from there, if I give you a chance one-on-one, I'm gonna take a shot. And sure enough, that blitz happened. Russ was able to buy some time. And when he put that ball in the air and I seen Mike running under that, I said, you have a chance. And when you talk about your one play in that moment, as far as your welcome to Pittsburgh moment, for him, that happened right there. And you can just see the manner of the sideline and everybody offensively celebrating for Mike because they know the things he's been through before, but ultimately he's now making play for the Steelers, and those guys were super excited for him.
I don't know if you've watched any other games with the Commanders and Jaden Daniels. What's your assessment of him if you have?
Yeah, I really like where he's at. I mean, it kind of reminds me early on of what RG3 was doing when he was, taking the league by storm his first year. But he is a little bit, thinner than what RG3 is. And, of course, you want to try to minimize some of those hits. And I know he was battling rib injuries. But as he learns to protect himself there, I think the sky's the limit for that guy. And I like what I see at this early stage. So I'm a big fan of him. Unfortunately, I don't have to watch him every single year because the Steelers may not play Washington for every 4 years. So I hope that doesn't happen, and we don't have that ghost of Daniels around Pittsburgh, because this guy's going to be a great player, and I'm just excited to watch his career unfold right before our eyes.
Talking with Charlie Batch here. You can give him a follow at Charlie Batch 16. Of course, a Super Bowl champion, longtime Pittsburgh Steeler. For Daniel specifically, watching that game yesterday, what did the Steelers defense do? I mean, he came into that game averaging over 50 rush yards per game. Yesterday, he had 5. He never really got it going on the ground. What did Mike Tomlin's defense kind of draw up there?
Yeah, you definitely, you're playing that position where okay, this guy's going to, either roll right, roll left. And when you do that, you're having a spy that's going to follow him. And again, that goes back to being familiar with Lamar Jackson. And I think when you have the playmakers like you do a TJ Watt, Alex Highsmith, those guys actually can at least attempt to change what his landmark is by that speed and not allowing him to get around the corner as fast and hoping that the secondary can collapse on the football. That's just those are the things when you typically play mobile quarterbacks in the manner of Daniels, because they've seen it, in a Kyler Murray, they've seen it in Lamar Jackson. So when you see these type of quarterback plays and you have the speed on defense, that allows you to make those plays and minimize his yardage. Then that's exactly what they were doing. They were going to make him one-dimensional by taking that away and forcing him to throw the ball down the field.
I thought Queen was really good in that role. Like, the stat sheet doesn't necessarily pop there, only the 7 tackles, but Jaden recognized, I think, fairly early that he couldn't get to the edges as easy as he could in some other games.
Yeah, and that's what happened when you have those RPOs, right? You're trying to sell that run action, then you're tucking the ball in and you're getting to the edge. And those are things that, again, you have playmakers that are able to spill it. And this was more in this particular game that Minkah Fitzpatrick actually played closer to the line of scrimmage because of his speed and making sure that he was able to spy Jaden Daniels in that manner. That only happened because they just gained Cameron Sutton back, and because he's able to play multiple positions in that secondary, allow Minkah to start going out there and being Minkah in that particular manner and just allowing him to make plays in the middle.
So as a quarterback watching that game yesterday, right? And you played QB for a long time at the pro level, won a lot of games. Washington's receivers didn't help Jaden a ton in this thing. No. There were a lot of drops. Even the last drive, you can make an argument that Ertz should have gotten a little bit further before he broke his route back. What's it like for a QB when you feel like the drops are starting to add up?
It's tough. You don't want to lose confidence. And sometimes, when you overthink things, you're like, my read is supposed to take me to this guy, but he's having a rough game. I don't want to throw it that direction. That plays a factor into it. And sometimes you don't go that direction. But then when it matters and when the game's on the line, you're like, forget everything that just happened. I want this guy to go out and make plays. And when that doesn't happen, it becomes frustrating. But you can't turn around and have that conversation in a negative light because you're dealing with a rookie quarterback. You're trying to build that confidence up. But I think those things are going to materialize. And I think to your point, and when you mentioned that last play coming into the game, and that's all they talked about in Pittsburgh, Washington was 11 for 11 on the season on 4th down. Yes. So you knew they were going to go for that. And to that point, as the offense, we always talk about, especially quarterback-wise, hey, if you need 10 yards for the first down, you got to get 12 in anticipation coming back to 10 to make sure that you're able to pick that first down up. They just came a half yard short, and I was just completely shocked that the ball wasn't moved a little bit, and then they remeasured it because I actually thought that it was a lot closer than what the referee spotted it at the time, at that moment during the game.
You, me, and the rest of the stands. It was just one little situation, man, where, you know, they were 11 for 11, but they weren't going for 4th and 9.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? When you're going 4th and 2, 4th and 3, 4th and 5, it's easier. 4th and 9 is tough, especially against a defensive team like the Steelers.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree with that. You know, and of course, we don't see all of that. All you see is they're perfect on 4th downs.
Yeah.
And
Right.
my point of saying that is the fact that it wasn't like there was panic when they got to that 4th down situation because they converted in that situation before. It was just a little longer than what they typically are accustomed to going for it.
For sure. I thought yesterday was a really interesting kind of example when Pittsburgh was down 2 scores in the second half of this game and then has 2 turnovers. Did it seem to you that the Steelers came back and snatched this win, or Washington kind of gave it away?
I think it was a combination of both, right? And I think sometimes when you get up in the lead, you know, you start to kind of take the foot off the throttle a little bit. But I think that play, Jaden Daniels, it may have been a quarterback draw, and Keanu Benton actually made that tackle. If Benton doesn't make that tackle, Washington picks up another set of downs, and they can bleed that clock out as the fourth quarter unfolds. That is a big play that you probably won't see in the highlights, but they know in Pittsburgh, Benton making that play, you know, definitely saved the game for them. But I think in years past, to your point, this offense wasn't built to come from behind, and they got down 10 points, 14 points. You could essentially say, oh, the game's over, and that's just the way it was. But Arthur Smith, the offensive coordinator here, obviously he was the head coach in Atlanta, spent some time as a coordinator in this league. He has the confidence going for these guys. And he's saying, listen, this is your offense. This is completely different from what you did over the last 3 to 4 years, so erase that from your memory. We're going to be aggressive. We're going to make plays down the field, and we expect you to make those plays. And that's what happens when you have a veteran quarterback like Russell Wilson, that you believe that he's going to get you into the right play call at the line of scrimmage, and everybody else believes they are a valuable option in this offense, and they're starting to spread, and that's exactly what you're seeing. So you have to credit offensive coordinator Arthur Smith.
Do you think that's the reason they went more with Russ? Because they were winning games with Fields, but they went with Russ, and I think it's because of his leadership.
They don't hit that deep shot with Fields on the field either.
No, they don't. And, you know, and obviously Justin did a great job of getting him to that point. And that's why Russell acknowledged him publicly, say, thank you, Justin, for getting us to that 4-2 mark. Yes, they were 3-0. They got the 4-2 and essentially handed him the keys at 4-2. So now Russell has won those 3 games. But I think ultimately when it was a decision at that time, everybody's looking at the record. And I'm like, no, when you peel back the layers said they are 28th in passing offense. That was a formula that they used over the last couple of years. They snuck into the playoffs and didn't have much success. So when you see that trend happen, Mike Tomlin made a bold decision when not a lot of people agreed upon it outside of Pittsburgh. But ultimately, when Russell was thrust in there, it was because the intangible that he is able to bring from a leadership perspective in something that he saw from OTAs all the way up to the point that he had named him the starter. And that's why he made that decision. You can see everybody responding a whole heck of a lot differently. But either way, they know they have 2 quarterbacks here because at some point during this season, they're going to need Justin Fields to step in and win a ball game for them.
Hey, Charlie, I'd be crazy if I didn't ask about some of the great work your foundation's doing up in the PA area. It's best of the batch. I know you've got some Christmas drives coming up. How can people get involved?
Oh, yeah, thank you. Yes, we have. It's definitely going to be a busy time as we close out the year. But Best of the Batch Foundation, we're actually a nonprofit here. We're an educational foundation that actually serves 3,800 kids annually, and we do so in our STEAM programs, in our after-school programs. So we serve 3,800 kids. We're in 9 counties throughout southwestern PA. So we have a big fundraiser. We actually have coming up this Thursday. We have the pool, poker, ping pong event. So we have fans able to participate in against the Steelers, local celebrities that were around, and it just raises money all for a good cause. And then in addition to that, we have our turkey drive, which we're having at the end of the month. We adopted 200 families there. And then during the holiday time for Christmas, we actually adopt an additional 400 families during the holiday time, which is equivalent to 1,800 kids over the holiday season. Wow. So, we're just excited to be able to do so. We just celebrated 25 years. So we're super excited about doing so. We actually had a ribbon cutting for our foundation, where we went from 5,300 square feet to 33,000. So our numbers are expected to increase. So we're excited about our fundraiser and everything that we have. And I just wanted to thank everybody. And then we do have people around your area that support the foundation as well. So I just wanted to thank everybody for believing in the mission and vision of the Best of the Batch Foundation. And for anybody who wants to learn more, they can go to batchfoundation.org. You'll be able to see all the programs that we run. And if you're ever in the Pittsburgh area, please stop by. We'd love to give you a tour of our new facility.
Well, man, keep doing your thing, brother.
For sure.
Appreciate that.
Charlie Batch, quarterback for the Lions and the Steelers. Hey, last thing. Washington has a short week now going up to Philly to play the Eagles Thursday night. You think it helps after a heartbreaking loss like that, or how hard is the turnaround?
Yeah, it's not going to be hard because you kind of prepare for that. But either way, when you lose one at the end, it's always a tough pill to swallow. The good thing is they don't have to wait a full week to have to play another game. You get out there on Thursday, and then from there you use that weekend as kind of that extra bye week when you have a few extra days off. You just have to handle your business on Thursday. So I think it's a little easier from this perspective because the game plan is not going to change much because you don't have a lot of time to practice those new plays. So now you just get your body ready, get ready to play, and hopefully they can go up there and handle business.
Charlie, thank you for the time, man. Really appreciate it.
Hey, I appreciate it. Thanks for having me, fellas.
Hi, bro.
All right, that's Charlie Batch. You can give him a follow on X at CharlieBatch16.
I'm going to enlarge this thing. He didn't go from 5,000 to 6. He went to 30.
That's pretty damn cool. Doing a lot of good work up there. Impressed by what he sees with Jaden Daniels. I don't know how anybody isn't. Washington has another game on Thursday. Short week, which means we're going to hear from Dan Quinn in about 10 minutes. You'll get it live right here on The Fan. Nobody go anywhere.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. Cap off the NFL week with a chance to win on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. New customers can get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins on tonight's game. As I build a same-game parlay for the Monday night game, we got the Rams taking on the Dolphins. How about anytime touchdown for Puka Nacua? Over rushing yard for Kyron Williams. And over passing yards, you can take either Tua Tagovailoa or Matthew Stafford. Just visit FanDuel.com/Brian to make every moment more this season. FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NFL. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. The Commanders fall to 7-3 on the season as they lose to the Steelers yesterday, 28-27. Jaden Daniels just 17-34 on the day for 202 yards. Quick turnaround for the Commanders. They're in Philly on Thursday night. Tonight, Monday Night Football, Dolphins and Rams at 8:15. Will join in progress here on 106.7 The Fan after Virginia Tech basketball. Virginia Tech taking on Winthrop tonight. 7 p.m. tip-off. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. Maryland hoops also in action, taking on Florida A&M at 7 o'clock. You can hear that game on the Team 980. In the NBA, the Wizards fell to the Magic last night, 121-94. Jordan Poole leading the way with 24 points. Bilal Coulibaly with 20 points on 9 of 11 shooting. The Wizards take on the Rockets in a back-to-back in Houston tonight, 8 p.m. tip-off, and you can hear that game on Bloomberg 99.1. Over the weekend, the Caps beat the Blues 8-1. Their next game is Wednesday against the Maple Leafs at home. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
B. Mitch Finley, 106.7 The Fan. In moments, we're expecting to hear from Dan Quinn, Commanders head coach. Off to a hot start, 7-3 on the season. If this wasn't the day after a loss in which they had a double-digit second half lead, everybody'd still probably be doing some version of cartwheels.
Yeah.
But it does feel a lot different after, whether it was Pittsburgh coming back and taking it or, the Washington coughing it up after losing that game yesterday. I think it's going to be an interesting situation for DQ, and they've got a short week, and they're no longer in first place. Philly's up a half game on them. Just a huge game coming up with the Eagles Thursday night. I think the atmosphere in that thing is going to be pretty damn electric.
Oh, yeah.
You played.
Philly will be ready.
You played in big games in that stadium.
Yep.
Obviously, it seemed like there was some real trouble with Sirianni and the staff and everything earlier. Seems like they've righted the ship, and I'm curious how much you buy into it. They've now won 5 in a row.
Mm-hmm.
They got to their bye. They had the early bye, right? Week 5, they were 2-2, scuffling. They haven't lost since. Now, they've also beaten, for what it's worth, Cleveland, the Giants, the Bengals, the Jags, and the Cowboys. They've beaten them handily.
Yeah.
The Eagles now, dude.
They did exactly what Washington has done.
Right. 7th in points scored, 6th in yards gained, 5th in points allowed, 2nd in yards allowed. So they're doing it on both sides of the ball. They have really started kicking butt in the turnover battle. It's pretty darn remarkable what's happening.
Well, it seemed like what he's done, he's started his point now of leaning on the players more.
Dan Quinn, Commanders head coach, addressing the media now.
Current soldiers. And what I've learned, it also hits a little bit differently here in D.C. And so prior to the game, I pass Arlington, and that's never lost on me. Driving slowly, I want to feel that weight. And so thank you to all the vets that have given so much, and get ready to get rocking with you guys and some questions regarding the game and this week.
Go ahead, Nikki.
Hi, Dan. Just in reviewing the film, I mean, what was your biggest takeaway, especially as you spoke about some of the missed opportunities as you rewatched them? Did your opinion of them change? I mean, just what was your biggest takeaway from the game film?
Yeah, I thought one, I was really pumped to see, what was transpiring at the end of the second quarter, going into the third quarter, and to feel that momentum shift. So this was a hard loss, no doubt about it, Nikki. And the response is what was so important. So what I saw on the field last night towards the end in the locker room of guys talking to one another, they were mad. And that's what I honestly wanted to see on these missed opportunities, to say, how do we make sure that doesn't happen again? But the response also, Nikki, is I could also tell this team is bonded and connected, to see them talking to one another after a play, or to kind of pick the next person up. But those missed opportunities. What I saw, I kind of wanted to see, like, what was this, a foul, or where was the spot on the fourth down? Like, those were the things that like on the sideline, I can't tell. You guys can tell better from the press box. But the missed opportunities, those were the ones that, like, man, there could have been some big plays that could have been had on both sides of the ball. I knew it was going to be a hard special teams battle, and I thought guys like Jeremy Reeves really stood out to me. There's some hard hitting plays by Percy and by Jeremy, so I knew that was one of the battles within. I think we had spoken about that, but the response to the missed opportunities, I saw it on the field, in the locker room. I was looking to see how they would respond.
And then how do you handle this short week with, a lot of guys are banged up, and just making sure they're ready, but, as rested as one can be in such a short turnaround?
Yeah, it's a great one. And I'll hit both topics. The first one, you said injuries, and I'll probably have a better sense of that tomorrow. Some guys were still going through imaging, and that's all, as far as overall injuries, I'll have a better sense when I visit with you guys prior to practice. We got a big, deep crew, and we'll roll hard, but you do have to be selective in the way of how to touch the speed this week, and that'll be closer to Wednesday for us as we get to do that. Monday, today, and Tuesday would be a miniature version of what we'd install on a Wednesday and a Thursday. So that's how we kind of plan for the week. Today would be like a Wednesday, tomorrow's like a Thursday, the next day is like a Friday, and then get into the game from a teaching and install part. But you're right, you have to have the balance that not every player is exactly the same of what they can and can't do to get ready to play.
Go ahead, Kyle.
Hey, Dan, you've talked a lot about, like, the closeness of the team or how they handle adversity. How is this team compared to some others you've had in that regard, especially in a short week? And have there been teams you've had that maybe you're a little bit worried how they would respond to a loss like that in a short week?
Yeah, I think one, it is a hard turnaround, John, but this team is, they'll be itching to play. I can promise you that. You have that taste where you're just mad, honestly. This team, I don't know if I've seen a team have as much fun together. So that connection, like, they've captured the part, John, of, like, you got to work really hard and you got to go absolutely, go for it in the biggest way, but they can also, like, joy hard too. And so those the two things that jump out to me. This team balls hard, but they also joy hard for one another. And not every team has that. And so I do think they've connected and bonded quickly. And that's why I think there's more under the hood for us, to go to a deeper spot because of that connection, to one another.
And then when you look at the pass game yesterday, what were some things that obviously it's a good defense, but what were some things they were doing maybe specifically to take away some of what Jaden could do getting out of the pocket and all that, and just some of the effectiveness in the pass game? Yeah,
I think they got a good blitz package. That part was there, but I thought as good as they are, John, I thought we still missed some real chances at us, and so if some of those turn into catches and big plays down the field, those are ones you don't get back. So you don't get to say, except for this play or except for that play. And so a lot of respect for how their style is, the pressure in to go, but not having the run game quite up and going like we would like also affects the play pass too, John. So I think those two things go hand in hand.
You are listening to Commanders head coach Dan Quinn address the media after yesterday's tough 1-point loss to the Steelers.
Ones down the field, when you went back and looked at that, how did you view it as a great throw by the quarterback, or things that you guys could have done a little bit better?
Combination of both, Ben. On the one for, the touchdown throw, I thought to Pickens, he did throw a good ball on a fade, kind of away from our tunnel to that side. On the one that went on our tunnel sideline, I thought we really need to be on top of that one, because that's where Russ is at his best, throwing the deep ball. I think you guys may have heard me say that. That's the thing that, man, that's his superpower. So I got to give him credit onto this one, and to have timing in that in a short week with a new player, like, that's a big deal. But that is one of the things that makes him, an excellent player. Just, one of the many things. But that part was the one that stuck out the most.
And with Philadelphia coming up, not saying they're the exact same players, but with the type of quarterback they have, they've got both the running back, the receiver. It's somewhat similar to what you guys dealt with the Ravens in terms of just having all those levels. Is there anything from that Ravens game you can kind of take away from this, or is it more like, hey, I've seen this team in your previous job a bunch, and I think we got a handle on what to do here?
I think I have an understanding of, where they are philosophically. They're a little different though, Ben, than they have been, with a new play caller on offense. So that does change some. One of the things that jumps out to me from Philadelphia, you got to be able to play 2 downs, meaning Hurts can extend out of the play on a passing play to extend it as a passer and running. And you have to be ready to play 4-down football. And that's been a philosophy of Philadelphia for a number of years. And so there are 2 things that jump out that will be an important part of this game plan.
Sam?
Considering all the circumstances this week and what this game could mean for the race for the division title, does this feel like the biggest challenge or big challenge week you faced since becoming the Commanders coach?
It was bigger than any other, but I'm fired up about it. I can tell you that, Sam. It's cool. It's like better than the alternative, like not talking about big games. So like this is what like division games should be, man. Like an absolute blast, like Philadelphia and Washington battling for it. Like, hell yeah, like more. So, but it's not, I don't look too far down the road, man. It's like just this game. Last week I did the same thing to say it wasn't about 2 games in 11 days. It was just this game, just this matchup. And honestly, that's where I see it again. Division games are awesome, man. They're fun. They're a battle. You know them well. They know you well, although we haven't played yet. A lot of players know one another's, scheme and technique, pretty closely.
I always talk about the 24-hour rule and Tell the Truth Monday. I guess, is there anything differently that you feel like you have to do coming out of a stinging loss where guys are mad to make sure that they're mentally focused and ready to go?
Yeah, I think they're responding. That's the important part. And so seeing that part begin already last night, Sam, I thought that was a good sign to know that, they're mad. And like this game getting here this week can't get here quick enough. So every once in a while, that short week's not such a bad thing. We'll be on a plane here and by Wednesday and get to go battle again in a really tough, good environment against an excellent team. So that'll get your attention and response awful quick.
David Aldridge?
Dan, how did Trent hold up on the film in his first start?
Yeah, so and a good tough matchup too, Dave, to go as it's going to be. There'll be some plays that Trent really should be proud of. Climbing to the next level of getting to one. There'll be a few that he'll want to have back. But I thought from the Chicago game to this game, Dave, I thought he really improved. I saw it in the practice week leading up to New York. I saw it in the practice week leading here. And when you're not sure if you're going to get that chance to go, it can be a little more challenging, but you have to prepare yourself, as you're ready to go, because we just really weren't sure where we would go with Andrew Wiley. And so he had really had himself ready and revved up to go. And that's kind of, when you're a swing tackle, that's the name of the game, man. That's like being a backup QB and doing the extra work to get ready. So that's what I've seen from him, David, over the last couple of weeks, to have real readiness about him.
Also, on the offsides, is there a teaching point there for Johnny, or is it just you have to see the ball get snapped before you commit?
Yeah, it's definitely a teaching spot. And, in these moments where it's 4th down in that space, the one thing that, are they even going to go for it here? Is this going to be one that they would go or not? Is Russell a sneak guy to go? And so you just get so revved up. And as a good young competitor, it's a hard lesson, but one that this is the type of player, David, that's going to learn from this moment. He cares a lot. He's into it, and he's improving and developing, but it is a hard one. So to see all the players respond to him after the play should tell you what they feel about him here.
Chick? You good? Scott?
Hey, Coach. Everybody's wondering what type of response this team is going to have on Thursday. And listening to you, it already seems like you know how this team is going to respond. How comforting is that to know as the head coach, you kind of already know the makeup of this team and how they're going to respond on Thursday?
That identity is coming through, like I thought they played with a lot of toughness. That brotherhood was on display in the way they supported one another. And so, literally, as we've talked about, Scott, this team is tough. And I take them against anybody, anywhere, anytime. And that's the mindset that we have as a group. And I know they'll be ready to fight. It's kind of who we are and how we get down. So that part, I know we'll be ready.
And the buildup for this game, everybody's talking about it, and you're not shying away from the importance of this game. You're not giving us, we're going to treat it like any other game. Why are you trying to embrace kind of the importance of, yes, this is a big deal on Thursday?
Yeah, I want us to feel comfortable in these environments. That's the only reason, Scott. I want us to enjoy the buildup and knowing that the process of getting ready is like all the other ones. So I wouldn't say I'm treating it differently. I would say the process of us getting ready to play will be exactly the same going into this one, going into the next one, the following one. I just want them to know, in these big moments and big games, that's where guys like Jaden is honestly at his very best in these crucial moments and these big plays to go. And I want us to feel very comfortable in this spot. So no reason to, feel any differently about that. I'd rather embrace it than shy away from it. But it has no different process to it. I want to make sure I'm clear with you on that.
Okay. Thanks, Coach.
Candy.
Hey, Coach. So for you and your staff, when you need to give feedback to a player, how do you balance that corrective action without negatively impacting the brotherhood?
That's an awesome question, Candy. I think not one size fits all. And someone you need to, put an arm around and tell them, personally, hey, this is what we saw and this is what I've seen and this needs to change. And there's others in front of the team. Hey, this isn't you. This isn't what we need. And that's both fine. But getting to know what each player needs is important. The good news is, Candy, here we do have a standard about things. And so that applies to every player on the roster. So if something's not to our standard that we said, that's all of our responsibilities to say that to them. Now, you don't have to be a jerk in the way that you say it, but you do have to say it. You just can't overlook something that was incorrect or something that isn't to the standard. You can't look the other way. I want to make sure I'm clear with you on that. But you do have to say it, but that doesn't mean you have to make the person feel small or act like a jerk when you're doing it, but you do have to get it corrected.
And Coach, with it being such a short week, I know you just mentioned that it's the same process, but do you get a little, maybe, I don't want to call it worried, maybe anxious about if those things can be corrected in such a short period of time?
Good news, we've got a lot of banked hours together. And so many of these things are ones that can be corrected. And so if there was a long laundry list of what was going on that felt bad, I'd say I would be anxious or worried. But this is a group that responds, and in a game that we have to make the corrections and move forward, that's okay. That's part of what we do. And so good news, a good bit of these players, Kenny, will know the correction before we even come to them. And so that to me is the best of the best, where this is not kindergarten. We have to tell no, put your backpack into the cubby. It's not that. Every game and instant is different, but you do have to get it right. You have to.
Thank you.
Donna.
Hey, Coach. Could you talk a little bit? The defense gave up 140 yards on the ground. Could you talk about what you saw there, and being that you will face another good runner this week in Saquon Barkley?
Yeah, Don, I thought honestly that I don't know what the total number of attempts were, but it was high, and I thought Pittsburgh would have a high number coming into it. They had been, one of the top rushing teams in the league. So I thought the guys played physical, they played downhill, and really tackled well. So the run game, I didn't think set us back in some ways. Did they get, ahead on a play of a misblitz or misfit? Yes. But you're right that both Pittsburgh and Philadelphia have excellent running games, good running backs, and quarterbacks that can extend plays. And so you have to make sure that you have certain defenses and alignments and techniques to play to do that. But yeah, this would be a real challenge in the run game. That's certainly what they're at their best doing.
Commanders head coach Dan Quinn, as the team prepares for a short week in advance of playing the Eagles Thursday night. No rest for the weary. That's how life goes in the NFL. Coming up at 1 o'clock, we got to go through all of the injuries. Dan Quinn says more guys are getting MRIs right now. Nobody go anywhere. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Off and running here, man. DQ talking about, when he talks about imaging, so everybody understands, that means MRIs. That has me a little concerned for a short week, but that's also kind of part of the process.
People do it after every week. After every game, you get that.
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be guys are going to get hurt all the time. Dan Quinn also in his comments there said they're going to talk to the league about the spot on the Zach Ertz 4th and 9. I think it was a pretty egregiously wrong call. It doesn't change that there were a ton of drops and that there were problems kind of throughout this game. But if you can pick up the 4th and 9, then you've got the ball on the 40 with, at that point, they still had 3 timeouts left and you need 3 to win.
Yeah.
It's not like they had to get a touchdown.
Or they need a field goal. And I thought they were going to get that chance.
DQ, I'm curious your reaction to this, Brian. DQ also said they're not going to pull Zacchaeus from the punt return role. You think that's the right decision?
I think he just got to get better. You know, like I told you, I watched him try to catch the ball so high and he's allowing it to get to his pass. I'll tell you about a receiver. If you're running the ball, you got the body catchers. When they get down to your stomach area, you know the ball sits in there. I think hit the shoulder pad and only bounces off. So he's going to have to just learn to, they may start his hands up high, but like look it in and bring it down to more stomach waist area where he can catch it and catch it in a softer spot. Because if you allow it to catch you around the shoulder pads, you're going to have a problem.
Yeah, I think I understand that he's not going to pull Zacchaeus. I think Dan Quinn has talked about the journey being an important part of the process and brotherhood and all of these things. And like, it's not just talk. There are coaches that talk about these things that the players don't buy into. And then it's just like one big cynical cycle. They don't have that right now.
Mm-hmm.
And I think because of that, you can't just bench a guy after one bad game.
Yeah. I've had him, Jay. So I know.
Right. Did you ever think you were losing a gig?
Anytime you have a bad thing and it costs the team, you have that fear, but you also know you have to correct it. And, you know, if I'm Zacchaeus right now, I'm asking Tress to hit me some. I will go with that jugs machine. I would have them adjust it to where it's like the same way of most of the left guys. If I'm looking at the guys a right-footed punter this week, I'm going to check it out because as I told you before, whenever I caught punts from a right-footed punter and his ball did the natural trajectory, I always caught it more to the right side of my body. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Now the left-footed punter comes, and the way his ball comes, and you keep setting up for the right side, that ball comes from the outside right towards your left side of your body. So you have to adjust what foot is back and how you set up to catch the ball. You know what I mean? So he just going to have to adjust to what it is and look ahead of time and put an emphasis on that week. Who do I have? Right-footed punter, left-footed punter? Does the guy hit a ball that normally turns over, or does his ball float a lot? And have your game plan for it. Another thing I notice about him, he kind of gets flat-footed when he's catching. And what I mean by that is, guy stands just straight up and down. When you're coming, when there's a little windy out there, that ball can move in those last 5 to 6 yards coming down. So you want to always be able to just take a little step to the left, step to the right, step back, or step up. You know, so if he keeps his feet kind of like in a relatively ready position, it'll help him out a lot.
Got to keep your feet, man. Not a surprise that Dan Quinn not going to make a change, but I think you got to be quick if things continue to happen. You got to be ready to make a quick move. Here's the quick move we're going to make. Maybe we open these phone lines back up. I'm not sure we're ready for that, but I still want to break down yesterday's game, but there's a really short week, dude. The Eagles are coming Thursday night. Did Washington give it away? Did Pittsburgh come back and take it? And how hot is Philly? We're going to explore this when we return on B. Mitch Finley.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is brought to you by Verizon. The Commanders fall to 7-3 on the season after they lost to the Steelers yesterday, 28-27. Jaden Daniels held to just 202 yards passing, 17-34 on the day. Commanders a quick turnaround Thursday night football in Philly against the Eagles. NFC East games this week: the Giants fell to the Panthers in Germany, 20-17 in overtime. The Giants now 2-8 on the season. The Eagles all over the Cowboys yesterday, 34-6. The Eagles now lead the division at 7-2. The Cowboys fall to 3-6. Tonight, Monday Night Football, the Dolphins taking on the Rams at 8:15. You can hear the game right here on the Fan following Virginia Tech basketball and college hoops tonight. Virginia Tech taking on Winthrop at home. 7 p.m. tip-off. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. Maryland hoops also in action, taking on Florida A&M at 7 o'clock. You can hear that game on the Team 980. In the NBA, the Wizards fell to the Magic last night, 121-94. Back-to-back tonight. They are in Houston to take on the Rockets. 8 p.m. tip-off. You can hear the game on Bloomberg 99.1. And over the weekend on Saturday, the Capitals beat the Blues 8-1. They'll be back in action Wednesday at home against the Maple Leafs. Phones weren't made to be broken, but life happens. So when you break your phone, Verizon's got you. Trade in any phone at your local Verizon store in any condition, guaranteed, and get a great deal on one of their best 5G phones with unlimited ultimate. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Jeff, I meant to ask you about this 2 weeks ago or whenever it happened. What, as a Yankee fan, and perhaps even a Fat Joe fan, what did you think of his performance before World Series Game 3?
Yo, it's just because he's an icon in the city, bro. Like, yeah, that was not it.
No, that was
that
not.
was not it.
And like, it was just so Ice Cube came out.
They
in
were trying
LA,
to copy off Ice Cube,
which was so good and like just hit, and it did not kind of match.
He's never been like a performer. Like,
nah, he's just a rapper.
Yeah, nah.
That was tough.
We gonna blame Fat Joe.
Or whoever asked, who else wanted to go bite off of the Dodgers?
So I'm going to ask a series of questions for the four of us, right? They play a game Thursday night in Philly.
Mhm.
This is tough because they're beat up. Philly is surging.
Philly is beat up too. Philly played later than we did.
That's true.
And they got home this morning.
They probably got home last night.
That game was over what time?
I mean,
8 something?
It was over about the second quarter.
So if it's over at 8 something.
No, it was probably over around 7.
7:25, 7:30-ish. And
4
then
hour
by the
flight.
time you get to the flight, so this morning I'm just talking about AM.
Okay, sure. I think this is a tough challenge. Vegas has the Commanders as underdogs. Understandably, I'd say Philly's won 5 in a row. Right now, though, it's just home field. It's the run game woes seem to be significant. So it's 3 people talking injuries that I'll ask specific questions for. B-Rob, Wiley, and Lattimore. Now, Lattimore, it's hard to judge this because he's never played for them before.
Yeah.
And I worry about who else might be getting imaging done right now, as Dan Quinn hinted at. I wonder what's up with Biotish. He looked really hurt yesterday. But B, I ask you, order of importance to get back for this game. B-Rob, Wiley or Lattimore? Give me 1, 2, 3.
I'm going to go with Wiley first because Wiley's going to have to be in there in the running game to help out the running back. So I'll go Wiley, B-Rob, then Lattimore. Like you said, Lattimore hadn't played for us, so we don't know what we're missing. I saw Ron Rivera-led team go up to Philadelphia and put up some numbers last year. Play well.
Last year they didn't win. 2 years ago they won up there.
They put up. No, they didn't win. They put up numbers. I'm not saying they won. They were formidable. This team is far better than that team was. But they lost 30-something to 30-something. Like in the last, they lost like
the one up there, the week 3 loss, yeah. But I can't imagine this year. I feel like the expectations are so different that last year, like, oh man, they fought hard in Philly was kind of good enough. I don't think that's good enough now.
I'm not asking for good enough. What I'm saying is, I believe that this team gets up for that game.
Yeah.
Over the years, this team from Washington plays Philly well.
I agree with that.
You have a different mindset, a better football team. So what I'm looking for, I think we need a running game to be able to combat what they do well. And I think Wiley has played well this year, unlike he was last year. Wiley helped open up holes for B-Rob. And then I think Lattimore, we haven't seen him play at all yet. But if he steps in, that's a hell of a plus. Based off of what I know for him from the past.
Landfill, your order of who you want back, B-Rob, Wiley, Lattimore.
I mean, they'd all be huge to get back, but I agree. We need Wiley back. I think that the run game was a huge problem in this game. It was one of the key reasons why they lost. And obviously, having one of your starting alignment back is going to improve that. It's also going to hopefully give Jaden a little bit more time back there when he's passing.
Jeffrey? Okay, so.
Nah, I just have to agree with Landini and B. Yesterday, I don't know if you've seen it. Chris Paul was getting that work. He was getting work yesterday. We need Wiley back.
I kind of heard just walking and hearing people talk. They were really, that was a damn conversation, and I was shocked. I saw it, but normally you don't hear fans talking about O'Lyman. And they were that was a big problem to him.
Man, it was one time I was like, man, do I need to go take his helmet?
Hell no.
But nah, then B-Rob, I know it's a lot, but I think I know B-Rob in that game, a lot changes. Like it's like we need that punch. We need B-Rob. And I know it sounds like a broken record, but we haven't seen with the team. We haven't seen Lattimore with the team. We don't know how he's going to play, especially if that hamstring injury wasn't a Devontae Adams Achilles injury. So that would be. Even though I'm hoping and praying that we could get him because we need something in that secondary.
Hey Jeff, I just wanted to follow up on one thing.
What's that?
Did you mean Trent Scott?
Was it Trent Scott that was getting whooped yesterday? No, it was Chris Paul.
Chris Paul went in the game yesterday, too, and got whipped.
When?
Let's go check it out.
He had 0 snaps.
Well, that's not what we saw in that field.
Yeah, I could have sworn that was Chris
Trent
Paul.
Scott played tackle the whole game.
Trent Scott played well, though.
Played okay.
7-5 was it?
Was it on specials?
No.
Maybe I'm calling Chris Paul out, and I'm probably wrong, but I could have sworn that was Chris Paul.
I heard people discussing Chris Paul.
I could have
So I
sworn
don't
that
know
was Chris
why.
Paul
So
that
it
got
must-
blown past.
Unless they were just discussing Trent Scott and they were calling him Chris Paul. I don't know.
I mean, I'm looking at the snap counts. That's all I'm telling you.
Yeah, I could be getting it wrong. It's just
He had 5. Chris Paul had 5 special team snaps.
maybe I looked at the wrong guy. I'm gonna look
I'm
at the
telling you,
game
the
again
conversation
today.
I heard Jay was.
I'm gonna look at the
Chris Paul.
game again, but what was on that right side was getting.
That would have been Scott.
Well,
Scott
maybe it was
playing right
Scott.
tackle.
Yeah, maybe it was Scott. I messed up. Probably said Chris Paul.
It's
name.
okay.
But yeah,
Okay. I
whoever
think-
it was,
I
we
think
need
Scott
Wiley
was
back.
better than people expected, especially matched up against TJ Watt for a lot of that game. Still, Wiley had been performing at a higher level. I don't know what the fix is for the run game between Wiley and Robinson. I know that I don't believe your run game should drop off that significantly, due to losing a back, unless it's Barry Sanders or something.
Well, the thing about it,
In 2 or 3 games without him, they have less than 60 yards
but
rushing.
the thing about it is, you're talking about a 200 and close to 30-pound guy who squares shoulders and moves the pile. It makes a difference. It's a running style that he has compared to the other guys who are more slashers, and when they get touched, they go down. He gets touched, he gained 2 more yards. It makes a world of difference.
Yeah, it does. He's impacted it a lot. But, dude, I go back to the last play of the game. I wonder how much better defensively they can be with Lattimore. I almost wonder if Lattimore's at the top of the list. Because, yes, we haven't seen them with him on the field, but we have seen an inability to – I just – specific to this matchup and A.J. Brown, who's a super physical receiver who's been really, really good. B, you're totally right. This team absolutely tends to get up for this matchup. But last year in this matchup, A.J. Brown dominated.
He did.
Dominated. And I think if you can get the guy presumably is going to be your top corner and a guy that's really physical and built for kind of these like serious competitive, but like physically competitive situations, I think that could be a really big help.
It could be, but I still feel this team right here with an offense like they have that's very explosive and can get points on the board, they will make other teams more one-dimensional.
In 4 games against Washington, A.J. Brown has 23 catches for 397 yards and 5 touchdowns. I want somebody to slow that guy down.
Well, if they're running the football, guess what? That guy's on the sideline.
Sure. I mean, dude, in a perfect world, you get them all back. How worried, and this is speculative, but how worried would you be if something was up with Biotish? He is really
that will
transformed.
trouble me more than anything because I still feel like I know we talk about left tackles all the time. A center is probably the most important person out there, other than the damn quarterback.
Dude, if you just think about last year to this year, Gates, the first 6 games before they finally benched him, how bad the entire offensive line was.
Yeah.
It impacts everything. Biotish has been really, really good. Now, I like Dieter, the backup that came in for some snaps yesterday. But I just wonder, last night Biotish was clearly hurt. He was able to come back out and finish that game. In the flow of the game, you have so much adrenaline going that it's almost easier to stay in. But after you shut it down, get hurt, start getting treatment, whatever else, you realize how everything else feels. I think that is certainly something to watch.
But the fact that he came back in the game, Jay,
tells you a lot.
Some guys,
absolute warriors.
Some guys just can't do that. Some guys have a willpower, and I think that dude does.
Absolute warriors. I agree with you on that. Are these calls about who they want back the most, the priority here? Let's go to Jay down in Indian Head. Jay, who you want back, man? You get to pick one.
Lattimore, definitely. Benjamin St. Juste only have 1 interception in the last 4 years. This is his second defense, and this is his second defensive coordinator. He doesn't watch the waist when the receiver comes off the line of scrimmage, doesn't get his long arms on the receiver to affect the timing of a passing route. So, he doesn't do outside and inside out. Doesn't do his normal technique that he probably should do. Something that they teach you all the way back to Pop Warner. I went to Northwestern High School. We had one of the top defenses in 4A football back in Maryland in the early 2000s and the late 99s, the late 1999s and stuff like that. So, it's all about being physical, using his size and his length and everything and to his advantage. And I just don't think he uses it. So Lattimore for sure, number 1.
Lattimore, number 1. All right. Thanks for the call, bud. Appreciate it.
No problem.
I am going to post a Twitter poll. How about that, Landfill? I'm going to say if you can only pick one player to return from injury for Thursday night in Philly, who is it? Choices: B-Rob, Wiley, Lattimore, or other. That seem fair? I'm fascinated what the results to this will be. Is this Landfill's buddy, Charlie in College Park? Hello,
It
Charles.
is.
How you doing, bud?
I'm doing good. It's a beautiful day. I don't feel bad about this team. I'm telling you what, 1 point loss. You didn't have B-Rob. You didn't have Wiley. And Lattimore hasn't played yet. Who knows what shape he's in. I'd go with Wiley first because we all know games are won and lost in the offensive, defensive line. I think they could have won that game with the backs they had. I thought, what's his name? the offensive coordinator for that. So I got to go with Wiley first, but B-Rob a close second. Run the football till they stop you. Thanks.
All right, bro.
Thank you, buddy. Problem was they kind of stopped him yesterday. They averaged less than 3 yards per carry, or less than 4 yards per carry, rather, kind of throughout the game. And I think, dude, it's interesting. You said this before that people scream about not running Jaden. I think when Jaden's not a threat to run like he was yesterday, it impacts the entire offense.
Yeah, it does.
Especially when
That's
you don't
why I
have
tell
B-Rob.
people let him be a football player.
When you don't
And
have
he'll
Brian
better protect
Robinson
himself.
and that the interior run game might take a hit without Brian Robinson, and you're trying to work the edges and the threat of the option with the quarterback or just the QB keepers, whatever you want to call it, isn't there. I think that makes a big impact. Also, credit to Sam Cosmi, who after the game in the locker room said, on that draw play late in the game where the D tackle was able to make a good play, Cosby said, he's like, man, if I don't want to try to quote him and be incorrect, but basically he was like, if I could have stayed on my block another quarter of a second, I think that's at least a first down. There was a lot of green there, and the D tackle was able to get back and make a heck of a play.
I guarantee you talk to defensive linebackers and all, they'd much rather hit Jaden than hit Brian Robinson.
Yeah, for sure. Let's go to Junior in Alexandria. What's up, Jay?
Hey, what's going on? Hey, what's going on, fellas? How y'all doing?
Good, man. How you doing?
I got two things real quick. First, I'm going to definitely say you need Lattimore back. Benjamin St. Juste he plays with bad eyes. Bad eyes, bad positioning. Heard another caller talk about that too. But this is just not the first time. This has been an ongoing problem. Teams know to go at him on third downs and crucial situations. To be 6'3", he has a lot of bad eyes, can't find the ball, all that other stuff. The last thing I'm going to say is it goes back to what you said, B, about having the lineman back first. You just said it. If Cosme says he gets around and on that wrap and on that pull and hits that guy, that's why you say you would rather have possibly B-Rob back, because without the line, you're keeping Brown on the sidelines, and that running game controls the clock. Thanks.
There you go.
Thank you, buddy. It's a good call. We'll see what we can do here. We'll take John in Forestville. Johnny.
What's up, John?
How do you want it to shake out?
Hey,
with the
man, how you
injuries?
guys doing, man?
Good, brother.
All right. I got Lattimore, B-Rob, Wiley.
Why?
The secondary is a real concern. We get to the ball. I mean, we're pretty good up front. B-Rob adds that forward lean to the running game, which we don't have right now. We do have scat backs that they can make plays, but they don't get that extra yard like Mr. Mitchell said. And Wiley, I think we're pretty good offensively and defensively up front right now. Nobody's been kind of overpowering us. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Now, I do have one thing to say. The only thing I will say about that play with St. Juste is that he didn't even get into a drop. And that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. I mean, as a corner, your first steps are back. And he didn't even get into a drop. And a guy who's not even fast ran right past him. That's ridiculous. Thanks for the call.
Thanks, John. Appreciate you, buddy. All right, so I posted this Twitter poll, and the quick results. We're only 5 minutes in, but it's got almost 1,000 votes. If you can only pick one player to come back, Brian Robinson has about 20% of the vote. Andrew Wiley, 3.5%. Lattimore, overwhelming, 77% of the vote, and 0.1% for other.
John was understand it. Lattimore ain't played yet, so he ain't coming back. He gonna be here for the first time.
True. Just
I understand
coming
what
back
they're
from
saying.
injury. I'm saying
that they're saying the importance because you just saw the last play basically just stuck the nail in the coffin was a guy getting ran past. I understand that, but for 10 games thorough this year, offense has led this football team. And if you get him back and then the offense can't run the ball and we're one-dimensional, we just saw how that end up. It ain't gonna end up very good.
Tricky situation, man. I think it's almost more important to hope, wish, speak into existence that there aren't other injuries that become apparent, right? This is not the time of year where you want things going haywire, especially if you're about to host friends and family for the holidays. Thanksgiving's about 2 weeks away. Christmas is going to be here in a month. There's going to be a million Christmas parties. All of these things are about to start happening. You better make sure that your home appliances are in tip-top shape. That's what I had to do. My dishwasher was messing up. I called Better Appliance, Bettar. They're located in Kensington, Maryland, family-owned company, and they sent out a technician. He tried a couple things, said, listen, man, this thing is beat. We got to get you a new one. They had the whole process. The whole procedure was done in probably less than 2 hours. Incredible service. They've been family-owned business in the DMV since 1945. 70 years of service of appliance repairs and sales. They got what you need when you need it. Call them now to make sure nothing goes sideways during the holidays. The last thing you need with 16 people at your house for turkey is for your oven to stop working. And then all of a sudden you're ordering pizza. Nobody wants pizza on Thanksgiving, except maybe me. Check them out, betterappliance.com. Better get better. Bettar, betterappliance.com.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by Commuter Connections Guaranteed Ride Home. In the NFL, the Commanders fall to 7-3 as they lose to the Steelers yesterday, 28-27. Quick turnaround for the Commanders as they go to Philly to take on the Eagles on Thursday Night Football. Monday Night Football tonight, the Dolphins taking on the Rams at 8:15. You can hear the game right here on the Fan following Virginia Tech basketball and college hoops tonight. Virginia Tech taking on Winthrop. 7 p.m. tip-off. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. Maryland taking on Florida A&M at home, 7 p.m. tip-off on the Team 980. In the NBA, the Wizards in a back-to-back tonight as they look to bounce back from their loss to the Magic last night, 121-94. Tonight, they're in Houston to take on the Rockets, 8 p.m. tip-off. You can hear that game on Bloomberg 99.1. Get a free ride home for an illness, unexpected emergency, or unscheduled overtime when you share the ride to work. Get started at commuterconnections.org or call 800-745-RIDE. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. I'm just going to call my shot real quick here, boys. I had to get a new credit card, and my credit card that's signed up to my Easy Pass that I have to drive the toll road all the time. To try to access that and change it out, pray for me. Just because it's impossible. Like, I've been trying all day. Like, I have the transponder number, but my transponder's from before April of 2021. Like, it's a rabbit hole of all rabbit holes.
Is your transponder on your car?
Yeah.
So all you have to do is change the credit card.
I have to be able to access the account. That's what I'm having trouble with.
Oh, so you don't know your username?
No, I have it all, but they don't recognize my transponder number because it's old.
But I don't know.
I'll try to call.
Whenever I change mine, I just go in and change the credit card.
That's all. That's all I'm trying to do.
Transponder.
That's all
Just
I'm trying
change
to
it
do.
and see.
What's that?
Just change it. Have they?
I
have they
can't
sent
access the account. Is what I'm telling you.
See, you don't have your username and your thing there.
No, I do. I have it saved. But my transponder number is too old. I know you always think I'm incorrect. It's possible that Easy Pass kind of sucks because lots of people have a lot of trouble with it.
I never had a problem with it.
Of course,
I got 4 cars on it.
I wanted to do one thing different because we've been talking 3.5 hours now about the stuff that went wrong. Obviously, the spot on Ertz, penalties, drops. There was a lot of stuff, right?
Yeah.
But there were, like, I specifically made a note that I wanted to
talk about Terry.
No, yeah, sure, but I wanted to talk about Dante Fowler.
Dante Fowler has been a maniac.
Dude, he's got 8.5 sacks through 10 games.
Mm-hmm.
He's among the leaders in the NFL. He's on pace for the first double-digit sack total for this organization in a little while. Probably since Payne's contract year, Pro Bowl year. Fowler's been fantastic. Yes. And not only has he been really good, but he also isn't in Dallas anymore as depth when Parsons went down, when he would have been playing. I do think it's 7-3 and coming off a game where they kind of gave it away late, but they were still quite good against a very good team. Like, it's okay to shout out some of the guys that are performing really well.
Yeah.
And I think Fowler, for me, is at least near the top of that
Fowler
list.
has been unbelievable. And Terry, remember they were talking about he's not involved enough? He's got him another 100-yard game yesterday.
Yeah. McLaurin now is, I know he started yesterday top 4 in yards in the league. He didn't get any touchdowns yesterday, but I think he finished with 115 receiving yards, made some tough catches. I love that slant that he took. You know, you'd love to see him score on that, but he completely flipped field position. He had a couple plays where he was trying to will his team to a victory, it kind of seemed like, where, you know, Terry has 711 receiving yards through 10 games and 6 touchdowns. I mean, his career highs, he is on pace to easily surpass the career highs. His career high yardage is almost 1,200 yards, 1,191. He made the Pro Bowl in 22. Had 5 touchdowns this year. Right now, with 6 touchdowns through 10 games, he's only 1 off the pace of his rookie season where he had 7. So I think.
How many yards do you have right now?
Yards, he's at 711, always open. On pace to, I'd say, really beat his career best yardage total and touchdown total. Interestingly, the receptions will kind of be a little tight. His second year in the NFL, he had 87 catches. His YPC dropped a little bit because it was more of a volume play that year. But, dude, I mean, it is wild to think he's at 47 catches for 711 yards. The second highest per game average of his career. And I think the touchdowns are going to go way up. So those two dudes, I don't know. Is there anybody you enjoyed watching yesterday, Jeff, for Landfill? Because we've been kind of not blasting him, but pointing out all the things that went wrong. And sadly, there was a lot, but there was some stuff that was good.
All right, so I'm not blast. Like, I enjoy watching the team. We just came up short on some plays. You know, like I enjoyed watching the team yesterday. It was a good game of football. I don't know who would I say really stuck out.
Well, I thought Chin was fantastic.
Oh yeah, that's what I was about to say. Jeremy Chin is balling this season. Better lock up that extension real quick.
Do you want to issue Chris Paul an apology?
Yes, I will publicly issue Chris Paul an apology because I messed up his name. I messed up. It's fine. Play what that movie. Players mess up too, Craig.
All good.
It's all good. But I just had a lot of people inform me it was Trent Scott. So
Chin had a pick and a fumble recovery.
Yeah, and didn't he have a pick last week? Or was it the week before that?
He definitely has had one. I'm trying to remember right now, top of my head.
He's been balling all year.
Totally. I think you're right. I think he did have one last week. Chin's been really good. No, last week he had the fumble recovery, I believe. Chin's been good. How about the backup kicker they signed? I mean, it wasn't always pretty. It was a little more nerve-wracking than what it has been with Seibert. How much does that concern you, talking about the injuries going into Thursday night in Philly?
I mean, I don't. It doesn't concern me because the kid was perfect in what he did. I think if Seibert can't go, you got somebody in your thing that you know can kick. But if Seibert's back, just move on. But I mean, listen, man. As a former player, you get an opportunity to play, and these guys need to try and step up and show what they're capable of. You know, and if he had come in, you know, and his ball looks different, but his ball goes through the uprights. And if it went through the upright every day, I'm not concerned at all about that.
Dude, depending what happens today with some of this injury stuff, it'll be kind of fascinating how they figure out the inactives. If more people from yesterday's game are now injured and unable to go Thursday, I guess you could just have them on the active and not play them. But like, you may be forced into situations where you've got to release a guy that you don't want to, or there's just not a lot of wiggle room at this point because you're carrying 2 kickers, 4 running backs. Like, it's just.
I guarantee you, they got a game plan. They're not concerned at all.
Well, I think there's a difference between having a game plan and not being concerned. Some of these are just not ideal scenarios.
I understand, Jay, but like, you are a energetic and everything. I don't think these people, they already got a plan for what's going to happen. They'll know. Because you got 53 guys start up, 40-something end up at the game. All 40-something don't play. So if they have 45, they can work it. They have 44, they can
Well,
work
they'll
it.
have no option either.
I understand, but I mean, for the most part, you're not going to get everybody hurt every week. So it won't be that much of a problem.
Short week, man. It's going to be tricky. Big division game. Washington has played quite well in Philly. I gave you A.J. Brown's numbers against the Eagles. Against Washington since he got to Philly 2 years ago. Keep in mind, too, Terry has killed the Eagles.
Yeah.
He's been really good up there, including, his rookie debut came against Philly.
100 plus, right?
What's that?
He had over 100 that game, didn't he?
Yeah, I think he had 2 touchdowns. Maybe he had one and had one more he wanted. In 10 career games against the Eagles, Terry has 58 catches for 847 yards and 4 touchdowns. Now, unfortunately, the record in those 10 games is 3-7. Out of teams that Terry has played more than once, how many do we think he has a winning record against?
More than once?
This is kind of fascinating.
Hmm.
All right. With McLaurin on the team, the Washington team, because they've been called all 3 names under Terry's tenure, are 2-1 against the Cardinals, 3-0 against Atlanta. 0-2 against the Ravens, 0-3 against the Bills, 3-0 against the Panthers, 2-0 against the Bengals. There's a whole lot of trouble here. Any more 2s? 4-6 against the Giants in his time. 0-2 against the Jets. That's lower than I would expect. That's it. So he's done very well against the Cardinals. The team has done very well against the Cardinals, the Falcons, and the Panthers. Not necessarily surprised considering where Washington has been for most of the last 5-6 seasons, kind of the company they've kept. This year, they're keeping different company. So maybe they go up to Philadelphia, short week or not, show them who's boss. You know who they should call this week? They got a whole bunch of stuff they got to get up north to Philadelphia. Should call Metropolitan Moving and Storage, the official, unofficial moving and storage company of 1067 The Fan. Seriously, Metropolitan Moving and Storage has moved almost everyone here at the station. They also do corporate, business, any kind of moving you want. They can store your stuff. Say you're selling your house and you're not going to get into a new house for like 6 months. You got to store all that stuff somewhere. Call Metropolitan Moving. They can help you stage your home. They'll even pack your boxes. They can build out custom crates for the high-end stuff you need moved. Sculptures, art, chandelier. They can even send a moving consultant to your house to discuss your options and provide a free on-site estimate. What's crazy is these are guys I've known since probably middle school. They've built this business from nothing just because with their own hard work. It is very cool. You should give my guy Justin a call, 301-279-0090. Tell him JP Finley told you to call him. I've known McCarty since we were kids. Like, he's going to bust his butt for you or your business, whatever your moving needs are. The folks at DCMetropolitanMoving.com, DCMetropolitanMoving.com will take care of you.
tell you how I live. I'm gonna buy you a drink.
Ooh.
I'm gonna take you home.
B. Mitch Finley 1067 the fan. Jeff, you got him fighting in the chat, dude. One dude's wondering why he can't see us, and the other dude's like, I'm pretty sure it's in a commercial, man. People be jumping on you in there, Jeff.
It's all good.
All right. Wrapping this thing up, like tomorrow is a look at Philly. I think we need some Eagles guests figure out their health situation. Yep. Short week, man. It's gonna be interesting. B and I are both. You going up Wednesday night? Wednesday?
Yep.
So we'll do the show somewhere up there on Thursday. Lot of moving parts, dude. A lot of moving parts. Landfill's gonna be a busy week. The Commanders will practice tomorrow. We'll be out there tomorrow. Dan Quinn talks when we're off the air. Wednesday, the other part with these short weeks is that they try to thread the needle. Understandably, I don't even knock the teams for this, but there are media obligations as laid out by league policy, and then there are short weeks where, like, hitting the benchmarks of the media obligations are just damn near impossible.
Mm-hmm.
But yet we all have to try to go through the song and dance of doing it. So even Wednesday, we technically get to be out there, and then they're going to kick the media out after stretching, which is, if you've ever watched an NFL team on a short week stretch the day before a game, you really ain't learning much.
Mm-hmm.
But there is a game tonight. It is a fresh new week. All the boys are here all week. I think it's time to get our bets back together. It's time for her to hear first. All right, boys, we got a ball game tonight. I will, I don't know, Jeffrey, you want to lead us off here?
Yeah, I'm going to take the Wiz plus 13.5.
Wiz tonight playing Houston. I got an alt cast if anybody wants to watch that. You know who's on this alt cast tonight? You guys ready for this?
Who on it?
Me.
Okay.
Jason Smith, Sticks, who's always great dude, a ton of fun.
Okay.
I'll let you guess, Jeff.
Even though I already know?
No, then say it.
Jeff Walker, baby.
No. I will pitch you, though. I think that'd be funny.
I was going to guess Chauncey Billups.
No, Nucci's on.
Okay.
I think Nucci's coming in studio, too, which will be dope. And you know that dude, Tony P? Like the viral TikTok, I'm a 25-year-old that works in D.C.?
Yeah.
He's going to be on it, too. So, and intern John. All right, we got a fun show tonight. That'll be fun. Just taking the Wiz. I'd love the Wiz. I might have to talk myself into
You're
that.
taking the Wiz money line or taking the points?
I said 13.5. Brother.
Okay, just making sure.
Landini, what do you like?
I'm taking the Rams.
I, too, am taking the Rams.
Damn it.
Phil. Sorry, pal. I had a decent weekend. By decent, I mean my kids are still somewhat on track to go to community college.
I'm going to take OKC minus 6.5 and Cleveland Cavaliers under. Cleveland Cavaliers, Chicago Bulls under.
Wow, that's a very specific. What landed you there?
237.5.
High. We didn't get to make mention of this, but Alex Ovechkin is on absolute fire. Has 10 goals through 14 games, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
He's tied for.
Obi say y'all say next year. He won't get this over this year.
Do you think that's part of it, or is just he's playing good hockey? They're playing good hockey.
He's playing good hockey, but then again, I'm serious, man. When you get close to something, and you are an exceptional talent like he is, you want that stuff to end because you get tired of getting asked questions about it.
I bet that much I can certainly believe. All right, thank you to everybody that listened to the program today. Thank you to all the folks in the stream. Been a fun day. People are Commandante Tequila. I don't know what you're talking about, but I hope you had a great time at the game yesterday.
He was talking to me from the stand. I don't know what the hell he was talking about.
Painted up like the Joker again?
No, he wasn't painted this time.
Fun show, even if yesterday was not a fun finale to a good game. They got a chance to reset it all Thursday, man. This game Thursday night is going to be massive. Phillies won 5 in a row. Washington coming off a loss, their first home loss of the season. Oh, we didn't do this real quick. What do you think the percentage of Steelers fans was in there yesterday?
I don't know.
It was a lot. There's a lot of them, and apparently the burgundy towels weren't easy to spin around, which is why we didn't see them. But it was a good big game atmosphere. Thank you to Charlie Batch for joining us. Thank you to everybody that called. Grant and Danny coming your way next. You made it this far. Oh, your beer.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is presented by Baldino's Lock and Key, your one-stop shop for auto keys and fobs. In the NFL, the Commanders fall to 7-3 after they lost to the Steelers at Northwest Stadium yesterday, 28-27. Jaden Daniels only completing 50% of his passes on the day, 17-34 for 202 yards. Quick turnaround for the Commanders. They'll take on the Eagles on Thursday Night Football in Philadelphia, and the Eagles beat the Cowboys yesterday, 34-6. Eagles now 7-2 and lead the division. The Cowboys are 3-6. The Giants fell to the Panthers in overtime in Germany, 20-17. The Giants now 2-8. Monday Night Football tonight. Dolphins taking on the Rams. 8:15 kickoff. You can hear the game right here on the Fan following Virginia Tech basketball. And in college hoops tonight, Virginia Tech taking on Winthrop at home. 7 p.m. tip-off right here on the Fan. Maryland also in action, taking on Florida A&M. That'll tip off at 7 o'clock on the Team 980. In the NBA, last night, the Wizards fell to the Magic 121-94. Jordan Poole with 24 points. Bilal Coulibaly with 20 points on 9 of 11 shooting. Back-to-back for the Wizards tonight as they're in Houston to take on the Rockets. 8 p.m. tip-off. You can hear that game on Bloomberg 99.1. And on Saturday, the Capitals beat the Blues 8-1. Their next game is Wednesday at home against the Maple Leafs. This update is presented by Baldino's Lock and Key. They make car key problems look obsolete. With 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland, stop by one near you today. For more info, visit baldinos.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Welcome in on a Monday. It's Grant and Danny on the Fan. It is just after 2 o'clock on November 11th, 2024. We are taking you all the way up to 6:30 tonight. We are looking forward to making some sense of what we watched yesterday with the Steelers getting a 1-point win over the Commanders, 28-27. Jay Gruden will be on the show for his normal Monday appointment at 5 o'clock. We'll talk to Austin Eckler tomorrow at 5 o'clock. Quick turnaround, though, because Thursday, coming very, very quickly, the game of the season to date, Washington 7-3, needs to get up off the mat for the Eagles. Hello, Danny. How are you?
Buddy. Not much time to lick your wounds, to your point. If there's such a thing as a bad loss while losing to a good football team, Washington tried to do it yesterday. Like you told me before the game, they'll lose by a point to Pittsburgh. There's no shame in that, right? For a team that's ahead of schedule against a good quality football opponent that's as well coached as any team in the sport on an annual basis, coming off of a bye week, there are a lot of built-in things where you go, yeah, maybe a young group that's not quite ready for prime time loses to a really quality opponent. Lessons learned, we move on. The way that it happened yesterday has really stuck in my craw. And maybe that's a sign of positivity too, in the sense that the expectations are higher now. If this is Rivera riddled with mistakes, Sam Howell making errors all over the place, guys that shouldn't be on NFL rosters dropping passes, you go, yeah, game effort, that was awesome. But the bar's higher now. And again, maybe that's probably a good sign, but I am bitter from yesterday.
Yeah, I think that's actually really healthy, honestly. I think that is indicative of a changing of the guard around here, because there's really two ways to look at this game. There is the house money season, house money game. You almost beat the Steelers perspective, which I don't completely subscribe to by any means. And then there's the flip side of that, which is, oh, give me a break. You're up 10 points in the third quarter. You're at home. You've got a team on the mat. And basically all you've got to do is make one or two plays that were there to be made for the entire second half. You couldn't do it and you lose. That's a bad loss. I'm somewhere in the middle, if I'm being honest. I don't think this one burned me as much as it did you because of the nuance and the context here. They did not have Brian Robinson at running back, and they didn't have two of their top three tackles going up against the best defense they're going to face all season, and easily the best defense they have faced so far this year. And despite Trent Scott, who I don't think is a starting NFL tackle, I'm not even sure that he is a quality swing tackle, like third tackle for a championship level NFL team at this point. He's going head to head with TJ Watt yesterday. You told me that going into the game. I'm expecting a bit of a fiasco off the edge. There's going to be sack fumbles. There's going to be some blood for Jaden Daniels. I thought they did a pretty good job. They didn't have their automatic kicker who has not missed any kicks. They signed a guy who hadn't kicked in 3 years. That wasn't an issue, despite him kicking from deep a couple of times in the game. So across the board, I actually thought yesterday went a little better than I would have anticipated. On Friday, when we did our show out in Bethesda/Rockville, whichever you prefer.
North Bethesda Rockville.
Which, by the way, was a blast, and thank you to everyone who came out.
Sports Social was a 10.
The Friday field trips have been remarkable.
Yeah, we've been hitting bolts, dude.
I am really excited about how this is going. And I just think the people out there, Larry Bird and company, they couldn't have gotten the show more. You know, they were obviously listeners, but they just really, really fun to work with. And we just thank them for their hospitality. They were excellent to spend the day with. But I bring that up to say I picked Washington to beat the Steelers on Friday. When I found out Andrew Wiley was out, and without him and Lucas, and without Brian Robinson, who was ruled out as well, I switched my pick yesterday pregame with Linnell and Denton. I said, Pittsburgh's going to win the football game. I just didn't think they could block the Steelers. And they actually did a pretty good job. There have been games this year when Jaden Daniels has had as many as 21 pressures, when he's passing, 17, 16, 13 in games this year. He was only pressured 11 times yesterday. They actually acquitted themselves pretty well. Now, they dropped too many passes. They made too many mistakes. I understand that. But I think, considering who was available and who wasn't, Steelers off of a bye, not lost on me. Tomlin 14-4 in that situation, 8 straight years with a win. I thought yesterday was more encouraging than discouraging, I'll be honest.
So how matters so much to me here. Had it been 2 backups or 3 at times on the offensive line and that, TJ Watt and company having a field day, I'd go, what are you going to do? That sucks. You can't match. They beat everybody, let alone your backups and your second stringers.
Which is probably what you were expecting, I'm guessing, like me.
Yeah, I mean, seeing that no Andrew, which by the way, how crazy a year has it been that now we're going, oh, Andrew Wiley's out. They can't afford to lose him.
So 2 things. One, he's been better and good. Like he's just been legitimately good. Second, they don't have an option because Lucas is hurt.
Yeah.
If Wiley was out and Lucas was available, I don't think we'd be saying this. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean.
Cornelius Lucas is very solid. Your guy that's supposed to replace Andrew Wiley was also out.
Yeah, Biotish is hurt.
You were down to your third right tackle against the single best left defensive end in the NFL.
So if that's how the game got taken over and they couldn't manage a forward pass because TJ Watt was wreaking havoc and game wrecking, I'd go, yeah, I get it. That sucks. That had nothing to do with dropping passes. That's got nothing to do with not being able to field a punt on consecutive punts by Lamin Zacchaeus. That's got nothing to do with boneheaded penalties. I mean, man, oh man, to me, this is a story of missed opportunity. You can get away with it 1 or 2 times. You can't get away with it constantly.
Well, you play a team as good as the Steelers.
Yeah.
And you make as many mistakes as they did, you cannot win. Right? I mean, just
that's the tail of the tape to me. And that's the part that burns. Like, this should have been the story of, can you believe they did, like, remember when they played Cleveland and Myles Garrett had 0 stats, had as many stats as you and I did? And we're going, oh my God, this is incredible. Throw out what you thought about the O-line. This is the new paradigm. This is the new reality. If they beat the Steelers yesterday, just by making normal plays, nothing exceptional. No one's even asking for like 3rd down war daddy stuff where you're winning some tightly contested balls like their guys did in huge clutch moments. But if you overcome what you basically did yesterday by dealing with that excellent defense and all the pressure, the story today is give Bobby Johnson more money. Give everybody that's in charge over there all the flowers and throw flowers on the ground like they're the king of Zamunda walking into the room. Like, this is unbelievable what they overcame because they did that, and then it was stuff that regular guys that they're going to count on the rest of the way making either mistakes or being limited, and you're just going, damn it. You did the hard part. The hard part is stopping Pittsburgh from ruining everything. You did that. And you still lose that game because of stuff that you would count on guys doing 100 times out of 100.
That's where I'm not overly discouraged, honestly, because I don't think these mistakes, and Dan Quinn was asked about this today in his press conference. Like, are you worried because it's such a quick turnaround going into the Eagles game that you've got so many things to clean up? And what he basically said, and I agree with this, the stuff that we have to clean up happened in that game badly. It's not really who we're going to be. It's not really what we've been. Everyone talks about the drops, and they should. You could assign as many. If you want to call a drop a ball that hit someone in the hands that they should have caught, I think you can realistically make the case there were 6 or 7 times where if you just make a play for your quarterback, you can make the catch. Now, by definition, there were not that many drops because the definition of a drop is basically that a defender does not influence you dropping the football, and it's within what we call the body, basically the catch radius. You're not making catches out wide athletically. And so, like PFF, as an example, assigned 3 drops in the game yesterday. De'Ami Brown in the end zone, which was pretty obvious. Luke McCaffrey on the sideline on the ball that hit him in the hands right before he got blown up on a play that Daniels kept alive. And then the really, really bad drop by Zach Ertz. I think it was like a 2nd and 11 in the middle of the
Ended
field.
up having to settle for a field goal.
When you're watching on TV, I bet you couldn't even tell he dropped it at first because he drops it. It bounces right up off the ground back to him and he falls down. It looked like a catch.
Yeah, because his normal routine is that. Catch, fall to the ground almost immediately, either losing his balance or drag down. And that one was killer.
Those were
killer.
the 3 they actually assigned. But there were other times, a couple times with Noah Brown with his hands on the ball.
Just make a play.
At the end of the game, if he makes that athletic catch with Pierre crashing into him on the back shoulder ball, a little underthrown, but still like a very catchable, very solid, give your guy a chance, let's go win a football game moment from Jaden in the offense. If he makes that catch, you're in field goal range, you kick it, you win the game. And they just didn't make those plays.
Right.
But there were so many other things they didn't do that they could have to win, right? They never turned the ball over. They've turned the ball over 3 times all season. It was only once yesterday, but how big was the muffed punt inside the 15? What that did, Danny, in my opinion, is it basically said to Pittsburgh, hey, you guys faked that punt. You gave us the ball at the 15-yard line for an easy touchdown. We're going to wipe that away by giving you one now, too. It basically, like, that is a game-changing break. You win because of that play, but then you essentially just took out your dry eraser and you erased it off the board and said, actually, we'll give you a drive that starts inside the 15 now just to make sure everything's evened out. That was a killer.
That was devastating.
Quinn did say today that he's sticking with Olamide Zaccheaus as his punt returner after 2 muffs put the ball on the ground twice yesterday. That's such a quick, next game Thursday. I worry about that mentally a little bit for him because he did put one on the ground against the Panthers earlier in the season as well. That's 3 this year.
Yeah. So I don't know if it was because it was a left-footed punter and if the spin was different. I just know that I've never seen anybody look that uncomfortable. That's not true. I have, and they got replaced as punt returner because of it. I mean, it looked like he was terrified of the football. Like it just was going to hit him in the face or hit him in the shoulder. Like he hadn't done it before. And I know he has, but man, those are tough. And again, you already said it, but I'll double down. You can get away with that against Carolina when your offense is going to walk up and down the field and score against the team that's beaten, that's looking for an excuse to, go play golf. Not Steelers, man. You cannot do that against them. You can't do it this Thursday, and you can't do it the next time you play the Eagles too. Those teams are too good to allow for more than the occasional mistake. Because there's going to be some. There are going to be moments where you try to run upfield before you catch the ball. Right? Pittsburgh had one. The fake punch you mentioned. That's a 60-yard gain. Maybe it's a touchdown. Guy drops it. Just flat out dropped it. Perfect call. Perfect everything. They had it. He drops it. They made mistakes too. Washington made a lot more of them. And, when it kind of came to winning time, their guy was better than your guy on a couple different spots. That's what it is. Like you could only overcome so much unless you're one of these, before free agency 49ers, 91 Redskins juggernauts, right? And you're not good enough. And nobody is right now in the NFL, I don't think, to overcome that many mistakes in crucial spots.
Not against a really good team.
Yeah, not against a good club.
And Pittsburgh at 6-2 coming in now 7-2. And I want to keep saying this off of a bye. Multiple weeks to prepare. Refreshed.
The plan showed, I thought, for them, by the way.
Defensively, they had the best plan against Jaden Daniels. Daniels' running was a complete non-factor. He had 3 attempts for 5 yards. They spied him a bunch with Patrick Queen, who, by the way, is way faster than I thought. How did Ravens fans not like that guy for a couple of years? What am I missing? He was awesome yesterday for the Steelers. I thought he single-handedly did a nice job at erasing some of the running threat that Jaden Daniels has been. They did not get anything in the scramble game from Daniels. Daniels all season long has scrambled more than every other quarterback and for more yards, and he didn't have a single rushing yard as a scrambler yesterday. They kept him in the pocket, which is what they wanted to do. Now, in the same way that when he was in the pocket against the Ravens, he lit it up and almost beat Baltimore, they almost won the game anyway because he can make plays from the pocket. And if he had a little more help from his receivers yesterday, I think they probably would have won. I know you're not allowed to say anything other than Jaden Daniels should be the MVP and he's the greatest quarterback who's ever lived. I thought this was since Tampa, probably the most average game he's played. Fair? I thought he was a little bit off with his accuracy on some throws. He missed that Luke McCaffrey throw from the end zone that would have been maybe a 98-yard touchdown.
Would have been a huge play.
But
one
it
way or the
certainly
other.
would have been 60 or 70 yards. There was a play to Zacchaeus, actually, where he was coming across the middle of the field, would have been a huge chunk right toward the press box. He was out wide. It kind of went off of it, the fingertips or palm when he kind of missed him wide. I thought it was, again, the standard for him has been that he has played like an MVP and at an elite level. I'm not saying he played badly. I just do not think he is. If you're looking at it like a plotting chart where his dots are always very high, I would say this was lower down this past week.
I think that's fair.
Than the level he has been playing.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Also, the lack of running. He's a dual threat. Like, that's part of the equation. After every game, we look at it, and he ran for 30 or 40 or 60, or he had the back-breaking first down scramble. There was nothing from him on the ground.
Yeah, that was taken away. I mean, again, this is the thing that I worry about, right, as the season progresses, is does somebody go, ooh, that's a good formula? Now, not everybody has what Pittsburgh has on defense. I don't know how many opponents they've got coming up are going to be that good.
I mean, I've seen that all day. People are like, ooh, the blueprint's out. Okay, who's your Patrick Queen? I mean, you got T.J. Watt. Highsmith got hurt, but you got Highsmith.
And Preston Smith out of the bullpen and Minka Fitzpatrick and the like. So, yeah, I mean, easier said than done. But it is something I am concerned about, by the way, just given Kingsbury's history and given, the to me, like that game reeked also. I imagine you might disagree, but in those moments, you don't need it against the Giants, Carolina, Cleveland when they've given up or anybody that's bad. That was one of those. Terry McLaurin made that 50-50 grab, made that huge play, toe tap down the side, and we go, damn, that's a grown man. George Pickens made it for them. Mike Williams makes one for them. They could have used another one. They could have used somebody in those moments.
Yeah.
And, I understand that there wasn't a lot of opportunity to add somebody like that. And I know they don't want to, think about it in the future, but that to me is a priority going into next year. I don't even want to talk about next year just yet, but
100%. I don't think anyone would disagree with that. Their number 2 receiver is a guy that was cut by the Texans before the season started. There's just a difference between like want versus need to an extent. And here's what I would say. It's like talking about an extra starting pitcher. 30 teams want an extra starting pitcher.
They could use that. Yeah.
30 teams need it. Of course they need one more weapon in the passing game. But is it worth the assets? Are they the type of team week in and week out, by and large, that is going to bring in a receiver and feed that guy and involve that guy and allow him to put up numbers? Week to week, Noah Brown's basically a 2 to 4 catch, 20 to 50-yard guy. That's not because he's Noah Brown as much as that's the role. Last week was probably as high, or yesterday rather, 7 targets. I mean, it's got to be one or 2 times all year he's had more than 4 or 5 targets. That's just kind of what the number 2 role in this offense is. But I agree, if you had another guy of McLaurin's caliber, yeah, no kidding, it would be a lot better. I mean, it would help.
Well, yeah. So you're telling me a good player will help them? Now, I'm just thinking about those, when you're trying to win games like that, I guess that's kind of my point here, is when it's winning time. You can get away with a lot when you're that much, and they deserve credit for this.
The Steelers don't have 2 of those, though. They have Pickens, who's good. They don't have anybody else. Mike Williams caught a touchdown.
He did.
He's done nothing all year with the Jets, and he's mostly gets hurt all the time. I mean, he is a nice player down the field. But I guess my point is I
wouldn't count on him down in and down out, but when it absolutely mattered, and he was one-on-one with somebody, he dominated that one time.
But I think if Noah Brown, as an example, had the same look against St. Jude's flat-footed,
he'll run by him.
He would run right by him and catch that ball. That was just a misplay by a DB, and they just kind of found a way to win. They had one guy who had more than 32 receiving yards. You know what the difference was? They ran the ball really well. They ran the ball 35 times with Warren and Harris yesterday. Wasn't even like they lit it up. I think Harris had 20 for 50 or something.
Yeah, Harris 21 for 53. Warren 14 for 66, just over 4 yards a pop.
Nice change of pace. But yeah, I mean, I just think they had more success on the ground. They had more things going. Did you think Russell Wilson was that good? He ended up with 3 touchdowns. In the end of the game, winning time, I thought he was awesome. He made some big throws. But throughout, he was 8 for 20 or 9 for 20 to start the game. I thought he was very average for much of the day.
There was your down in, down out wasn't overly impressive. But to your point, there were enough of those huge moments where it was old school vintage Russell Wilson, scrambling for time, dumping it down to somebody, or even a little first down burst. Some of those deep balls where they were clearly thinking they could, and they were right, taking shots down the football field against Washington's coverage. Marshawn Lattimore can't get healthy quick enough, as far as I'm concerned.
No kidding.
Just thinking about some of the matchups and things.
McLaurin was tremendous.
I thought he was really good.
Went for $113. He's on pace for 1,200. He's never done that before. And I thought their defense played well enough to win. I'll be curious to see as we go today. At some point, I want to just take calls straight up on the defense's game because I am curious to see what people think. I think they were way better than the 28 points they allowed. Now, the one thing they've got to do, and this is an all year long issue, they have to make a stop in the red zone occasionally. Like some of these drives where, even on short fields, if you just turn 7 into 3, the whole game changes. The Steelers never had to trot out Boswell. If you can make them do that, then you're in a pretty good place. They couldn't. But they took the field on 5 consecutive drives, I think it was, in the second half, leading by 1 possession or trailing, where they just had to keep the offense afloat. And time again until that last drive, they were able to. You can't ask your defense to just keep bowing and holding up that way. And that's not the design of this team. That's not what this team's been all year.
No.
They did it in the Bears game. The defense won that team the football game. All respect to the Hail Mary with 12 points going into the Hail Mary. And I thought if they would have won this game, it would have been about the defense. Because, yes, they scored 27. 7 of those were on a drive that started at the 15. If you remember, that was a 3-play, 15-yard drive. They went 3 and out 5 times. They had 11 real drives. 9 of them were for 25 or fewer yards. They basically had 2 drives offensively in the whole game.
A couple backbreaking moments, though, like a first down sack by Dante Fowler knocks him back 9 yards right away. George Pickens, not only did you get most of the yards back, you got a first down. There was a couple 3rd and 9s there in the second half, fourth quarter, where that's winning time. You've earned it. You did the work, and those were converted pretty easily. So, but in general, I think your point's 100% right. Defensively, I actually thought they were plenty fine for this group because the standard for the offense is higher than it is for the defense.
Yeah, I mean, you look at after the first quarter touchdown, which was, by the way, on a drive that only netted 41 yards, right? So after that, they allowed -5, 2, 25. These are yards per drive. 14, 12, -1. That was on the kneel down. That doesn't count. But then Steelers come out 9 for 70, go get a touchdown. Then 4 plays, 5 yards, 3 plays, -4 yards. They have the touchdown drive, and then 6 plays, 5 plays, total of 7 yards at the end. They should have won based on how their defense played, in my opinion. And they just didn't do enough. I mean, look at the offense. I tweeted something to this effect yesterday at Grant H. Paulson for me, at Funny Danny for DR. This was their 10th football game this year, Danny. If you look at where their offense ranked in this game among 10 games that they've played, yards per play, 10th. Net yards, 10th by 57 yards. First downs, 9th out of 10 games. Third down percentage, 8th out of 10 games. And they were 0 for until a drive right before the half. Rushing net, 10th by 48 yards. Passing net, 9th. Number of points, 10th. Time of possession, 10th. By far their worst offensive game. Not close.
Yeah, and that's A stands to reason. That's the best defense they've played. But B, again, that's a different outing with the drops.
Does that give you a little bit of anxiousness that you finally played a really good defense and they shut you down?
Yeah.
Because it does to me, except that I go, well, maybe if you had one of your 2 top 3 tackles, maybe if you had B-Rob, it looks a little different. But let's open up the phones for game balls to the best and gassers to the worst. Who gets your game ball from yesterday's outing, and who are you going to make run a lap for struggling? 800-636-1067 is the number on Grant and Danny on the Fan.
first and goal from the 1. On a give, Eckler takes it in. Touchdown.
That was Ian Eagle on the call on CBS yesterday of a Commanders 1-point loss at the hands of the Steelers. Welcome back. Grant and Danny on the Fan, taking you up to 6:30. Jay Gruden will join us at 5. We're going to be giving out game balls here to the best and gassers to the worst. You can call us at 800-636-1067 if you want to participate in game balls and gassers. I should point out, because I just heard Ian Eagle there on the call. Before the game, I went over to the booth, said what's up to Birdman, said what's up to our guy Charles Davis, dapped them up and hung out a little bit. Great guys, number one. Number two, so the broadcast booth is in the nicest version of the owner's suites. And then they just have a booth in there. But it will never get to a point where it feels normal or it's not kind of cool. And I was going over there to see them, just walked right past Magic Johnson.
That's Magic Johnson, dude.
Saw him 5 feet away. Didn't say anything. Didn't stop.
Sure.
Didn't shake his hand up. I wasn't probably even supposed to be in there. I was just beelining it to the broadcast booth because those guys wanted to, chat for a minute. But that's Magic Johnson. It is not something I've gotten used to, and I'm not sure that it is something I will get used to.
I don't know when it's going to become, old hat that Magic Johnson is tweeting about my football team because he's one of the owners of the football team. Not just some cursory stake either. He's one of the huge partners in that deal. That's Magic Johnson, dude. I remember his entire career. That's just wild to think about. That's cool.
All right, game balls and gassers. Here we go. Austin Eckler going to be on the show tomorrow at 5. I thought he ran really hard. Man, did he get hit. Walloped a few times. Absolutely thumped. Ended up averaging just about 3.4 a pop. Those were hard-earned yards against a Steelers defense that is tough to run on. 2 touchdowns for him in the game, throwing it back to his days when he led the NFL in touchdowns in 2 straight seasons. But I thought Eckler, he gave you everything he had all day long.
Zach Ertz, catch the ball, 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 catch the ball. Hold the ball once you've caught it. Catch the ball and hold the ball. You used to do that against us just fine. When it was you in another uniform, you caught every damn ball, including 17 or something like that in one game for the Eagles for so many yards. Just catch the ball. Catch the ball. The emphasis here, catch the ball and hold it once you've caught it. It's too much to ask for you these days to be athletic at all. Hold on, I'm not even done. To catch the ball and fall backwards for a first down, too much to ask for you not to do a slow motion, sand in the hourglass, catch the ball, slowly meander, turn around while 2 defenders are closing on you so quickly. I know you don't have that card in the bag or club in the bag anymore, but please, for the love of God, catch the ball.
Dante Fowler had 2 sacks in this game. Dante Fowler has 4 sacks in the last 2 games. Dante Fowler has a sack in 6 of Washington's last 7 games at this point. He is on pace for 14 sacks. If that sounds like a lot, it should. No player in this organization's recent history has gotten to 14 sacks. In fact, the last time anybody did, it was 1985. And in that year, Dexter Manley and Charles Mann both did it. In fact, if you look at the highest sack seasons in team history, Dexter Manley had 18.5. He also had 15 in 1985. Charles Mann, that same year, had 14.5. Ryan Kerrigan's 13.5 in 2014 in the post-Manley Man 80s era. The only Washington player with more than 13 sacks in a season. And right now, Dante Fowler, signed for next to nothing.
For nothing.
Is on pace for 14 sacks. He's also got a great celly. I don't really know what it means, but I love when he bends down and wipes the front of his shoes off. Someone could explain that to me maybe at Grant H. Paulson. I think it's a 10 out of 10. Might have to ask him about it, but he is balling out right now.
Benjamin St. Juste, tough one. Now, I know the PFF grades have come out, and he actually down in, down out, probably played better than he's going to get credit for. I know this. When Pittsburgh saw him one-on-one, they went after him. Whether that was George Pickens, whether it was Mike Williams late, whatever, they were comfortable. Got flagged as well in this one. Marshawn Lattimore can't get healthy soon enough.
Terry McLaurin was terrific again. Terry McLaurin had 113 yards on 5 catches. That doesn't really tell the story on his 6 targets. He had the huge 54-yard catch and run to set the tone in the third quarter. They came out after halftime without Tyler Biadasz at center. So now you've got a third string right tackle. You have a backup center, and you're dealing with the Steelers front. And I thought, oh my God, this is going to get ugly. Not on that drive, because it was 5 plays and into the end zone, thanks to Terry McLaurin taking over with a couple of huge grabs, including the 54-yarder. He had a super physical catch down near the goal line as well when he ran through a couple tackles. It's clearly like the Steelers just thought he was going to go down, and he said, not unless you make me go down. I really want to advance the football. This is the whole point of the game. That guy just wanted it more than Pittsburgh on a couple of snaps, and it was very obvious. He also made that ridiculous toe tap catch on the sideline on what was a gorgeous ball. Perfectly thrown, big time throw from Jaden Daniels, by far his best ball of the game yesterday. Terry McLaurin had one of his better games, one of his more efficient games of the season, I thought.
Referees, I'll never understand. I will never understand the way that the ball is spotted. We're just sort of best guessing here. On the Zach Ertz play where he, moseyed back to the football, fell down or whatever, whether they got the first down or not, I have no idea. I do know that a ref 7 yards back from where the first down marker actually is not in the best spot to figure out where the forward progress started and stopped. I think ultimately he probably was maybe a hair short, which is fine. They marked him a yard short, which is not fine. Wrong.
So you do think he was short?
I think it could have been either way. I think it's really, really hard to tell.
I think he got it. My argument on this is everyone says, well, look at this, look at that. First of all, he needed to get to the 41. He was at the 41. That's number one. Number two, how much football do we watch? Collectively, I'd say a good bit, right? You guys watch some football. You give the receiver the benefit of the doubt on that 1,000 times out of 1,000. Have you ever seen them spot a guy short on that exact play? It doesn't happen. He caught the ball, even if his momentum goes, a couple of feet shorter of the stick, and he wasn't touched. So, you don't get the benefit of how far down the field you were on a game extending and 9 situation there. You run the route, you get to the 9-yard marker, you make the catch. That is a first down, and the game continues 99.99999% of the time in this league.
So here's what I can't have. Whether it was there or not, I don't know. Whatever, right? What was the thing that I do know is you can't be a yard shy of where he actually was, which is where they spotted it. Never corrected it, by the way. And no one talked about it. They moved on because it was Pittsburgh's time to draw Johnny Newton off sides later. But that was the end. And it was baffling to me. Absolutely baffling that a guy was not in position at all to make that call. That's the part I care about. The process stunk.
Jeremy Chin had 2 takeaways. He had the big interception. That was a moonball kind of, for arm punt, essentially, from Russell Wilson. But somebody's got to make the play. Jeremy Chin did for a takeaway. Love that. And then more importantly, on the goal line, the reason they had a chance to win the game, the Quan Martin strips, will give him a game ball, please, because that is just a great play. And then Chin coming up with the football. How good has Jeremy Chin been?
Very good.
Chin is deserving of a second contract right now. Dante Fowler is deserving of a second contract right now among the veterans that they brought in on the defensive side of the ball. Game ball to Jeremy Chin again.
Tackling and awareness. Awareness I'll get to in a second. I didn't think they tackled very well yesterday. Kind of an underrated subplot. A number of times, the first guy was there meeting Najee Harris in the hole or just outside the edge, or Jalen Warren, same kind of deal. And it would end up, instead of being a 2nd and 9, it was a 2nd and 4. A number of times that happened to me, and it was frustrating. Kind of, again, underrated part of the of that game, not going their way. In general, I thought the defense played okay. Tackling wasn't great. And then the awareness. On the telecast, I could see Mike Tomlin walking over to the referee, telling him something before that 4th down, not go for it thing. 99 times out of 100, you want to talk about 99 times out of 100, that's the coach saying, I'm going to call a timeout with 1 second left on the play clock if we don't get this, or whatever, right? Referee nods to him. That's not a normal course of events for a play. That was an obvious tell. I'm pudgy and 0, and I can see it at home. I need you to be aware. That's all. That's a instant lose. I would have loved to have seen it play out if they actually made the play or not, if they quarterback sneaked or they handed it off. Maybe you make it, maybe you don't. You had no chance the way that it went down.
Next, your game balls and your gassers. We want to hear from you on Grant and Danny at 800-636-1067. Steelers 28, Commanders 27. Washington falls to 4-1 at home, losing in front of the locals at Northwest Stadium for the first time. This is the Fan.
Going on first down to Terry McLaurin. Breaks away. Foot race. McLaurin will get caught by Joey Porter. But a huge gain on the first play from scrimmage.
With Danny, I'm Grant. This is the Fan. We're giving out game balls to the best and assigning gassers to the worst. The Steelers are 7-2, and Washington fell to 7-3. They've got a very quick turnaround now. A Thursday meeting in Philly with the first place Eagles. Washington is chasing in the NFC East for the first time since week 2 now, when they had the tiebreaker after beating the Giants and getting to 1-0 in the division, and everybody in the East was 1-1, I believe, at that time. But since then, they have been the front runners, and they have looked like they were going to set the pace. The Eagles just kept on stringing wins together, and now they host Washington with a chance to make it a 1.5 game cushion in the division. Commanders would be chasing and thinking a wild card, at least for the moment, if they can't handle their business on Thursday.
Big swing game right here, because Philadelphia's schedule is soft, as is Washington's, outside of playing Philly a couple times, and Philly is playing better and better as the season goes.
Yeah, I got a text from a buddy who's in the local DC media last night. And he said, man, if they lose to the Eagles, he said the conversation about this team is going to change really fast. Because if you look at the NFC playoff picture with teams like San Francisco surging that aren't even in the playoffs right now, now all of a sudden they're 7-4. They're going to be a half game better than a couple of teams that might be historically expected to make the playoffs this year over them. And while that's true, I think the narrative could change a little if they lose to the Eagles for like a week and a half going into that next game. Their schedule the rest of the way is Charmin soft. I have a really hard time not thinking they're going to bounce right back. The Cowboys are so bad. Did you see them yesterday?
Yes, I did.
They're embarrassing. That is a team you play twice, by the way. That's 2 wins, as far as I'm concerned. They play the Titans at home in a couple of weeks. The Titans come here. So it's the Eagles game Thursday. Then you get that mini bye, half of extra week to prepare for Dallas. You win that by $1 million at home. And then the Titans come to town. You got to win that game. So now you're going into the bye potentially, assuming you don't have a really, really, really bad loss. And this is if you lose to the Eagles, which is a toss-up game, you can still win. You're still, worst case scenario, I would say at that point, like 9-4, with games against the Cowboys again and the Saints still looming. If you win one of Eagles or Falcons, which is the only 2 remaining games out of the bye against playoff caliber teams, you still have a shot at 12. Pretty easy shot at 11. So I'm not concerned about the postseason or the wild card, even if they lose to the Eagles. But it will be a little cold water as they were about to be 8-2.
Yeah.
Now you're 7-4. You're a Hail Mary away from 6-5. The story will change some. But we'll worry about all that as we get closer to the Eagles game. Let's go to the phones. Let's go to Jaden, who's in Columbus, Ohio, and Grant and Danny. What's up, Jaden?
Yeah, how's it going, guys?
Good, buddy.
Yeah, I think my game ball is still going to go to Jaden Daniels and Dan Quinn because I think with them, they're kind of giving, not an illusion because I think we are good, but our roster isn't good around them. It just isn't. No one came to the season thinking we had any shot at 10 or 11 wins, but they've both been so good where we have the illusion that, we should have beat Pittsburgh. We have a chance at Philly. But if you look at our roster, Philly has, think about it. How many first-round picks do we have? We don't have really any on the roster that are that good. The Steelers have TJ Watt, bona fide first-round pick. Minka Fitzpatrick, bona fide first-round pick. They got Najee Harris, bona fide first-round pick. George Pickens, a high second-round pick. And those guys jump off the screen. I love Terry, but Terry's still, Terry's good. I think he's a guy you look at that's kind of maxed out what he does physically. But George Pickens made a couple plays where I'm watching at a bar with some buddies in Columbus, and they're just like, that's what a second-round pick looks like. Like, that's what a first-round star receiver looks like. And I think, honestly, I'm still going to, if those would be my game balls, gassers, I guess that's still, it's just going to sound cheesy, but I'm still going to go Ron Rivera. It's like, when you miss on high round picks, that holds back your roster.
Yeah. None of the last 4 are on the roster, pretty much, right?
He's thinking about this from the 20,000-foot view, and I got no problem with that. Less about the game itself. The only thing I would say, the only issue I take with that logic, which I think is true, when you take inventory after a loss and you pick through it and you go, I don't know how good this roster is at this position, that position. I could do the same thing with the Kansas City Chiefs, who are 9-0. They got Andy Reid and they got Patrick Mahomes to make a lot of things okay. Their running back right now is Kareem Hunt, who was on the street a couple of weeks ago. Their wide receiver room, they just traded for DeAndre Hopkins, who is long in the tooth and has not really been the guy that everyone loved in 3 years, basically. But before that, their leading receiver was, I don't know, is Noah Gray count as a tight end or a wide receiver? Like Travis Kelce is 60 years old and averages 7.5 yards a catch now. They don't have anybody. Their team is made up of guys they were signing. Juju Smith-Schuster got cut by the Patriots, went to Kansas City, and became their leading receiver for a couple of weeks until he got hurt. They're 9-0. The idea of like talent is whatever, I don't want to say it's not important. It's so important. Scheme is really, really important. Washington going into the week had the best offense in the league. They did that with this group. They did that because with McCaffrey and with Brown and with Diami and with these guys, like they get guys open, they make plays, and it's a Jaden Daniels, it's a Cliff Kingsbury, no doubt about it. It's about scheme, it's about the quarterback. But my point is just the talent thing is accurate and also hasn't been a problem as they were 7-2, really.
No, I think that's fair. And for the only pushback I would have, and I think I rubber stamp everything you said, is there's going to be a moment where it's not about scheme anymore. And they fell short in a couple of those yesterday. Will they do that this week? I have no idea. Will they do that in the postseason? I have no idea.
Yeah.
But I think those are elements.
And maybe that's where it's like, are they Super Bowl caliber good? No, probably not, because they don't have that talent. But I would say the teams that are expected to win playoff games right now, a lot of them don't have that talent. Like they might be short.
There are a number of examples, right? This is the nature of the league
Goff
now.
threw 5 picks last night.
Yeah.
And while he's good, he's very good in that offense with Ben Johnson. Like, you're scared about playing him in the playoffs? No, that's the most likely team to come out of the NFC, and the most he was an MVP candidate going into that game through 5 picks. Let's go to Kevin in Arlington on Grant and Danny. What's up, Kevin?
Hey, fellas. Based on that last call, I'm giving a game ball to Ron Rivera because if those 4 number ones didn't bust, we wouldn't have Daniels, okay? And I'm going to give him his Super Bowl ring because we got Daniels because of his incompetence. But speaking of game balls and speaking of Daniels, I'm going to drill in a little deeper on why I think Daniels is his game ball. He was hurt. He has been hurt. They were treating his ribs throughout the game. He was getting hurried and banged up with those 3 sacks. Okay, that's a ferocious front that Pittsburgh has. I tip my cap to them. They took scrambling away, and with there's no Brian Robinson, you can take scrambling away. They did it in Baltimore. So he was 17 of 34, but I counted 6 drops. Okay, that makes him 23 of 34, his basic 65% passing. Okay, I'm just saying. And he didn't have an NFL right tackle yesterday. Trent Scott is a USFL player. Somehow he actually played very well for him. But let's get real. We didn't have so many things, and yet that great Steeler team barely beat us with some help at the end by a ref who broke up our 4th down perfect record. So, hey, that's why.
That's true.
That was, Kev, their first time not converting a 4th down.
And it wasn't an
pretty
incomplete
amazing.
pass or something batted down. They needed 9.1 and got 9.
I want more of these game balls for the best, gassers for the worst. What'd you like? What didn't you like? Also, out of this game, 1-point loss to Pittsburgh. No Brian Robinson. Missing 2 of your top 3 tackles against TJ Watt and company. Was yesterday encouraging in the bigger picture of where this program's at, or discouraging to you? Do you come out of that game more encouraged or discouraged? We're G&D on the Fan.
Obviously, the wasn't the sole mistake in the game, but coming off that one at the end of the game, what is sort of your message to him just to keep his confidence up and go, especially going into a short week?
Yes. That's a scenario on that one where we call it, do they even have a play up, to work the cadence? But man, we have so much belief and love for this guy. And so it was a hard mistake. It was one to learn from. And as it goes, those are hard ones. Like you said, there's other plays in the game that come up. That one just, happened to showcase it more at the end. And, for sure, this is the type of player that is hurting from it and going to learn from it.
That was Dan Quinn yesterday after a loss to the Steelers, asked about Johnny Newton jumping off sides on what would have been a 4th and 1. If he doesn't jump off sides there, the Steelers almost certainly burn a timeout, then punt, pin Washington deep, and they've got over a minute to try to go 40 or 50 yards to get into field goal range. Call me crazy. I think they have a decent chance to do that with Jaden Daniels at quarterback and the way that they've operated at the end of games this season. They never got a shot because Newton jumped off sides. It's a bad play. I think way too much has been made about that one play. I understand that it is fairly unacceptable, and I get that it's the very end of the game, so there's some recency effect there. There are 10 plays every bit as bad as that one that led to the loss. And I think we're zeroed in really on that one because it happened last.
Interesting. I my pushback is I distinguish between other guy makes a play on you, and that's a bummer, versus controllable, fixable, easy things. That's an easy thing. Like that to me is one that has to just be uniform. If their guy who's good pushes you and Najee Harris barrels forward and inches forward for a first down, you tip your cap. But like the don't jump off sides, and Mike Tomlin whispers to the referee, I'm going to call a timeout if the guys don't jump off sides. Clear as day. Anybody should have been looking for that. Like that to me is controllable. I felt controllable a lot more than I felt. You got beat. You got bested.
What I'm talking about is dropping passes. That's controllable. Mental versus
Me too.
physical
That's what I'm saying.
would
Yeah.
be the discrepancy. So I think then we're saying the same thing then. What I'm saying is like him jumping off sides while on the list is not a larger reason as to why they lost, in my opinion, than, hey, if you catch that football, you're in field goal range now, Noah Brown. Hey, if you catch that ball on that crosser, if you're Zach Ertz, you do your job. Like Johnny Newton's mistake, while a really young guy being asked to play, you're going to get some of those really bad play, no doubt about it, is in, trying to do too much, so to speak, which is not all that different than the guy dropping a pass. And there were 10 plays across the whole game that if you just do your job correctly, you just do the thing you're supposed to do. If Jaden Daniels, who's been money all season long with wide open guys, just hits Luke McCaffrey, who is naked open, just absolutely butt naked open, and doesn't throw it way over his head, it's a different football game. And so I'm not going to do the like, oh, Johnny Newton cost you the game. No, they would have had to punt. You would have had to got the ball at the 5. You would have had to go 55, 60 yards without timeouts. Still a very, very tall order at that point. We're taking you up to 6:30. Jay Gruden joins us at 5. I want to look at the week ahead for us and the team in just a moment. Then we're going to hit the phones. But Washington is building a foundation for success. We've seen that. It is time for you to plan for your future as well. The exclusive sponsor of our show is the law firm Kondori and Murad. They're going to help you update your last will and testament. They're going to set up a revocable trust for you and your family. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys today. Visit kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them that G&D sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. Here's our road ahead. So I mentioned right off the top, Eckler's going to join us tomorrow. Sounds like that is actually changing because of their schedule out in Ashburn.
Yeah, this is not a regular week. Tuesday's normally the off day. It's the opposite of that. They got a game.
We're going to have Eckler on Wednesday closer to the show. So it's going to be Wednesday on Grant and Danny. You'll hear from Austin Eckler. You and I on Thursday are getting on a train first thing in the morning. We're going up to Philly. We're going to do the show live from Philadelphia. And then I believe the last I heard was we are going to be sitting in the crowd with all of those crazy people at Lincoln Financial Field to watch the Commanders and the Eagles.
Here we go.
Now, why we're doing this, I'm not exactly sure, but we are doing it. And I hope no one purposefully tries to pull a trigger and throw up on us, because they do that sometimes. They like to vomit on people that they don't like in Philadelphia or throw batteries at them. But we will be there in Philly at the Link watching the game on Thursday. Hopefully the Commanders get a win. Then we are going to get on a train first thing Friday morning win, lose, or draw. And we are coming back to DC. We're getting off the train and we're going right over to Silver Spring, Maryland, because our Friday field trip is at Third Hill Brewing Company off of Georgia Avenue in Silver Spring.
This is an awesome spot, by the way. I did a stand-up show there years ago.
No way.
Yeah, it is such a cool venue. You almost like can't believe it's this oasis in that kind of like that urban Silver Spring spot. It's like this all the space. It is a cool spot.
This is our first ever show appearance in Silver Spring.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I was talking to someone at the station here today. They said as a station, we have not been to Silver Spring in years and years. So very excited to see what kind of listening base shows up out there. Ideally, it'll help if the Commanders win, but either way, we will either comfort you or celebrate with you on Friday. All that is to say, Danny, it's going to be a busy week for your boys.
We're ootin' to boot. You know, we're making plays. We're doing some things. We've got to rearrange on the fly. This Thursday schedule just throws a wrench in all the gears. So everything is just magnified. And it's like, you don't have time to lick your wounds. You're already prepping for a game 72 hours from like pretty much right now. Like that is not an easy ask for anybody. And oh, ho-hum, by the way, it's your biggest game of the season.
Let's get to the game balls and the gassers before we turn the page to whether or not yesterday was encouraging or discouraging. Let's go to Jermaine and Bowie on Grant and Danny. What's up?
Hey, what's up?
Hey, buddy.
I've got to give a game ball to Cliff Kingsbury. So we have TJ Watt, who I think the stat I saw was zero sacks, 0 tackles. And this is one of the best defensive linemen in the league. I mean, he chipped him. I saw Terry chip him a couple times. Eckler chipped him a couple times. You know, we may have struggled the other defensive linemen, but we did a really good job with the backup tackle, TJ Watt. So that's all scheme on that one.
100%. Yeah, I mean, he still had an effect on the game. Hit the quarterback a couple times, talking about Daniels. Had that one play late in the game where he's, beats his man, gets Daniels his arm, doesn't allow a pass to be completed. So even without wreaking havoc and ruining everything, still made his presence known in a huge moment.
He was quiet in the first half, I would say. And then I would go as far as to say he was not really much of a factor through 3 quarters.
Agreed.
I thought he turned up the heat big time in the fourth quarter.
Smell blood in the water there.
When Washington had that drive in the end zone, he annihilated Jaden Daniels on the 3rd down.
He thought he got held a little bit. Could have been called.
Oh, he definitely got held on one of those plays. That was not called, no doubt. But he crushed him on one of those plays. And then you mentioned he hit his arm. He hit him twice in the game. And he also had a batted ball that was almost intercepted. Remember the play where he almost picked off the batted
Yes, that's
pass?
right. Yep.
So it wasn't like he didn't do anything. He was certainly noticeable and impactful. They had to basically build their entire plan around him. It's funny because when he first said, I got to give a game ball to Cliff Kingsbury, I was thinking, well, this is one of the first times all season where he wouldn't be on my game ball list because offensively, it was 4.1 yards per play and 182 net passing and 60 net rushing. It was pretty ugly offensive performance. But he's right. I mean, they did before the game. I would have said TJ Watt's going to have 2+ sacks, hit Jaden Daniels 4 or 5 times, and they did an awesome job on him at the expense maybe of some other areas of their offense. But they did what they had to do to keep him.
In other words, we have a chance elsewhere. If he gets off, then it means it's beyond negative stuff. It's fumbles.
Over.
Yeah, your whole offense is
We've
ruined.
seen him against good offenses this year take over.
100%.
What he did to the Falcons.
Yep.
Everyone thought the Falcons were going to be terrible after week 1. It was basically just TJ Watt had an amazing game.
They couldn't block that guy.
And they're now the 7th best offense in the league or whatever. Let's go to Spencer in Nashville on G&D. What's up, Spencer?
My game ball is going to Terry McLaurin. 5 targets, caught all 5 catchable targets, over 100 yards, had half of Jaden Daniels' passing yards. I mean, he's a SEAL Team 6 of this team. He just comes through. He's super reliable all the time. My gasser is going to Newton. I know you were trying to minimize it, Grant, and trying to say that, it wasn't the key pivotal play of the game. I disagree. I think when you combine that with the fact that he only had 3 tackles in the game and you jump off sides in the 4th quarter and put the final nail in the coffin, I mean, he ought to be doing suicides all day on Tuesday for that. So that's my gasser, and that's my game ball.
Yeah, so I got no issue if you want to give a gasser to Johnny Newton. That's a really, really bad play. I'm just saying if that play happens in the 2nd quarter, nobody's really talking about it. Frankie Louvu 1 week earlier on a and 5 jumped off sides as an example early in the game. And it continued a drive where I think a touchdown was scored. And they won the game, so it's a little bit different, obviously. But it never got brought up one time. Louvu was my guy. He's probably my favorite player on the defense. But I just think it's time and place. life's about timing, and it happened on a 4th and a couple of feet at the end of the game and prohibited you from getting the ball back. And that's why it's viewed as like why you lost the game. Let's go to Cali out in California. What's going on?
Hey, how you doing, man? Thanks for taking my call. I got one quick. I actually called in to B. Mitch and Finley earlier, and I commented on I felt that Jaden Daniels missed Luke McCaffrey out of the end zone late in the game, and Brian B. Mitch said, "You better take a look. That was right in his hands." So
I think he's thinking of another play. He dropped the ball. Brian might be talking about on the sideline. That was a McCaffrey drop, but I'm guessing he's talking about that. But yeah, there's really no doubt about it. I mean, there was a wide open streaking McCaffrey going like from the end zone to the left on the TV screen to the right.
Yeah.
Where on a 3rd down, and it might have been a 2nd and long.
I think it was 2nd down.
Second, man, that would have been the 1st down, and
it might have been a touchdown.
Out of our end zone.
Yeah, it might have been 98-yard touchdown.
So that was just, I want to give an honorable mention to Zane Gonzalez. He did his job.
Yeah.
All three extra points and 2 field goals. He did his job.
I was super worried going into the game because you didn't have your kicker had been automatic, and you were going with a guy who hadn't kicked in 3 years, which seemed like an odd decision to me, that the kicking thing would rear its head. And then lo and behold, his first kick is from 48, which I think to this point, Seibert has maybe tried 3 kicks from that long.
Does he have one from that deep?
Like, where are all the 25 and 30 and 35 yarders that he's been kicking the entire time? Football's just funny in that way. But yeah, for him to have gone out and booted that field goal and on the game, to have made another 41-yarder later, which sounds like, it's a nothing burger, but see how many times guys have missed from 40. I mean, Younghoe Koo yesterday missed 3 kicks. The 49ers kicker, Jake Moody, that they drafted, I think he's out of Michigan. He missed 3 kicks yesterday, and Deebo Samuel is trying to swipe at him and the long snapper on the sideline. So for Gonzalez, with the weight of the world seemingly on his shoulders there, to go out there and make those 2 boots, he gave him exactly what they needed.
Yeah, made every makeable kick. That's all you can ask when your regular kicker is healthy. You know what I mean? Pretty impressive.
I do wonder, by the way, if he's going to be in a place where he's got to kick again on Thursday, or if they feel like there's enough progress being made where Seibert could kick. Same thing with B-Rob. Sounded like he was trending in the right direction after the game. Dan Quinn said he may have turned a corner. But I did ask Dan Quinn after yesterday's tilt, I said, were any of the decisions you made with Robinson, Wiley, Seibert, based on basically Thursday being more important than this? Out of conference versus in division, first place on the line? And he said, absolutely not. It was just based on today. Can these guys go or not? So if you take him at his word, Marshawn Lattimore, all these injuries, not all that telling necessarily. Let's go to Chris in Hyattsville on Grant and Denny. What's up, Chris?
What's up, gentlemen?
Hey, bud.
By the way, I think the referees could have called Russell Wilson for simulating the snap on that final play. It's not something they call very often, but he clearly flinched, which drew him off.
They call it so occasionally, and always when it screws your team only. You know what I'm saying? That's the only time. But you're right. It is a very, very rare call that you never see.
If you watch the replay, though, his body clearly tenses. And that's supposed to be the rule, the law, letter of the law. Anyway, game ball to Jaden Daniels for playing a tough game. It wasn't his best game by any means, but I felt like he played well enough for them to win. Also, I thought Mike Sanders still had a really great game. Gassers to Zach Ertz, who is averaging 2.4 yards after catch, which is literally like one body length, meaning he just falls down, and that's how many yards he gains. Also, Gassers to the Northwest grounds crew for the worst field I've seen in about 10 years.
A lot of slipping in that one,
if they know.
So I've heard a couple people say this. I did not notice that. What were people seeing on TV in that regard? Just players sliding or falling over? Or
it
what?
looked like 90 errors RFK in about November. It looked like, and players were slipping all game.
I will ask guys. I've been talking to them about the surface throughout the season, and they've all been extremely complimentary. Now, I don't know if yesterday was aesthetically worse than how it played, or if they would say, yeah, yesterday was bad. But it seems like whatever changes they made before last year, because they dug up 2 feet of ground and redid everything, it's been way, way better.
But it seemed like a less secure track yesterday.
Yeah, it's certainly possible that they had a bad go of it yesterday, and that the tide is turning there. It's also, we've talked about this, everyone wants to go to natural grass. it's hard to grow grass here. Like drought isn't great. You know what I'm saying? Like it just, you want to go natural grass, you're going to have games where the grass stinks. But anyway, go ahead, Chris.
Well, one final gasser to, again, the lines judge. I don't know. One little minute detail. After they reviewed it for what seemed like an interminable amount of time, they then placed it another yard ahead of where it should have been. Like, I don't know if anyone noticed that, but when Pittsburgh got the ball back, it was at the 42 instead of the 41, which made no sense. So, like, not only did they get the spot wrong, but then when they placed it and gave it back to the team, they added another yard.
Yeah, Danny acknowledged that, I think.
I just, it was baffling to me. So the initial spot, and again, it's not about whether, where the ball was marked. It's if it's a first down or not. And they go, well, it's not a first down. We're just going to let this bad spot stand. Where the guy came jogging in from an angle, not right down the line at the first down marker, comes jogging in from 7 yards back, making a nice little hypotenuse to the triangle there, and just sort of marks it. And they go, well, this is way short. So they review it. And they just left it at the bad marker. There is no way that was the right spot. And I'm always amazed. And by the way, no one talks about this either. The second touchdown Russell Wilson threw, the play clock was at 0. Again, you got to cover somebody. You got to cover Pat Freiermuth, but the play clock was at 0.
Stale 0 or 0?
0. I mean, it was 0, then the snap.
People do this all the time where it's like it was at 0. Like, yeah, it's allowed to be at 0. It's a full second at 0 before they whistle. So are you saying it was that? I'm saying the clock was at 0 and they could call a penalty. What should happen is the 0 should hit and there should be a buzzer, and now we all know. But they just sort of seem like, well, my eyes took too long to go from the 0 to the snap. So the rule is it needs to be a full second at 0, basically. Like that you are allowed to get the snap off at 0. So those images you'll see of the freeze frame of clock says 0 and the snap are not always necessarily completely illegal. Although I'm with you, it seems like 0 is 0.
It seems like this multi-billion-dollar industry where they're asking me to wager on games and there's a lot of money changing hands and like contracts are made and playoffs and things like that. We should probably be more accurate than let's just see what this guy that wasn't really that close thinks the ball was.
Let's go to Jim in Richmond on Grant and Danny listening on AM 910 FM 105.1. What's up, buddy?
Hey, guys. How we doing?
Good, man.
So I'm going to start with my gasser because I believe in starting with bad news first. The officiating crew, I thought it was bad. And honestly, like, I don't want to be a homer, but I just didn't know what the rules were the entire time. There was one point when I was sitting down with my wife when Daniels pulled, he was in the shotgun in like behind our 5-yard line, and the back judge threw a flag for a hold on our center. And I was like, what? I didn't see anything there.
Weird. Yes, that was so late. They had another one just like that, by the way, when the Steelers had the ball near their own goal line. I think Najee Harris ran the ball for like 9 yards. And like, I'm not joking. Like, after he was tackled 10 yards downfield, this flag comes from the secondary out of nowhere, and they call a hold on the center. And I didn't think the guy held at all. I'm guessing they announced the wrong number.
Yeah.
It was so weird.
But for game ball, I got to go with the defensive line. I mean, like, Newton, that was a tough mistake, and like it hurt. You could tell it hurt him, but the defense picked him up on it. They instead of like letting him cry, they were all like patting him up and giving him a.
I love that, Jim. Thank you for the call, buddy. The brotherhood shticks a lot, and I still want to do the thing. I don't know if I mentioned this to you yet. Thought about this last week. I want to do like a brotherhood alert, where whenever we hear the word brotherhood in a press conference or on a broadcast or something, we fire the brotherhood alert because it's the most used term in Commanders football at this point. But like, you want to know what that's about?
That's what it looks like.
It's the Johnny Newton thing, where like he makes the mistake and everyone's patting him on the shoulder and giving him a hug. Meanwhile, Dateline, San Francisco, where like Jake Moody's missed 3 field goals and Deebo Samuel's trying to punch him in the face.
Yeah, he's going to throat chop on the long snapper.
The long snapper, I guess, just caught shrapnel because he like stepped in because he's like harassing the kicker.
Yeah.
And then he's like swinging at the long snapper. Wild. Coop, DC, what's good?
Hey, so my game ball has to go to Sheldon Day and Jeremy Chin. They both played great games. Sheldon Day's been very quiet throughout the season, I think. Like, ever since Jonathan Allen went out, he stepped up big time. And Jeremy Chin, had 2 turnovers, I think. He had a pick and a fumble recovery, correct?
Yes, he did.
Yep.
And then for my gasser, it has to go to Benjamin St. Juste. I mean, I think he led up 2 touchdowns. I mean, that last Mike Williams touchdown, that was basically, that was a game-winning touchdown, right? And he had 10 yards of leverage off, and he still let up a fade touchdown. So I don't think it should be allowed.
You would be correct.
You would be correct there. That is the correct assessment, sir.
Yeah, that is a great analysis. When you give up 10 yards of cushion, you should not get beat behind you, generally
It's
speaking.
like, we don't really need safety help deep because you are deep. Ran
Great
right by
phone
him.
call, buddy. Thank you for making it. 34% of snaps yesterday for Sheldon Day. I should say 34% of snaps so far this season when he's been active, and the percentages were up yesterday. He and the rest of that D-line, heavy rotation like a washing machine right now. They're trotting everybody in and out, and they're trying to keep everybody fresh. Real quick, Deron Payne early in the game was awesome.
You could see he jumped out a couple times.
First drive was like old school Deron Payne. Where has that been for the last several weeks? He had 2 huge stops, including the third down way out near the sideline. I thought he was really good early and had some big moments, which we've been asking for, frankly, from him. Are you more encouraged or discouraged after yesterday's loss? Let's get into that next on Grant and Danny.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. The Commanders are now 7-3 on the season as they fall to the Steelers 28-27. Jaden Daniels only 50% passing on the day, 17-34 for 202 yards. Got to gear up for a Thursday night game as the Commanders take on the Eagles on Thursday night. Monday Night Football tonight, Dolphins and Rams at 8:15. College hoops tonight, Virginia Tech taking on Winthrop at 7 o'clock. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. Maryland at home taking on Florida A&M at 7 o'clock. You can hear that game on the Team 980. In the NBA, the second night of a back-to-back for the Wizards tonight is there in Houston to take on the Rockets. 8 p.m. tip-off. You can hear the game on Bloomberg 99.1. The Wizards looking to bounce back as they lost to the Magic last night 121-94. Get $100 off each window with a 5-window minimum and $500 off each door at Paul Henry's Window Installation. And this month, enjoy an additional 7% off each soft light window. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
You told us that you don't like to lose when we asked you about bouncing back from it. Games like that, games like the Ravens game, this game, these losses, how much more do those motivate you in terms of what this team is trying to build bigger picture?
I mean, I don't like losing, so I don't want to feel like this feeling. I don't want to have losses. I'm competitive. I want to win in everything I step foot and I put my mind to. So I wouldn't say it's any motivation. It's like, man, how can I go back to working and kind of get this feeling out of my system? That's win, lose, or draw. When we win, I want to keep winning. We lose, I don't want to lose. I want to win again. So I kind of have the same approach.
Jaden Daniels post-game yesterday. Grant and Danny welcoming you back. Jay Gruden is on the show at 5. We're 30 minutes away from a Beltway Blitz. We'll be covering the Commanders in the NFL as well as the Caps in our Blitz. By the way, 8 goals for the Capitals in their game in St. Louis on Saturday night, including 2 more from Alex Ovechkin.
That was patently absurd. So I tuned in like a few minutes after the start. It was already like, it was a normal first period where they scored a couple of goals, and then they just like never stopped scoring. I felt a little bit bad, but not that much.
Ovi's got 10.
Casual.
They've played 14 games.
Yeah.
That is a 58 goal pace.
Ho-hum.
It might be happening
Just
this
the
year.
40-year-old man ripping off a 50 goal pace.
Everybody said it'll be next year. It might be happening this year. But back to the Commanders. Are you encouraged or discouraged after a 1-point loss? They led by 10. They were without 2 of their top 3 tackles and their running back 1. The Steelers were off of a bye, 14-4, off of a bye under Tomlin. 8 straight years they've won off of a bye. That's a 7-2 Pittsburgh team. Danny, encouraged, discouraged?
Discouraged. Now, it doesn't mean I'm despondent. It doesn't mean that we shouldn't play the rest of the games this season. It doesn't mean that my eye line has changed for this group. It was just some cold water. They haven't beaten a good team. The best team they've beaten is Arizona, who's now playing pretty good football since that game. I think they've won 4 straight in their own right. So
I wasn't even impressed with Arizona like at that point. I know they had the one really good win against
the Rams.
They hung 41, but they had lost to Detroit, really, really good. And they had lost to the Bills. I guess they had lost to 2 good teams and beaten the Rams as a 1-2 team going into that game.
But that's their signature win of the season, if there is one, which is kind of a bummer. It just sort of put some cold water and kind of put a wall between really ready to compete at the absolute highest levels the sport has to offer and the best of a pretty good bucket. I think they're in that second category. They're in the pretty good bucket. There's nothing wrong here. They're still way ahead of schedule. But to me, a little bit more discouraged that when it comes time to maybe playing some of the best teams, playoff time, key December down the stretch games, they may not be ready to compete at the highest levels. And that's okay, by the way. Just, again, big picture. But your eye line, all the momentum was going in the opposite direction. Even when they were going to lose, they still won, see the Hail Mary. And that was kind of ripped away a little bit. So it took the air out of the balloon for me a little.
So I am discouraged only by the fact that this was the one time so far this year they've played a great defense. And it's also the one time their offense has really struggled. That's hard for me to make heads or tails of in a positive way. As someone will say they scored 27 points. Well, 7 of those came after they got the ball at the 15 on the failed onside, not onside, but blocked fake punt.
Yeah.
Take that out of the equation. Now it's 20 points. You look at those 20 points, they were mostly earned, right? I mean, you had a 71-yard drive before the McNichols 1-yard run. You had a 40-yard drive before a field goal. So you went normal distance of the field. You had a 94-yard drive before the half, which was awesome. But they also had a 19-yard drive to get a field goal in the second half. So I could make the case that 10 of the 27 points were special teams or defense related via short fields, right? And so now it's a 17-point game. Do you feel that much better? Do you still feel great when you had only 240 yards, when you had your least effective game in almost every category of your 10 games so far offensively? And the 2 best defenses they've played, if you want to extrapolate that out a little more, are the Bears and the Steelers. And while the Hail Mary allowed them to win, they had 12 points against Chicago. They had moved the ball, to their credit, all game long. It was the opposite of kind of this game. They had no points, but they had a ton of yards. And I would almost prefer that, because then you say, well, we just didn't quite execute in the red zone, or you got to iron this part out.
Like that first Giants game or something.
If you're Kingsbury watching the tape, you go, we got to do this, this, or this. And that 62-yard drive is actually a touchdown, not a field goal. This, to me, is worse because you couldn't get it going. You had the 5 3 and outs. You had 9 of 11 drives where you had 25 or fewer yards. You had basically 2 good drives all game, essentially, not accounting for Steelers penalties. So that's where I'm discouraged. But I think in the grand scheme of things, Danny, based on only losing by a point to a Tomlin coached 7-2 Pittsburgh team off of a bye, with my tackle situation completely perilous. Like, that should have and could have been disastrous to the point where you give up 6 or 7 sacks, a couple sack fumbles, and you lose by 16. Like, that's how a lot of teams handle yesterday.
Sure.
And they didn't, and I love that.
Yeah, me saying discouraged doesn't mean there aren't incredible positives to take out of that. I think you just touched on one, right? The fact that it wasn't this feeding frenzy at Jaden Daniels. He got hit and sandwiched and crunched and got knocked from the game because they couldn't protect for him. They were still able to run their offense. Now, you mentioned some of the disparities. They're usually on the other end of this. They got outpossessed by 13 minutes yesterday. That's what Washington does to teams when they're thumping it down your throat and everything works and they get every 4th down and most of the 3rd downs. And the fact that the running game was taken away, Jaden Daniels' running was taken away. It seemed like, there's a lot of 3rd and longs and guys were plastered and covered, and it was a little bit too tight against a really good defense. Knocks you down a little bit, but there are still way more positives overall, big picture, and you touched on some of them.
This is a good summary here from our former producer, Brendan Dar, who just tweeted me and said, can't imagine being discouraged. Team played its worst game in months and still almost won. That's how I feel. They made a ton of mistakes. They didn't play a clean game. They didn't even play that well, certainly on offense. And they scored upper 20s points and almost won a football game against an elite opponent. I'm encouraged by that and where they're at as a program. Let's go to Rory in Winchester on G&D. Hey, buddy.
Hey, Grant and Danny. How you doing?
Good, buddy.
Good. Hey, I just basically feel like my encouraged or discouraged hasn't happened yet. It'll come in on Thursday. I think that depending on how they respond to this loss really dictates if they're as good as we hope they are or if they're similar to the old Commanders, Redskins, Washington football team.
Appreciate you.
Thank you, Ben.
Now, I'll say this, Rory. I'm past that. I don't want to say narrative, but that referendum. Like, this is not the old thing. The old things weren't 7-2 ever. They weren't 7-3 ever. They didn't lose by 1 point to Pittsburgh when they didn't play that well. They tried to get to 8-2 ever. But, it's your math, not mine on that regard. So I get it. Everyone's going to have a different way that they're viewing this thing. Right now, 58% of people on a poll, several hundred responses so far, saying encouraged, 42% more discouraged. Let's go to Matt in South Riding on Grant and Danny. Hey, Matt.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Hey, buddy.
So I'm encouraged. I mean, we're going to win 11 games this season. We're going to make the playoffs. It's been a minute since we've won 11 games. We've got our quarterback of the future. Things are heading in the right direction. That having been said, can we please stop putting Zach Ertz into these games? Guy can't break tackles, gets no yards after the catch. A lot of the time he's having trouble catching balls when he's wide open. He's hard to watch at times. Thanks for taking my call.
Thank you. By a minute since they last won 11 games, he means 33 years.
I was going to say, that's a long minute in the scheme of the universe.
I was 2, but he's on to something there. It has been a while. His Ertz point is well received around these parts.
Yeah, listen, I want to see Ben Sinnott. That's where I'm at this point, right? If Zach Ertz was fending him off and there was no way that he could crack the lineup or he couldn't run any of those routes, I don't know. Ertz still has some value. I joke about it, but he does. He is helpful. I'm not saying cut him or send him into the stratosphere. I'm saying I'd like to see what a more athletic and nimble, maybe more powerful tight end could do with some of those footballs.
Yeah, I just want him to get some of those looks. I mean, there are probably a lot of snaps where Ben Sinnott is having to stay in to block, and he's good at that.
Yes.
And I get that. I think Ertz can block too, by the way. But Ben Sinnott only played, I think it was 13, 15 snaps, something like that. I could look up the exact number, but it's not like he plays a ton anyway. So you can't convince me that you can't just occasionally put him in the Ertz role on snaps where he would otherwise be on the sideline and see if he could do a little more after the catch.
20% of snaps yesterday, 13 total.
Yeah, 13 snaps, 20%. It means 80% of the time he's watching like we are. I'd like to expand that role a little bit. He was a wrecking ball in the preseason. He was probably the hardest guy on the team to tackle. Ertz, respectfully, and this is not a knock, it's just by way of the numbers, has the hardest time probably breaking tackles on the team at this point. Let's go to Christian, who's in Alexandria. How are you?
Good, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. Hey, so I'm a baseball fan, but I am encouraged by the season, by the game yesterday, and here's why. One, I definitely felt like there was a bunch of Angel Hernandezes running around the field in the officiating crew yesterday. I didn't know what was happening there. He he came back in that way. But two, I kept thinking about the special I saw on Greg Maddux a little while ago. And the point I'm making here is there was a point early in it was 95, I think, where Greg Maddux just got rocked by a particular team and in particular a specific player. And his catcher afterwards said, "Man, what are you doing? What you were throwing weird pitches. What are you doing?" No, I'm getting ready. This is a good team. I'm taking notes. We're going to see them in the playoffs again, and I'm going to own them when that time comes. And that happened, of course, right? 3 months later, they faced the same team in the playoffs. Greg Maddux owned them. Now, I'm not comparing the Washington Commanders to Greg Maddux, but the reason I'm encouraged is I think this team is going to take notes from this loss and apply those in the future. You've got a totally different mindset. You've got a different culture. You've got a different quarterback with a totally different perspective on what it means to be a team leader. And I think that matters. And I think it's going to show and pay dividends here, a couple weeks from now, a couple months from now.
That's the idea. Those adjustments get made. You figured out what teams are doing to you and you do something about it.
That's why Greg Maddux was the ultimate scientist.
Yeah. The story, by the way, was never throw an inside fastball to Jeff Bagwell. And then he calls one and Eddie Perez goes, "What are you doing?" He goes, "Yeah, we'll see him in the postseason. He'll look for that and I'll strike him out with changeups." And then he did.
And then he pulled it off.
Yeah. Months later, he did.
Just setting him up. Sometimes if you can play with your food a little bit, you could do that when you're playing a team twice in short order.
Mm-hmm.
Like Washington doesn't have the luxury to do that with the Eagles. They got to just go win the football game and throw everything they got at them. But you could do that in the NFL occasionally. They're not at that point just yet. The Chiefs now, moving forward at 9-0, they might be able to do some of that, setting things up for down the road. 800-636-1067. You want to hop in? 59% of people are saying they were encouraged more than they were discouraged yesterday. On the poll, you can go vote at Grant H. Paulson. You're listening to The Fan. The Beltway Blitz is coming up at the top of the hour in about 10 minutes. I do want to spin around the NFL. Some big storylines after yesterday. Mentioned the Chiefs getting to 9-0 on a blocked field goal, Danny. Denver had them dead to rights, had them beaten. Great performance by Sean Payton, Bo Nix, and the Broncos. And then a 35-yard chippy gets blocked for the Chiefs. How do they keep getting away with it?
It's
to get to 9-0.
Bleeping believable.
The Bears are terrible. They got beat by 16. They scored 3 points. They didn't have a play longer than 12 yards. They were disgusting offensively. They've got to rip play calling duties away from Shane Waldron. They should have fired Matt Eberflus. Frankly, not to pat myself on the back, I've gotten a lot wrong. The fact that they had that guy, Matt Eberflus, and decided to stick with him when they had the number 1 overall pick is a joke.
Yeah, this one we both got. We're going, that's not a good decision.
I think everyone got this one but them.
Fair enough. Yeah.
Please hire somebody.
Ryan Pohl's going, watch how smart I am. The Pudge idiot saw it first.
Fire that guy. They didn't. They're going to change some things on offense. I'm sure they'll have a new play caller. They are broken. Washington broke them with the Hail Mary, by the way. The Vikings, we're seeing Sam Darnold crash back down to earth in a big way. They won 12-7. Did you see any of that game?
That was so gross and frustrating.
Darnold threw 3 picks without a touchdown yesterday. He's turning the ball over a lot more. That's a great defense, though. 7-2 Minnesota, despite 12 points on 4 field goals. And that was with some short fields, too. Like, they got the ball on 3 Mac Jones turnovers yesterday around midfield and somehow never scored a touchdown.
Yeah, this isn't like, I don't know, it's not like you're playing Pittsburgh or Kansas City's defense even. Jacksonville's reprehensibly bad on defense. Like they're among the worst this sport has to offer. Their ranking is much better now. They're up to 27th in points allowed, for example. Like they were as bad as you could possibly find. And that's what you turned in yesterday?
And speaking of crazy things, the Jets got eviscerated by the Cardinals. I'm really enjoying this. They're 3-7.
Mm-hmm.
They put all their eggs in the Aaron Rodgers basket. Rodgers wants to go get Devontae Adams, who dropped the touchdown at 31 yards yesterday on 13 targets. The Jets are terrible.
Yeah.
They're terrible. They're 3-7. They can't beat anybody right now.
All the point totals are like what happened with Zach Wilson. When we've been saying for years that this group is talented. They're a quarterback away, and now it's just the vibe is off. Everything looks bad.
And speaking of terrible, the Cowboys, man.
Oh, that's mean. Don't bring that up.
I feel for them and their fans. Wait, I'm being told I don't. They lost 34-6. Jim Nantz was making fun of them and saying to put blooper music with some of their plays yesterday.
After the Yankees losing the World Series, now this for those guys, that's tough.
Dak Prescott's hurt. The roster's just not that good around the quarterback position. Trey Lance threw an awful pick when he came off the bench. I mean, they stink out loud. Washington still gets to play them twice the rest of the way. So we'll dive into some of those storylines as we continue on G&D. Let's go rapid fire here as quickly as we can through some calls. Rogers and Manassas, encouraged or discouraged after yesterday?
Hey, it's actually Andre Manassas, but I'm encouraged. First
Dre,
of all,
what's up, buddy?
I'm doing a little Bates in his what they call a slow hawk. You see him for like 3 or 4 years. I never really saw his face when I saw his haircut. I was like, man, this guy's on my team. Right on. Last but not least, it's one of those things. I know they're doing college football a lot. The team plays each other 10 times. You win 50. This is a 50-50 game, so you can't be.
Oh, you broke up there, buddy. Basically saying this is one of those toss-up games, and sometimes it goes bad.
Let's go to Colby in Falls Church on Grant and Danny. What's up?
Hey, man, I'm a little discouraged. We're 0-3 against teams above 500. If we want to be contenders, we want to, start, turning this franchise around. We got to beat good teams.
It's true. They're good teams they've played and lost to include the Ravens and the Steelers recently, and I'm guessing he's going with the Bucks as well, or what's the other game he's
so the Bucks were over 500 at that point. I mean, Arizona's over 500 now. Yeah.
So they weren't anything, I guess.
Right. So Arizona's over 500 now, but they weren't when Washington beat them. So
yeah. When they've played a team that was considered to be better than them or good, they have not won.
They've lost.
Let's go to Reggie in White Plains.
Thanks for taking my call, guys. First time caller, long time listener.
Oh, we appreciate you, buddy.
Thank you, dude.
Yeah, I'm discouraged because I just think the guy St. Juice, his IQ is not high because you got to know down and distance. I'd rather give up a first down than a touchdown. And if you watch the play, guys, he's flat-footed with his feet at the sticks for the first down, and the guy runs right by him. You can't give up 6 on that play.
Well, and to your point in
Thank
terms
you.
of football IQ, and it's a good phone call, thank you. I don't think that's an issue for him. I think he's a smart player generally. However, he played him to run an 8 to 10 yard route on 3rd and 8. You have one of the best kind of moon ball, fade ball, corner throwers in the league, and you've got a receiver who's made a living making that catch his entire career. I'm going to stack you up on my back and kind of go up and get the football leaping from the red zone, the strike zone area like that was. You almost have to be expecting that. And if you give up a first down, doesn't sound good, but okay, then they got to
Yeah, it's
still
better than the alternative.
do something to score. You can't give up a touchdown and get beat there without
when
help.
you're that far off. I mean, to me, but the idea that Williams is going to be able to stop on a dime and turn around, he's a Mack truck in an alleyway doing a K-turn. You know what I mean? Like, if you could backpedal a little bit, still drive on the football and give yourself a chance there.
It's a good debut call onto the show, though. Thank you for making it. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Next hour, I want to get into Dan Quinn sticking with Olamide Zaccheaus as a punt returner. Also, some of the bad breaks yesterday and whether or not there's anything we can learn from those. The Beltway Blitz is next right here on the Fan. Grant and Danny on the Fan, welcoming you back. We're taking you up to 6:30. The local football team has built a strong foundation for success on and off the field this season. It's time for you to plan for your future as well. The sponsor of our show will help. That's the law firm Condori and Murat. They're going to help you update your last will and testament, set up a revocable trust as well for you and your family. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys today at kmlawyers.com. Go there. Ask them for an appointment, and you got to tell them we sent you because they'll give you a great discount. That's kmlawyers.com. Remember, our show is on the road again this week. Our Friday field trip's going to come right after Commanders Eagles Thursday night football, and we're going to be in Maryland again. Silver Spring, we're coming your way. First time in years, Georgia Avenue in Silver Spring at Third Hill Brewing Company. Excited about that live broadcast. It is time for the Blitz, covering the NFL, the Caps, the Commanders. Let's do it. Nate Davis, USA Today Sports, to start us off. Nate, I want to get a national perspective on the Commanders. Did you learn more about Pittsburgh or Washington yesterday?
I think probably Pittsburgh, Grant. I mean their schedule hasn't been great up to this point. Obviously we've been trying to figure out if they made the right call or not with the switch to Russell Wilson, and their schedule is about to really get serious as they enter the divisional part, which they haven't had any AFC North games yet. So I think I learned more about them, but certainly looking forward to Thursday night with the Commanders Eagles as well.
How is it this bad for the Jets, Nate?
How's this bad for the Jets? I just it seems like organizational failing. I certainly think that Woody Johnson kind of having the reflexive firing of Robert Saleh triggered all of this, and it's just kind of been a cascading failure of coaching, locker room stuff. But I mean, it's mind-boggling that Aaron Rodgers comes out every week and tells you that they've got this path to the playoffs. They get 10 days off after a great win, and then they play the way they did, really without any life at all yesterday in Arizona. So it's going to be really interesting to see where they go from here, meaning 2025 and beyond, given what they've got to figure out, both really from the top down.
The Lions beat the Texans yesterday. They were down 23-7 in a game where Jared Goff threw 5 interceptions, and they still won, which is amazing. They're 8-1. They're really, really good. I thought that was a terrible loss for Houston, though. What's going on with the Texans? I just feel like they should be better than they are.
Yeah, I mean, they've clearly got some issues there in the passing game, Grant. Yeah, Nico Collins isn't back yet. Stephon Diggs is gone. I think the Lions really focused on taking Joe Mixon away. I mean, was he 46 yards last night and 25 carries, like something crazy like that? So they really reduced their offense down to their weakness. And we're able to claw back in that game. C.J. Stroud turned the ball over as well. I mean, like you said, I think that was the first 5 interception game a team had overcome in like 12 years. So really rare to see a team overcome that. But, when you've got that many tricks in your bag and all the weapons the Lions do, and their defense has really kind of rebounded and come along since losing Aiden Hutchinson. It's really starting to feel like who's going to knock off the Lions in the NFC at this point, because it really seems like they're cruising towards that number 1 seed and maybe into the Super Bowl.
What should the Colts do at quarterback, Nate?
I mean, I think you have to play Anthony Richardson, Danny. I mean, it is a conundrum that a guy that has so little starting experience going back to high school, and I think it was like 13 combined starts or something between high school and the University of Florida. Like, it's shockingly low. I mean, that you need to play football, but I mean, on the same on the opposite side of the coin, someone that inexperienced also probably needs time to develop. So I don't know what the right answer is there. It seemed like they had a good plan for him last year when he was really making good use of his legs and had kind of limited throws. I haven't seen as much use of the legs this year with Shane Stackett. But they really, but I think they need to make more use of what he's good at right now and try to let the other stuff develop. But I think at some point Anthony Richardson's got to play football if you hope he's going to get any better and be what you drafted him to be that high up.
San Francisco, out of their bye week, survives the scare. They missed 3 field goals. They still win. Is this finally when they hit the gas pedal now, do you think, and really start to become the team they are supposed to?
Well, I think they're going to become the team that they are. You know, they're obviously not getting Brandon Ayuk back. We don't know if they're getting Dre Greenlaw back. But, I mean, they're still obviously very talented. I mean, they're going to be in a dogfight, probably a four-way dogfight, at least three ways in that division. I'll be curious. Yeah, to me, they ought to make a little more use of Christian McCaffrey in the slot, which they did yesterday. But I would try to get guys like Jordan Mason and Isaac Guerrero on the field with him to try to maximize what you've got, in your backfield, which we saw the last couple of weeks, plus McCaffrey. But I mean, historically, this team is a very good second half team under Kyle Shanahan. So yes, I would expect them to hit the gas pedal, win 7 or 8 of their games here in the second half. And we'll see where the chips fall. I mean, they've only missed one NFC title game in the last 5 seasons. So they know how to win. They know how to get going.
Nate, thank you as always, buddy. Talk soon.
Thank you, guys.
Yes, sir. Hit that puck sounder, please. Our pal Tarek Arbashir covers the Capitals. That's why he's going to talk about the Capitals with us right now on the Beltway Blitz. Tarek, catch us up. Busy weekend. They got a touchdown, went for 2, but they lost to the stupid Penguins. Start with the first one first, and then go to the good one.
Yeah, I mean, the Penguins game, they came out flat. They're a much better team than the Penguins are right now. They're two teams kind of headed in different directions, but kind of the record books go out the window when those teams play each other because of the rivalry, and you come out flat, you give up 2 goals. Yeah, they did end up tying the game, but I felt like they were chasing that game the whole time. Bad loss, maybe their worst of the season. And then they get on a plane and they fly 2 hours west to St. Louis, and they stomp the Blues. I mean, what a performance. 8 goals, 15 different players recorded a point. I mean, just one of the best efforts I've seen from this team in the Spencer Carberry era. Alex Ovechkin gets 2 goals. Connor McMichael gets 2 goals. They now have 2 players in double-digit goals in Ovi and McMichael. Only team in the league that has that. They are scoring goals like it's nothing, and it's such a juxtaposition to last year where they had to, it took every bit of their fiber of their being and their effort to score 3 goals, right? And now they're averaging almost 4.5. It's amazing. They're getting good defense. They're getting good goaltending. Don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves, but 10-4, they're looking pretty good right now.
Yeah, 3 of the top 4 skaters in the league and points per 60 minutes are Capitals right now. Tells you a lot. Tarek El-Bashir and I were alt-casting together on Wednesday and Saturday this week, so it's been good to be kicking it with him on our Monumental Sports Altcasts. How about Wednesday night coming up with the Toronto Maple Leafs in town to take on the Capitals? Should be an entertaining game.
Yeah, no doubt. It'll probably be a high-scoring game. We don't know about the status of Austin Matthews' upper body injury. Not sure if he's going to be back for that game. If he's not, that's, of course, a bonus for the Capitals. Look, the Maple Leafs are still an offensive juggernaut. I believe they've got 6 players who are in double digits in points. I want to say Spencer Carberry hasn't beaten his former team yet. Neither has Rasmus Sandin. So those are 2 guys who are going to be uber motivated to get a win against the Leafs. It should be a fun one. And then the Caps go on the road for what, Grant, in my opinion, is going to be their biggest test of the young season. I know they played Vegas at home and Dallas at home and the Rangers at home. Those were tough games, but now they're going on the road right after this Maple Leafs game to play Colorado, Vegas again, and Utah, who is one of the surprises of this young season. I think the next 4 games are going to give us a pretty good idea of what this Capitals team is. And it looks pretty good right now, but when they get back from Utah, I think we'll know, is this a team that we should start hyping up and getting excited about because they might be able to make a run.
Speaking of looking good right now, Tarek, Alex Ovechkin, physically, when you just see him like sitting down for an interview or something post-game, he looks like one of my neighbors that like is okay at racquetball. You know what I mean? Like, just looks like a regular guy, not this unbelievable juggernaut that's got 10 goals to your point. That's, scored whatever it is, 5 of his last 6 or whatever the totals are.
39. He's 39.
It is like, it's not even mind-boggling. It's mind-bottling. My mind is in a bottle. Just do your best to quantify this and explain what we're seeing.
It's funny. I asked Spencer Carberry about that today, and he said he's skating better than he did last year, and because he's skating better, and to my eyes, Obi will never give me a straight answer when I ask him about weight and things he did over the summer. He just kind of laughs it off. But to my eyes, he looks like he's a little bit thinner. He's a little bit fitter. He's as Carberry said, he is skating and getting to the right areas. And when you're getting to the right areas, it makes scoring a lot easier, right? And it all begins with being able to get there. I think about the goal against the Blues the other night where, Strome gets it over to Protas. Protas one touches it over to Ovi. Ovi has now, skated hard, gotten into a soft spot of the offensive zone, and it's on his stick and it's off his stick. Last year he might have bobbled that puck. He might not have even been there because he wasn't skating as well. But he's skating well, and he gets there and he puts it under the crossbar. Bennington didn't even see it go in and out of the net, and that's what we're seeing from him right now. I mean, when I went into the season, guys, I was like, yeah, you know what? He'll probably break the record. I think he's going to do it. Let's say Thanksgiving 25. 20 games into next season. Now, if you're a fan, you better start looking at tickets at home and on the road for late February, early March. I mean, Ovi's most likely going to break this Gretzky record this year, and we probably should start preparing for that.
Unreal.
Crazy.
Tarek, thank you, buddy. We appreciate you.
Anytime, guys.
Good catching up. Our next Altcast, by the way, we got 8 more days. November 19th.
Nice.
It's the next time we'll have a Caps Altcast. All right, let's talk about the football operation. The Commanders are 7-3 after losing by a point to the Steelers yesterday. Our guy Kevin Sheehan joins us to discuss that very matchup. Kevin, we were just asking, encouraged or discouraged after yesterday's game without Robinson, without 2 offensive tackles, coming down to a point against Pittsburgh?
More encouraged, guys. Thanks for having me. But not for anything that happened offensively. I thought by far and away it was the best defensive day of the year against a good opponent. Pittsburgh had the ball 13 times, and 9 times they didn't score. That's a far lower, rate than has been happening against the better teams that they faced. I thought they did a decent job stopping the run for the first time all year. Russell Wilson made some plays, and they struggled a little bit on the back end, but I thought that it was encouraging. I think Philadelphia is a tough matchup because you got to sell out to stop the run, and they got a quarterback involved in the run game, but I didn't view this as I know many did as like a bad loss. I viewed it as a disappointing loss because it was winnable and it was kind of a wild game and it was intense and it would have been great to get. But I think there was some encouragement to take out of it.
Agreed that there's a lot of encouraging things here, Kevin. Let me make my bad loss case, and then I want your response to it. If this had been, well, you don't have Wiley, and Biotish goes down for part of the game, and that defensive line, TJ Watt and company, just wrecked everything, I'd go, yeah, well, that's what happens, right? I get that. That makes sense. What happened had nothing to do with some of the subs, had nothing to do with the fact that they were on another kicker or anything like that. This was punts being muffed. This was catches in the middle of the field that just weren't caught. This is drops. This is, controllable mistakes. That's why, even though they were playing a good opponent, which without a doubt, and they're encouraging things, the way they lost it to me is just galling, gut punch type stuff. Give me your thoughts there.
Well, I think if Pittsburgh had lost it, they could have said the same thing.
Sure.
There was a blatant hold on the ball that Jaden missed to McCaffrey from the end zone that should have been a safety.
Mm-hmm.
On a field goal, there was a blatant hold. There were some misses that Russell had in the game, although he hit more of the big ones than Jaden did in the game. I don't know. I think, we all watch a lot of NFL games. It's like a lot of games are like this one, a few mistakes here, a few missed opportunities there, and it comes down to a couple of plays, and it's like it's wildly entertaining. And yesterday's game had so much to it, but to me, a bad loss was when they got blown out by Chicago last year on a Thursday night, or the Cleveland game when Grant asked Rivera after the game about, did they know that they could be eliminated? Those are bad losses. And maybe this is just a semantics thing. Yesterday, you had two good football teams, and they made good plays, and there were mistakes, and it ended up that, they made one more really good play and maybe one less bad play. But I like this spot. I like the trajectory of everything. And for me, because I've been harping on just how bad they've been against the run, I thought that was the most encouraging thing. And if you get Lattimore, back in, at some point, that helps even more.
Kevin Sheehan, the Kevin Sheehan Show. We're in lockstep, I think, on just about everything you're saying, especially, and I'm going to ask this question next, and we're going to take some calls on this. I want to get Danny's thoughts. I said this earlier. I thought the defense not only did enough to win, but was really, really encouraging. I thought there were a lot of good things on that side of the ball yesterday. You needed one more play to be made that they didn't make, but how many times did you ask them to go out on the field and protect a one-possession lead? I mean, that's a bad ask. And frankly, that's not what this team should really be built to do the way things are trending. Just what did you think about the defensive showing?
Again, I mean, it was their best run-stopping effort of the season. I'm not talking about, take the Carolina game and the Cleveland game, two teams that, were essentially had the ability to do nothing. And this was a team that was averaging over 6 yards per carry in their last three games coming in. Washington held them to 3.3 yards. Harris himself was over 6 yards per carry coming in the last three games, 2.5 yards per carry. That's a really good job against the run. They gave up a couple of plays. They gave up a couple of outside runs to Warren. They took the ball away twice. The other punter on the other team punted 5 times. We've had games this year where, we haven't punted and the other team hasn't punted. And I just thought it was a weird game in that it was a high possession game. They had 13 opportunities. We had 12. And we've played a lot of, low possession games. And I don't know. I thought the defense overall was encouraging. Here's the thing, Grant. When you sell out like they did to stop the run, and I counted 5 times in the first 3 quarters where they had almost 9 in the box, you're going to be left vulnerable in man coverage to deep shots. And hopefully Lattimore makes a big difference being able to cover the, other team's number one, although Sanders still, I think, probably was on Pickens more than St. Juice was. But it's still the right poison, I think, to pick because you don't want to get gashed, by, with more people in coverage. But it was a tough matchup. Thursday night's going to be a tough matchup. I think more importantly, Thursday night offensively, you gotta make more plays. And yesterday for Jaden, that was, look, we're comparing it to greatness over the last 8 games. I think he made a lot of really good plays in the game, but there were some missed opportunities that would have certainly made a difference in the game.
Kevin, thank you as always, buddy. Have a great week.
All right, guys.
Kevin Sheehan, ladies and gentlemen, that's our guy, Kevin Sheehan Show. And that is your Beltway Blitz. I want to dive into the defense next. There's a lot still to do this hour. Jay Gruden's joining us at 5 o'clock in 40 minutes. I'm looking forward to that conversation. I want to talk about Dan Quinn sticking with Olamide Zaccheaus as his punt returner coming up. But what did you guys think of the defensive showing yesterday? How would you grade out the defense? Did you think they were good? I was very happy with how they played for the most part. I'll make that case. We'll see what Danny thinks next on The Fan. forced 1 field goal. So that keeps me from giving you an A- or a B+. The takeaways were there. The pressures, the sacks, they were there. How about Dante Fowler, by the way?
Awesome.
Sign that guy now. He looks like everything he said in the preseason about coming and playing for Quinn, being a fit in the defense, being healthy, being able to have a career year.
Okay, now I believe you.
It wasn't lip service.
Uh-huh.
It wasn't just a guy saying words in training camp. Let's get to the thoughts of our listeners on the defense next on G&D.
Wilson hooks a pass, looking, end zone! George Pickens climbs the ladder for the touchdown!
Hell of a catch by Pickens, diving backwards across his body and decent enough coverage. Good ball by Russell Wilson to throw him open. Wilson, 3 touchdowns of his 14 completions. 3 went for points in Landover, Maryland yesterday. I don't know how it played on television. I shouldn't say that because I did watch the game back last night. So now I guess I do. But I don't know that it was as obvious in real time as I would have thought. Man, were there a lot of Steelers fans there. And a lot of progress is being made as a fan base and growth this year, people getting excited. The environment's been very, very good. They're doing some neat things at the stadium where they're playing songs and people are singing along in breaks. And there's just a lot of, I think, positive vibes toward it being a much better atmosphere, clearly. My guess is that a lot of Commanders fans either sold their tickets before the team was good, or Steelers fans pounced on tickets before the season started, or both of those things are
or
somewhat,
all of it, yeah.
somewhat true. And then also Steelers fans are always going to be there because they're the Steelers. But my God, there probably was as many or more Steelers fans than Commanders fans.
It looked and sounded on TV like that was the case. Like it was 50-50 or maybe even tilted towards Pittsburgh.
Rick Snyder, who has always kind of guessed at attendance and been kind of my guy to gauge these things, suggested 60% Steelers fans. Now, depending on where you were sitting, if you were in a burgundy and gold clad area, maybe you feel differently. But I know I have buddies who are season ticket holders on the visiting side of the field, and they were surrounded by black and gold. I think it was at best 50-50, which is not a knock on anybody. I thought it was actually a great atmosphere still. I thought the people that were there were very loud. At times, it got super loud when the Steelers had the ball on third down. But there were also times where Washington's got the ball at the end of the game trying to drive, and TJ Watt is hyping up the crowd going, come on. And you see all the gold towels, the terrible towels being waved. And it really did feel like you were at Heinz Field or whatever the hell they call
I'm sure Field
Stadium.
I will also say that because of the new prevalence of the black Washington, whatever their stupid nickname is, jerseys, it looked worse because there were a bunch of those brand new crisp number 5 Daniels jerseys. So you can't tell, which again is another reason not to have those. It's too late. The cat's out of the bag or the toothpaste is out of the tube, and those have been purchased. People are going to wear them, but that didn't help the aesthetic.
I posted on Instagram pictures of my kids rocking their game day gear yesterday at Grant H. Paulson. My son's Jaden Daniels jersey is burgundy and gold. My daughter goes with like her little, Commanders cheerleading outfit.
Sure.
But they were watching the game with my wife yesterday, and my wife texted me during the game and said, Reagan was upset and said, I can't believe we're wearing the black jerseys again. And was like really mad. She's like, no, that's the wrong team. Like, we're this team.
Yeah.
But her take while like turning on the game was like, oh, we're wearing the black jerseys you don't like again, Mom. She was like, no. That's not us. That's the Steelers.
I'm just a guy. It's just me, old Randy Duvier over here. I'd want to avoid that. I'd want to avoid that kind of thing. If it's controllable, if I'm the team, I would just go, let's not have a jersey that people think is the Steelers. Let's start there. Let's
go to Rick in Gaithersburg on G&D. What's up, Rick?
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, buddy.
Hey, I just my take on the towels for the weekend, those maroon towels just failed. I think if they would have given all the Washington fans gold towels also, so it would have just the whole stadium would have been in gold, and that you would kind of like bleached out the Pittsburgh fans, because it looked like there was more Pittsburgh fans than Washington fans. So I stuck with a pretty cool and all gold.
Yeah, I don't think I didn't mean to cut you off. Sorry, buddy. I didn't mean to hang up. My apologies. Thank you for the call. Appreciate you. I don't think the towels was the problem in terms of how many Steelers fans were there. I think it's like me saying, like, does this shirt make me look fat? No, your face does. You know what I'm saying?
The weight does. Yeah.
I don't think it was the towels that were doing the heavy lifting there. I think the fans that were there made it that there were more Steelers fans. And if you gave gold or yellow towels or whatever, then the average person watching just thinks that they're all terrible towels. Nobody's going, oh, Washington gave out yellow towels, so that must be the towels being worn.
It was hard to find burgundy towels being waved around. I don't know if fans aren't in the habit of doing it or what.
Well, I don't know how many they gave out. I would imagine it was 10,000 or something. But I know that I talked to a lot of fans who, when they got there weren't towels anymore.
Oh.
So, but I'm sure they were nice towels, I will say, that they gave out. I had one of them, or at least touched one of them yesterday and felt it. And like the material was good. I think it was a good idea. It was a good quality thing that they gave out. I just don't know how many there were.
Gotcha.
But I didn't see them. Like, they weren't being displayed prevalently, I will tell you. When I looked around, it was a lot of gold or yellow towels, essentially. The terrible towels being waved. Let's go to Philip and Laurel on G&D. What's up, Philip?
How you doing?
Good, man.
What are we talking about? The grading the defense or talking about the Steelers fans?
Whatever you got, man.
Whatever butters your bread.
Yeah, go ahead.
I want to grade the defense. I think it's about a C+. And I compare it to the Kansas City Chiefs a few years back when they had a tremendously effective or efficient offense, and their defense was statistically the worst in the league. Their defense always made key plays at key moments of the game, and we did none of that. We just let them go down and score and score and score. We have yet to make a key
You
moment.
don't think it was a key play when they got a takeaway at the 1 yard line up 6? You don't think it was a key play when they picked off Russell Wilson up 6? You don't think it was a key play when they forced
the
him
Russell
to punt
Wilson
twice up 6?
interception was on a third down. It's the same thing as a punt.
I agree.
So
it would have been
that wasn't a great
so it would have
thing.
been a 3 and out, punting from their own
Yeah,
goal
it would have
line.
been a 3 on a punt. That's
pretty good.
I'll give you the fumble. I'll give you the fumble recovery. That's true.
But you don't give me the
But,
3 and outs.
against the Ravens and against the better teams, they haven't made those plays, which makes me say, "Oh, we got him here."
But they had 4 straight drives where the Steelers down 6 didn't take the lead.
Yeah, that's fair. Maybe you're right, but I mean, they don't. I don't know. They don't have that it factor. Maybe when Lattimore comes in, that might change, but they don't have that factor, which makes me say, "Okay, our defense has it."
I got you. No,
I smell what you're cooking.
I'm pushing back on yesterday, but I don't necessarily disagree with any of your points in the grand scheme of things. Let's go with Tom and Alexandria on the Fan. Hey, Tom.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good, buddy.
Just wanted to say I would grade the defense as a B+. I think they did well with like you said, the four straight 4 and out, 3 and outs. And everything in short field position that Steelers had the ball at. But the other thing is, I stopped watching Washington football team several years ago. This was kind of one of the first games that I've watched him coming back. And every time that they showed Jaden Daniels on TV, which was frequently, he was just emotionless on the TV on the sideline. I don't know if he's hurt still or what that was, but to me, that was just kind of disappointing.
Appreciate you. I'm not a body language guy. And I like the way Jaden goes about his business because he's so, I'm going to use a Zorn term here, medium. But he definitely is not a reactionary sideline guy at all. If you're looking for someone who's real high or real low, and I think this is a good thing, you're not going to get that. I was annoyed last week watching Joe Flacco when the Colts were getting their teeth kicked in. Because every time they showed him, he's always sitting by himself on the bench, just staring straight ahead, hands in his pockets in the big coat or whatever. He just looks emotionless. Please acknowledge that this is going terribly. Do something.
Do something.
Jaden Daniels, A, is playing at an elite level, and B, it's never going terribly. Yesterday was kind of the worst that it's been since week 1, I guess. But he is, I think, to his credit, not fault, he's very much you're not going to know.
You're not rattling me, yeah.
Yeah, what's going on in the game based on how he looks. And as a rookie, I think that's actually a really good thing. I guess if you're someone who wants to see emotion, you could be annoyed by that. That's not me, though.
And we also don't know if there's a moment where he's giving a rah-rah to the lineman or giving an attaboy to somebody. You don't see everything. It's not like a 24/7 Spike Lee film about Kobe Bryant where you're just following him around.
Follows him.
Now, I would also say, just he defaults to your point. He could be 20 for 20 for 300 yards or 0 for 20 for 0 yards and 4 picks. And he's the same dude on the sideline. A lot of people would respond well to that.
Right after the Hail Mary, he comes into the room. We're all sitting there getting ready to do the presser. And you would have thought they either won or lost the game. You wouldn't know. But he's like, yeah, we got a big game next week, and I'm excited to get back to work. And this was a cool moment for me and the team. But that is his demeanor, and I love it. But I think that's a fair observation if your point is just he didn't have a lot of emotion. I just take that differently. I kind of like it. Let's talk to Jay Gruden next. He watched the tape for us. We'll see what he liked, what he didn't like. I still want to talk about the fact that Olamide Zaccheaus is going to return punts against the Eagles after putting 2 balls on the ground. Maybe we can ask Jay if he would be making a change there next on Grant and Danny. G&D, welcoming you back on The Fan. The show is brought to you by our exclusive sponsor, the law firm, Condori and Murad. They will help you update your last will and testament, set up a revocable trust for you and your family as well. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys today. Visit kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. In about 25 minutes, we're going to look at the road ahead for Washington. Also got to dive in this hour to Jaden Daniels' performance against the Steelers. Probably good enough to win with a little help from his receivers, but certainly not at the level that we have come to expect all season long, as he was held off the stat sheet as a rusher almost entirely. But let's get to Jay Gruden.
On air and on the road, Jay Gruden is driven by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, Ted Britt Ford and Chantilly in Fairfax, your F-150 headquarters. Ted Britt Chantilly Lincoln and Ted Britt Chevrolet in Sterling, home of Ted Britt for life, lifetime vehicle coverage. See and shop them all at tedbritt.com.
Jay, broad brush here. What'd you think of yesterday? 1-point loss to the Steelers at home.
Well, obviously it came down to the wire. There's some good things. I was impressed with the physicality of the defense, holding, the running game for Pittsburgh to like 3 yards a carry. Najee Harris had 21 for like 45 or 50 yards. I thought that was pretty impressive. Big plays obviously hurt in the end. The one to Pickens, obviously to Mike Williams. But overall, I think it was a good slugfest, and it just came right down to an inch, and the game would have been different. But I thought it was a good, hard-fought game.
To me, the mistakes are the thing that I'm going to remember. I mean, they overcame so much injuries to the offensive line, Jay, and having to substitute kickers again. A lot of things could have gone south that didn't. That's what makes it all the much more difficult to take for me. That it was drop passes, it was that the jumping off sides when we're not sure if Pittsburgh was going to run a play or not. That's what kind of makes it sting more. How do you view it as a coach?
Yeah, those are the ones that stand out. You drop a punt, jump off sides on 4th and 1. Those are things, obviously you can't do in competitive situations, especially, coming down the stretch when you got Philadelphia twice and Dallas twice and all the rest of the teams. You got to hone that up a little bit. And that just comes with experience. Newman's played pretty well as just a young player. I would like to have Wagner screaming at him, don't jump. But he jumped. But overall, I think you have to be impressed with the way they played. You mentioned the 2 tackles. I mean, that's a big deal against Pittsburgh now. Having a rookie tackle, and then Trent Scott playing the other tackle, that's a big deal. But I think they battled, they competed, and took them down to the wire. I know there's no moral victories, but if there is one, that would be one.
To that point, just 3 sacks and 11 dropbacks under pressure for Jaden Daniels when you're going up against Watt, Highsmith, Hayward, that front. They were without Tyler Biotish, their center, for a drive. They were without their 2 top right tackles going head-to-head with Watt, with a 3rd string tackle and Trent Scott. I mean, obviously, a lot of that is scheme and how they helped out. I guess 2-parter here. Number 1, what did they do to keep Watt from wrecking the game that worked? And then number 2, what did you think of the execution of their plan?
Yeah, I think they did a good job of mixing in their protections and not, having Jaden go back there and wait, 4 or 5 seconds for guys to get open, although they tried a couple, it didn't work out too well. But I think their plan was pretty good, intact. I think they missed Brian Robinson a lot, toughness between the tackles, and obviously the tackles provide a lot of that power and push in the running game as well. So obviously the drop passes, I just wish they had another guy that could separate just a little bit better other than Terry. Terry had a couple of big hits, but other than that, I just feel like Pittsburgh's defense was gloved on the receivers pretty good, which really made it hard for Jaden to get the ball, to find some open spots for him to deliver the ball. And I think he had to force a couple and miss a couple throws. But yeah, I think moving forward, if the team's going to play really tight man-to-man, I think we need another guy. Maybe we're not going to get another guy, but somebody else has to figure out ways to separate a little bit better.
I want to ask you about that. Jay Gruden with us here on G&D. That was my feeling a couple times. It hasn't reared its head most weeks, Jay, as they're beating the brakes off of Carolina and they're better than the Giants or Cleveland or Arizona when they played them, et cetera. But against good teams, the kind of games that they're going to be in a position to be in now, right? Whether it's for the division or a playoff game or things like that, against some of the good teams, there have been a couple times where I feel like, man, they could use one more playmaker opposite Terry McLaurin. Is that solution internal, do you think?
Yeah, I agree. I thought the same thing before the season, but guys kept stepping up, whether it was Noah or Diame or whoever it is, McCaffrey or, Eckler out of the backfield. They did a great job of really being multidimensional as far as their running game and the zone reads and the quarterback design runs. They were able to pick apart some zones and find some holes. But when it comes to crunch time and it's man-to-man and it's a 5-man rush and somebody's got to separate. That's where I think they had trouble against Pittsburgh at least for whatever reason. But moving forward, I think they're going to have to answer that because people watch the film, and Darius Slay's watching the film, and Quinyon Johnson, the corner from Philadelphia, they're watching the tape, and they're going to see some loaded boxes again to try to stop Jaden from running. And obviously, if B-Rob comes back and Eckler stops the running game and force them to throw it and see if they can get open.
Drops have not really been an issue for this team. They had 6 or 7 balls yesterday that if the receiver makes a play, helps out the quarterback, balls in or around their hands, they can go make a catch. Statistically, PFF assigned 3 drops. I think it depends on the site, but it felt like a few more than that. I guess my question is, you've had games, everyone has those as a coach, where there's several drops. Is there something that leads to that? Is there anything you do or say about it, or is it just on to the next, hasn't been a problem, won't be a problem kind of deal?
Yeah, it's just out of the next is all you can do. I mean, it can go out there, work on the jugs machine every day. I'm sure these guys practice their ass off and not dropping the football, just critical situations and big games. Hopefully it doesn't happen again. It's a learning experience for everybody. They have a young football team, a young quarterback, some other young players on defense. So, this is a great experience for them in order to recover and learn from their mistakes and move forward. And hopefully the next moment won't be too big for them. They'll be able to perform at a higher level and protect the football because they've done such a good job of it over the first, 9 games as far as only 3 turnovers, very limited drops, very limited mental mistakes. They played extremely well. They just had a couple that reared its ugly head. Usually they do when you lose. If Ertz gets that first down and kick a field goal, we're probably talking about other things.
What did you think of Jaden Daniels yesterday?
I still think he's a little bit limited as far as I think Cliff's doing a good job of protecting him, making sure that they got him for the season. And I think he's still a little inhibited by the rib injury a little bit. I see him on the sidelines. I see him wincing a little bit. I think that affects the play calling. They're not calling as many of the cool zone reads and the counters with the quarterback able to pull it and people coming around and some of that things. They call it a quarterback draw on one play, and I think they had one other zone read where he just kind of went to the ground. So I think his use of his legs is limited right now, which affects their running game in general. But overall, I think Jaden still played pretty good. I thought he had great poise. He got hit hard a couple times, stood in the pocket, and still saw the field and made some big-time throws. So I think, for him, it was an average football game, but average for a lot of people, it's still pretty good.
Jay Gruden with us here on G&D. So Zach Ertz has had an unbelievable career, a lot of it against Washington, Franklin. He's still a useful player, still helps them, but the drops are now starting to kind of compile. You can sort of see there's not much after the catch. He's among the fewest in the league in terms of yards after the catch at this point. You don't expect the tight end to be leading the league, but even still with that as the threshold, it's still pretty low. How would you kind of approach using him? Again, still deserves some looks, but Ben Sinnett's right there in the wings, and you saw him in the preseason. I don't know how equal that is, but I'd be intrigued to give that guy a few more looks and some targets and have his responsibility grow.
Yeah, I don't know how much Ben knows the offense. I mean, the thing about Zach is his experience, his ability to line up and understand zone coverages, man coverages, and find open spots. And obviously in the running game, he's still pretty effective. Obviously, Ben's growing to be that type of guy. I don't know if he's there mentally yet. Physically, he's obviously there, but that's something that the coach would probably understand. But I still like Zach's veteran presence out there for a young football team to have a guy like him out there kind of calming everybody down and doing the right thing, being in the right place at the right time, I think is important for Jaden to know that he's always got him where he's supposed to be. And I'm sure Ben will grow to be that guy, but I think right now Zach is still an effective tight end.
The Steelers held Jaden Daniels to 3 rushing attempts for 5 yards. He had carries of 4, 1, and 0, and he didn't have any scrambles and no scramble yards. He's leading the league in both of those 2 categories this year. Some of that was they spied him on some downs with Patrick Queen, who I thought was a monster. I thought he did some really good things. And not everyone has that guy. But is there anything to a quote-unquote blueprint or this idea that they pretty much kept him in the pocket and made life harder on this offense?
Yeah, I think there is a little bit, but I think teams have tried to do that. Pittsburgh did not just reinvent how to play Jaden Daniels. There's been a lot of teams that have tried to spy him and not been as effective. The thing is when you spy a quarterback and you're still rushing 4, you lose that whole defender, which helps the underneath coverage. You don't have that free player there lurking to cover, take away slants and shallow crosses and things of that nature. So it's a dangerous thing to play in coverage. It helps spying the quarterback, but there are other issues involved in it. And I think that moving forward, if teams try to do that, I think the passing game will open up even more. And then if they don't do that, then obviously Jaden's ability to scramble will open up. But Pittsburgh played some fire zones, some 3D fire zones, some man-to-man, some tight man-to-man with a spy. So they did a good job mixing up. The key is when you do play man-to-man with a spy, somebody's got to get the hell open and quickly. And that's what Pittsburgh was banking on. They're playing tight coverages, forcing the receivers run longer routes to get open. And by the time they would get open, Jaden had to scramble a run because of, TJ and the rest of the guys, Hayward and those other guys.
Jay, quick turnaround here for Thursday. There are two really good opponents back-to-back for Washington, combined 14-4 record now. How do you turn the page, number one, and kind of what did you do as a coach to sort of deal with that short week, especially after a hard-hitting game like that where it was pretty damn physical, and now they got to go up against another really good team on the road?
Yeah, really physical. Guys are starting to feel it. They need a bye week. They need this Thursday game, and after the Thursday game, they'll get some rest, and it's going to be very important for them to get back healthy. This is a tough stretch for these guys not to have a bye week or any rest, and now have a short week on top to play the division leader in Philadelphia. It's going to be tough, but you got to force them. Hey, man, we got to have some time off. We need your total effort and focus. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, we'll play Thursday. I promise you I'll give you all Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, but until that time, let's get after it. Let's get the division lead back in our favor because it's all at stake on Thursday night. It's going to be a hell of a game.
Olamide Zaccheaus put the ball on the ground twice as a punt returner, and Dan Quinn stuck with him. What was your thought on continuing to have him field punts the rest of the game? Would you have made a change there?
To who? I don't know who. That's the whole thing. Not many people can return punts. It's not as easy as you make it look. If Jameson Crowder was on the roster, I'd say, hell yeah, put Jameson back there. But if he's not, I don't know if Luke McCaffrey can do it, or I know Terry McLaurin, I wouldn't put him back there. So I don't know who else would go back there. That's the issue. So
what about just putting like Luke back there and saying you can fair catch it?
Fair catch it. I wouldn't give up on him quite yet. He had the ball hit him in the face mask, and they're around more than I am, but they can't happen anymore. If it happens again, they got to make a change. Very similar. I think when Rivera was stuck with a long snapper for like a year and a half.
The cheese man.
Dribbled him back
there. That's right.
Yeah, you're only allowed so many mistakes at that critical position. That is a critical position moving forward because special teams, as you watched Sunday, plays a critical role in these close games. A block field goal, a drop punt, a muff punt, whatever it might be. So he's got to make sure he concentrates and takes care of the ball. He's got one more strike and he's going to be out.
I don't remember. I'd imagine, though, you had to have gone up against Dante Fowler some as a coach in this league. And I don't know if he would have been in Jacksonville when you were there or, when you were working for the Rams a little bit, if he was there, if you guys crossed paths at all. But what a year this guy's having. He's got 8.5 sacks. He's got 4 in the last 2 games. He's got a sack in 5 of the last 6, I believe. And he's on pace for 14, which would be the most by anybody in a Washington defense since 1986, before I was born. He's doing this as kind of a guy that they didn't pay much money to.
Yeah, Dante's always been talented. He went to Florida. He was a top draft pick. I remember doing him, grading him. He was a hell of a player. He just had some issues, some issues, that undisciplinary type issues that he was not to be counted on, jump off sides in critical situations, hit the quarterback in the head unnecessarily from time to time. But he's reeled all that in, and Dan Quinn's done a great job with him, the defensive line coach. And he's always been talented, man. He's got good burst. He's got good power. Yeah, it's just sometimes these guys just need to be cut a couple times or rejected a couple times to say, hey, the light will click on and they'll play well. He's doing that right now.
Jay, one more for Washington before we open up the rest of the league. Offensively, in a game like that, who's somebody you try to target more, right? Because it's Terry. We know that's the one seed in the passing game. Then everybody gets a little sprinkle. I guess the 7 and 8 targets for Brown and Ertz respectively. But is there someone you said, you know what, maybe this guy could maybe try to give me a burst or make a play for me here to help kind of unlock some things?
Yeah, I would have tried to do a little bit more with Austin. Eckler, I think out of the backfield, his matchup, whoever it's against, I still think he can beat any linebacker Pittsburgh has. I know Queen has some speed, but he'd be matched up on some other people. I like easy routes for running backs to get out in space and break some tackles. I don't have to wait for guys to run 25-yard dig routes to try to get open. I would try to get the shorter type passes. Zach doesn't have that short area quickness separation anymore, but he's a guy you can target in zone coverage. But man coverage, I'd work Eckler a little bit more. And, I don't know, Luke McCaffrey, I don't know if he's fast enough to do any of this stuff, but Noah Brown's at least got some size. I'd probably work Noah Brown second and then Eckler third.
How about let's go around the NFL, the matchup of the number 1 and the number 3 pick at quarterback, Drake May and New England getting the better of Caleb Williams and the Bears yesterday. Chicago's a disaster. I'd have fired Eberflus. I wouldn't have kept Eberflus this offseason, but they did. And so he still has a job. They're probably going to move on. I think you coached with Shane Waldron. He was on your staff here, right?
Yeah, he was. He's a branch. They're struggling, man. They're bad. They're bad. I watched their tape today. He got sacked 9 times, and I think 7 of them. I don't think any receiver is ready for the ball yet. The poor kid is just getting oblivious. They're calling plays. Guys are running down the field with their backs to him, trying to get open on deep crossers, and he's just getting bludgeoned. And I feel bad for the kid. It's not very fair to him. And Keenan Allen looks like he's lost a step to me. DJ Moore doesn't look like he has any interest. Rome Duze is trying to find his way. Everybody says they're so talented at wide receiver, but they're not playing like it. They're not getting any immediate separation. Shane's not doing a very good job with his formations and getting people open either, and it's tough on Caleb.
What about May yesterday?
May's just a tough, gritty guy. I mean, this is the way he's going to play his whole career. He's, until he really clicks on it, he understands defense, how to read them, how to anticipate throws. But as far as his ability to keep plays alive and just be a tough son of a gun in the pocket, I mean, he's a fun guy to watch. He's not going to win any beauty pageants, but he's going to, get your guys 18, 20 points. You better play good defense. He's going to have a couple key rushing first downs, maybe a rushing touchdown, run a guy over. He's a tough son of a gun. I like him.
Jay, I can't remember a time where I saw somebody with a stat line of 15 out of 30 with 5 interceptions and a win. What happened last night with Detroit and Houston, I still kind of can't quite figure out what I saw.
Yeah, that was crazy. He had a couple unfortunate picks, though. One was tipped and intercepted. One was a Hail Mary at the end of the half. That doesn't count. So he really only had 3.
Still not great?
That's a lot. Still not very good, but that's what you got to love about the Detroit Lions. They're resilient. They just keep on coming, and Jared Goff has been there and done that, and he does not let one play affect the next play. That's what you have to be as a quarterback. You can't let one interception affect your next throw. You can't let you get hit in the head, getting hurt, getting hit blindsided, thinking you're going to hit blindsided next play. You got to let it all go and just live to fight another day. And he's as good as any quarterback in the league right now. And I know he threw 5 picks, but to bounce back and just be relentless and continue to fire, I mean, that's not easy to do. And he can do it. And the Lions are tough. I love the Lions.
Jay, the Cowboys are horrific. Washington still gets to play them twice. It reminds me they're playing them in the final week of the year, like that week 18 when you guys went down there and took Kirk out after 1 quarter going into the playoffs, and Colt McCoy lit up. I think Kellen Moore led Dallas. They're going to play 2 backup quarterbacks, which is going to be nice with the Cowboys in those 2 games. Should be 2 wins. They got the Titans, the Saints. I mean, basically it's 2 games against the Eagles and the Falcons, and then a bunch of very winnable games for Washington left. But how about how bad things have gotten in Dallas?
You use horrific and a disaster for a couple teams. That's awesome. But yeah, they're bad. They really don't do anything good on offense. They can't throw. They can't run. They have no running game. Zeke Elliott comes in. He looks like he's 240 pounds. He looks like he's a 40-year-old man running the ball. It's bad. And then defensively, they got some young, talented players on defense. They really do. This Overshawn guy's a hell of a player. And they got Micah Parsons. He's coming back. So they got some guys that can be a little bit effective on defense. They get worn down because they're not very big. They can play tough early. Then third, fourth quarter comes on. They just get bludgeoned, and they're just exhausted because the offense is pitiful.
Jay, I know it's early in the week to think about next week, but they play on Thursday. Give us your thoughts and a prediction on Washington, Philadelphia Thursday night.
Oh, I got to check the injury report, man. I got to have our tackles back. What's it looking like?
So I asked Quinn after the game yesterday if Wiley not playing was in any way about kind of the division game coming up Thursday and a first place game. And he said, no, if he could have gone, he would have gone. Sounds like Robinson has turned the corner, they said. So they're hoping that they'll have him, but I don't know that the tackle situation is changing much. We don't know yet.
Well, good thing is Philadelphia doesn't have great edge rushers anyway. Sweat's okay, and they got the Bryce Huff guy. He's not having the year they thought he would have, so I think we can hold up. Just got to get his running game going a little bit, and hopefully Jaden feels better so you get him being a little bit more active running the football. Not crazy, not like 20 times a game, but like 8 effective good runs a game I think would be great for Jade. If he could do that, I think Washington can do it. But if he's still limited and he can't really use his legs, and we got a couple young tackles in there, then it's going to be a tough day.
Jay, always great having you on the show, buddy. Thanks so much for the time and the insight.
You got it. Thank you, guys.
There's our guy, Jay Gruden, former head coach here in D.C.
On air and on the road, Jay Gruden is driven by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, Ted Britt Ford and Chantilly in Fairfax, your F-150 headquarters, Ted Britt Chantilly Lincoln, and Ted Britt Chevrolet in Sterling, home of Ted Britt for life, lifetime vehicle coverage. See and shop them all at tedbritt.com.
How did we think Jaden Daniels played yesterday? Do we agree with Jay Gruden that the ribs are bothering Daniels a bit. That's next on G&D.
things. They call it a quarterback draw on one play, and I think they had one other zone read where he just kind of went to the ground. So I think his use of his legs is limited right now, which affects their running game in general. But overall, I think Jaden still played pretty good. I thought he had great poise. He got hit hard a couple times, stood in the pocket, and still saw the field and made some big-time throws.
That was Jay Gruden, as heard just a bit ago, right here on Grant and Danny on the Fan. We'll take you up to 6:30 tonight. Don't forget about comes your way in a half hour as we try to put a bow on a 1-point loss to the Steelers. We will not have nearly as much time for the autopsy this week as we normally do. We are on to Philadelphia tomorrow. We're literally going to be in Philadelphia soon thereafter. We're going there for the game as a show on Thursday Night Football. Should be a very, very entertaining matchup with first place in the division at stake. You just heard Toby talking about the injury report. Jaden Daniels is not on the injury report. Jay Gruden saying, I think there's still something bothering him as far as that rib goes. We'll get into that in a second. Marshawn Lattimore would not have practiced. Seibert would not have practiced, but they were able to list Wiley and Cornelius Lucas as limited, meaning there's some progress being made for the two tackles.
I get the sense that today was a walkthrough as well, so we'll really know more, I think, if they actually ramp it up a little bit here tomorrow.
Yes, but they have to list, because of the Thursday night game, this injury report is based on if you practiced, how would it have gone for those players? Now, obviously, teams can and do lie, I'm sure, but that's what the idea is
yes.
Whether it was a walkthrough or not, you have to act like this was your Wednesday practice and list what you think a guy would have been able to do.
Gotcha. So just meaning we don't know if, Marshawn Lattimore could sprint or not, right? Like he didn't do and nobody really did anything that physical
today.
What
they're saying is if this was a Wednesday practice ahead of a Sunday game today, Lattimore would not have practiced. Is what they're saying.
Yeah.
Which is not ideal. I mean, that's not a good sign.
No, they need him ASAP. With this matchup.
By
But
the
to
way,
me, you make the trade for this matchup in mind.
This is a little bit early to have this conversation, but throwing it out there. How long could the hamstring linger before it becomes like man, that was a bummer? Because he's controllable for the next couple of seasons. But the idea when they got him was obviously that he's going to be a huge help. I think as long as they make the playoffs and he plays in the playoffs, then it's a win because you have him for this postseason and the next two, hopefully. But I was kind of thinking it'd be great to have him against the Steelers. My point all along was you don't really need him against Pittsburgh as much as you need him against Philly with their wide receivers, and I still feel that way. But if he misses both of those two games, that is officially a letdown after the trade deadline that you're waiting essentially 3 games to get him on the field.
Yeah, and now because the timing. If it was a Sunday game against Philadelphia, would it be different? I don't know. It's not crazy that somebody with a hamstring issue isn't, totally 100% fine to play an NFL football game 72 hours later. I get that. That makes sense to me. It's just, it could be bad luck, but I'm with you. It'll feel like kind of a letdown. I mean, to me, if now we're doing this same dance next week after, Thursday Night Football, then a rest, and if we're still doing the limited DNP, we'll see on Friday, then maybe on a walkthrough on Sunday morning, we'll give it a go against Dallas the following week. Now I'm in what the hell's going on bummer territory here, right? Where you're really deprived of the guy that I think is going to be instrumental in transforming this defense in a couple of divisional games. That'll really feel empty. It's going to be a bummer if you can't play on Thursday, but it's not crazy to me.
G&D on the Fan. What did you make of Jay Gruden saying he thinks that Jaden Daniels is still bothered by the rib injury and that it's affecting play calling, and it sounds like to some extent his performance?
I 100% agree. So I wouldn't necessarily call it an excuse or call it it's one of those like, okay, well, you still got this. You can see it on the sideline. They're giving him heat wraps around his ribs. It's not around his ankle. It's not around his thigh. It's not around a different bump or bruise or something that inevitably is going to happen to an NFL player. It's that area. They are doing that. They're giving him treatment during games. There was Jay referenced it. There was one, it was a keeper, it was a draw or something like that, where he looked like he had no interest in doing any of the Jaden Daniels NFL football things. We're trying to make someone miss or outrunning somebody. The play got discovered and there was no mystery. That's it. I'm out. Just went down right away.
Good, by the way.
Oh, I'm not criticizing. I'm just simply saying that was, you'd expect him to either try to take it outside, outrun somebody. He's like, I want out. I want no part of this. Let's live to fight another day, which is maturity and good. But I don't know that he does that if it's not maybe a little bit sensitive or he's favoring it a little bit.
So it goes without saying that there's obviously something that is still ailing, or else there would be no treatment, to your point. There'd be no wrapping it. There'd be no taking care of it, which we see visibly on the sideline. So something is a bit amiss. But I stop short of it is affecting his playing and or what they're calling. I disagree with that a little bit. I shouldn't say what they're calling. I'm sure that's the case because they were calling a lot more design runs, and he was just pulling the ball down and scrambling. Maybe it's affecting that part of his game some too, his own decision-making on when to run or not, which I don't have a big problem with.
Me neither.
Now, I do think, and we disagreed on this all off season and throughout the season so far, I do think he needs to run for him to be at the peak of his powers. I think it makes their running game better. It makes B-Rob and Eckler and everybody else better when there's a threat that he's running. In a game like yesterday where he's not a threat to run, you don't have to respect him. So you basically just key in on Eckler, and that's where those TFLs were coming from on some of those read options. So that's a real thing. I also think that the reason he went number 2 overall is not because of solely Jaden Daniels, the passer. It's because of Jaden Daniels, football player and playmaker, who ran for 88, 44, 47, 82, 50, 52 yards in games so far this season. And so when you get 5 yards from him, a season low against the Steelers, weirdly, you have your worst offensive performance. That all said, he did not look bothered against the Bears, really, which was right after the injury. The whole week led up to that Chicago game. That was you and I out in Manassas. Is he going to play? Isn't he going to play? What's going to happen? Are they going to start Mariota? He went out, and before the Hail Mary, because he threw for a career-high 326 in that game, but 50 of that was on the Hail Mary. That's still a 275-yard performance where he was pretty accurate in that game. He had plenty of zip. Yesterday I thought he had a ton of velocity. If anything, my one knock on him as a passer yesterday was too many balls were kind of flat and hot. He didn't throw it the same anticipation, or not even that, like touch the same. When he had a guy, didn't kind of ball placement wasn't there like it normally is for him. Thought his accuracy was a hair off, which, by the way, happens sometimes. You're not going to play every game like an MVP. Jared Goff was number 3 in MVP candidacy going into last night, got picked off 5 times. Daniels has 2 all year. And I know 2 of those you could say, as Jay Gruden did, maybe weren't like true terrible passes.
3 were.
But he also had a pass that could have and should have been picked off that wasn't.
Yeah.
So that, I guess, now could have been 4 bad ones or whatever. So I guess my point is, I think we're working back from the result of the Steelers played him really well, did a lot of things well, and now we're saying that's why. Did you, during the Giants game, when he was accurate, 2 touchdowns, no picks, ran, by the way, twice as much for 7 times as many yards, did you think he was hurt then? Like, it just started hurting him more yesterday? There's a little truth in both columns. Yeah, he's getting treatment. He's not 100%. But they wouldn't have played him. We're talking about how many days ago? 2 full weeks ago now against the Bears, they'll play him. And now a couple weeks later, they're still calling plays differently. I don't quite think that's true. I think the Steelers had a really good plan and did some really good things against him.
Yeah, I think both are true. I think the Steelers are good. I think they have a good plan. And I think that they use their bye week very well, as they've been wont to do over Mike Tomlin's entire tenure there, where they come out of the bye week with an excellent plan, great execution, and that's a good team for a reason. They don't just sort of sleepwalk into it. I also think he's limited is not the right word. I think he's affected. And it just whether it's a burst thing, whether it's stepping into certain things, whether it's when you're injured or you're hurt or you're banged up, whatever it is. And again, you can go back through 1,000,000,001 examples. You compensate in certain ways. So maybe you could still throw as hard. Maybe you could still got the velocity, but now maybe you're sacrificing a grain of accuracy because you have to effort a little bit more, or kind of work around an injury or something like that. Instead of being able to, I'm just making this up, but let's say it's on your left side. So normally when you step through and follow through, you get a little twinge of pain. So you don't really follow through. You spin off kind of, and then the ball sails on you. There's a million different things that can happen. You see this in baseball with a pitcher, or see with an infielder. Ryan Zimmerman always comes to mind for this, where the injury wasn't a shoulder. It was something else that led to the shoulder because he was compensating for it. So I do think there's something where he's not 100%. It's now in the manageable NFL injury thing. Like before,
he's not even on the injury report.
I know.
So it's clearly manageable.
Yeah. So before, my point of when he got hurt against Carolina, my point was this is not the regular bump and bruise that NFL players experience, which, you just deal with, and it sucks and it's hard, and you take your pain meds and you do everything you possibly can to get back on the field. This required medical attention was more severe than that. I now think this is in nagging, bump and bruise, pain in the butt. Right. I have to manage it territory. But to say it's a non-zero factor, I don't agree. I'm not saying you are. But it's more than zero, and it's less than the reason why he threw an incomplete pass. There's a scale there.
The Bears game, it barely was a story. It was not really a factor, and nothing about that game looked different at all than the entire season. The Giants game, same thing. This week now we're going, that rib might not be quite right after those other two performances that were a lot better than this one. And by the way, it's not like the guy played badly. If more catches got made on balls that were catchable to his receivers, it's a winning performance against an elite defense, and the team is 8-2 at this point. But by the standard he's set now, watching him week in and week out of him being MVP caliber and elite, it was not there either. What did you guys think about Jaden Daniels yesterday, and is his rib a factor as he had a rare performance where he was a tick-off throwing the football? Grant and Danny on the Fan. G&D on the Fan. Next up, the Philadelphia Eagles will turn the page coming up at 6 o'clock. Also, don't forget about, we're taking you to 6:30. So what's your grade for Jaden Daniels' outing yesterday?
Similar to the defense, probably C+, B-, somewhere in there. I could be talked into a B-. I think the day looks a lot different yardage-wise, QBR, ratings-wise. If some of the balls that easily should have been caught are caught, if some of those, hey, playmaker, help me out here, balls are caught, I think it's a very different day in terms of a lot of the production, standing on the field, time of possession, and, ultimately maybe even the score. So it probably wasn't as bad as we're remembering it, looking at some of the numbers and thinking about some of those misses. So, but it also wasn't one of his better days against a really good defense, understandable.
Yeah, instead of 17 of 34, it's 21, 22 of 34. And instead of 200 yards, it's 240. But I don't care about the yards or even the 50% completion, because I watched the game and the drops were the drops. That's not the story. The story to me was he was either unwilling or unable to get out of the pocket. The Steelers did the thing that all year long has been the fear. What if a team figures out how to just keep him corralled to the pocket, and it happened? And they could have won that way. I mean, he was a pocket passer against the Ravens for the most part. If you remember, he ran 6 times, but it was for 20 yards.
6 for 22, yeah.
He didn't have a whole lot of success in that game running the ball either, but he just lit them up, 24 of 35 for 270 and 2 touchdowns. And he can win from the pocket. He's good enough to do that. Needed more help from his receivers yesterday, obviously. That's why he was at 5.9 yards per attempt, essentially, which was one of his lowest totals of the year. But I thought he was off accuracy-wise for the first time. The beauty of Daniels this year is twofold. One, he never turns the ball over and never puts the ball in harm's way. And he did that again yesterday, I thought. I don't remember throws where it was like, oh, that could have been intercepted. There was a batted fluky thing where Watt was
one. Right, that's the one.
But that's not, that's a batted ball.
Right.
That's kind of bad luck more than it is, you put the ball in harm's way. So it was another good game in that regard. But the other thing is accuracy and ball placement have been marvelous. And even on some of the catches, even on some of the quote-unquote drops, he didn't necessarily help guys out on some of those with the perfect throw. It's a little wide of the body or it's a little out wide. I mean, there were some terrible drops, like the Ertz drop in the middle of the field. The De'Ami Brown throw in the end zone. He throws the ball 80 miles an hour. He could have lobbed it to 68 and, right to him in the back of the end zone with no one around. But that's on De'Ami. That's not on Jaden Daniels. Catch the damn ball.
Yeah.
You're in the end zone. There's no one around you. You got to catch it. So I just think, and this is a compliment to him, I hope, we have gotten used to a level of play from him that has been top 10 quarterback play in the NFL all season. That was not the level yesterday, in my opinion. The faders were turned down on the running. The faders were turned down a little bit on the accuracy, just not quite as sharp. He was regular okay. I thought it was like a C performance. He also, all of this is just hot air. They should have probably won, and he was good enough to win, which on a binary is the whole point, I would say.
It's the whole exercise. It's like a starting pitcher. He didn't have his A stuff, but the team, when he left the game, his team was winning, et cetera. I think about it this way. The 9 games that he started and finished, Carolina notwithstanding, only, a possession there and a 47 drubbing. But of the 9 games he started and finished and played, I think this was the second worst game of the season for him, which shows you just how good he's been, right? Like the fact that he's been this marvelous as a rookie tells you that this regular old ho-hum performance, again, it's not the 3 turnover meltdown. It's not sack fumble. It's not they couldn't even get plays off. It's not the offense was a non-starter and he's errant and wide and throwing interceptions and forcing things. None of that's true. I mean, outside of the Tampa game where they're just spoon feeding at that point, not really putting everything on the plate that would come in subsequent weeks, and how much better he was as the season's progressed. You're right about it. The level that he's been at, the standard that he's set, where when you get a ho-hum regular old quarterback game, it's like disappointing almost, which again is a compliment to him.
Yeah, and that's where we are. A normal pedestrian okay outing is a disappointment. But when you're playing at an elite level, that's where the bar is, I suppose. There was nothing really wrong. I didn't think there were many bad plays. I will say I thought he missed a couple of things that loomed large. I've mentioned the McCaffrey throw today.
Yep.
You can't underscore that one enough to me. That is a massive moment in the game on a second down from your own end zone. That's a 50-yard gain.
After a penalty, you're backed up.
Easy.
After that turnover,
Easy 50-yard gain. Maybe a touchdown. And then the other one was Zacchaeus is running across the field. Ball hits him like he's outstretched to the point where if you reach with both hands, you're not going to be able to touch the ball. But he kind of reached with one and it hit off his hand, and it was just too wide. But that's a catch and run play of 20 plus. That is with ball placement like he's had all year long, just a normal Daniels throw. That's a big gainer. And instead it was incomplete. But not the story of the day by any means. Just something worth discussing because we talk about him every single week. I mean, he is the face of the franchise. He's got the keys to the kingdom. Don't forget about, let's do that next. Plus, let's turn our attention to the Eagles for the first time. Just about ready to turn the page because of a Thursday tilt. We got a really busy show this week. We're going to have all kinds of activities and activations ahead of this Thursday night game. We'll give you the deets next on Grant and Danny. Stretch run of Grant and Danny. Washington is building a foundation of success on and off the field this season. It's time for you to plan for your future as well. The sponsor of our shows, the law firm Condori and Murad. They'll help you update your last will and testament. They'll set up a revocable trust for you and your family. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. Tomorrow on the show, Commander Survivor. You're going to boot a player off the island, give a player immunity. It's starting to get harder. We are into the stretch run. Final 7 installments of Commander Survivor ahead now. And then on Wednesday, Austin Eckler will join us. Normally a Tuesday appointment. Their schedule's out of whack because of the Thursday game. So he's going to join us on Wednesday on the show here on Grant and Danny. Thursday morning, you, me, Darius on a train on our way to Philadelphia for Commanders Eagles. Thursday night we'll be at the game at the Link after doing the show in Philly. And then we're back on the train Friday morning to come back for a live show Friday afternoon. Our field trip will be a post-game show this Friday from Third Hill Brewing, our first ever show appearance in Silver Spring, Maryland on Georgia Avenue.
Boys are busy little bees this week, my friend. Head on a swivel. I got a lot going on. And it's all fun because the team's good. Like that's what, at the end of the day, I'm frustrated and ticked off about yesterday. I'm still annoyed. I've been in a bad mood all last night. Watching Red Zone and the rest of the football day wasn't as much fun. Less that kind of acidic taste in my mouth. I've been irritated all day today. But the reason I'm irritated is because this is a good team. And that was a winnable game against another good team. That's fun. That's less than, or that's way better than there's no point to any of this because Dan owns the dumb thing. There's no point to any of this because Bruce is here. Like, this is a far cry from where we were a year ago when it was Ron Rivera and the Marty Party just bumbling their way through things. This is a different story, and I haven't lost sight of that.
As we like to do in the final stretch of the show on Mondays, it is time for Don't Forget About.
I'm begging you guys, please do not forget about the fact that it was Quan Martin right there at the goal line in a make or break moment, and a gotta have it type of play as Pittsburgh was walking down that football field, converting time after time after time. Shout out Cyndi Lauper. They were about to score a touchdown. They were out physicaling, if that's even a word, Washington, until Quan Martin out physical. Najee Harris right there at the goal line. What an incredible play that was for ultimately Jeremy Chin to come up with that fumble. But that was grown man stuff. Don't forget about that play.
Don't forget about how good Ben Sinnott was in the preseason when they threw him the football, and about the fact that he's a handful in the open field to tackle, that he runs through guys, that he bounces and pins balls off of people. It's why he was considered to be one of the best, I use air quotes here, fullbacks in college football in the country last year, but he was a pass-catching H-back, a tight end type. I want to see more of him. And as this Ertz thing is going the way that it is, where as the season goes on and he's not making plays after the catch and getting yards that aren't schemed up, I think it's worth, I'm not saying burying Ertz on the depth chart, just working Sinnott in a little bit more. He played 13 snaps yesterday. They had over 50 as a team. Let's get him the football a couple of times.
Don't forget about the fact that Zane Gonzalez had not kicked in the NFL since 2021. He's just on the street, just hanging out. He's in the Chris Blewett tier of kickers, according to the NFL. 32 teams have kickers, and they all said no thank you to Zane Gonzalez. He put foot to ball 5 times, and 5 times that ball went through the uprights. That's not nothing. Multiple kickoffs. There's no issue on the kickoff coverage. No weird flub where he hit it off the side of his foot or towed it or hit out of bounds or had something that was easily returnable. Overall, kicking game was seamless. Credit to Zane Gonzalez.
Don't forget about Jaden Daniels only being pressured 11 times on 34 dropbacks yesterday, despite 2 right tackles being unavailable, top 1 and 2 options on your depth chart, being down to your third string tackle, Trent Scott, who did not play well the only other time he was really pressed into extensive duty, and he was going head to head with Watt. That is a win for Cliff Kingsbury, scheming it up. That is a win for Trent Scott largely and the rest of the guys on that offensive line, the tight ends, the backs that were chipping him because they were doing a lot of that. Trust me on that. And that's also a win for Jaden Daniels, getting the ball out as effectively, quickly, fast, efficiently as he could. But don't forget that this could have and probably should have been a game-changing, game-wrecking scenario on the offensive line. Then Biotish missed the drive, and they go have their best drive of the day, not because of center play, but just because Terry McLaurin made a couple awesome plays. Don't forget, though, that undermanned up front against the scariest defensive front they're going to face all year, they got by. And I think that is a resounding victory for this staff and for the guys that filled in.
Don't you dare forget about the fact that Sheldon Day only played 40% of snaps on this defense and was second on the team in tackles yesterday. Impactful. Now, again, it's not a huge, a bunch of negative things. He did have one TFL in there, but holding his own very well. Again, these fringe edge of roster or kind of, value signings that this regime has done have really worked. I mean, obviously, we haven't even gotten to Dante Fowler, who leads the universe in sacks for them, had 2 more yesterday. But, Sheldon Day doesn't get any headlines other than part of like a little sentence of team transactions. We cut this guy. We signed this guy for the practice squad. Sheldon Day's here. That dude had 8 tackles yesterday in a pretty marquee game against a good team.
Don't forget that Dante Fowler, after 2 more sacks and 4 in his last 2 games, is on pace for 14 this year. Something Brian Arakpo never even thought about, got close to. Ryan Kerrigan's career high was 13.5. Montez Sweat in his wildest dreams never got close. Chase Young in his career barely has more than that. Don't forget that only Dexter Manley twice and Charles Mann once in organizational history, those 3 seasons, have ever equated to 14 or more sacks, and Fowler is on that pace after 10 games. Sign him. Keep him around. He is playing really well.
His money. Don't forget about the fact that Terry McLaurin is on pace to shatter. I'm not just talking about come close to shatter every career mark that he's ever had. All it takes, turns out, is a really good quarterback and a pretty good offensive scheme. You don't need other guys to take the pressure off because Terry McLaurin is the weapon. Terry McLaurin's downfield, Terry McLaurin intermediate, and sometimes Terry short. He is really, really good even still. This situation is good for him. Even last week where he only had a couple of catches, it was 2 touchdowns for those catches. We'll certainly take that. I think he will too. He's 1 off his career high in terms of touchdown catches, as I mentioned, and he's only 400, give or take 7 yards away from his career high in yardage. He should blow past that.
Don't forget about one of the weirdest stat lines ever. De'Ami Brown catching 2 balls for negative 13 yards.
Tough day.
With a long of -2.
Yeah.
Because one of his catches was a screen that I think was supposed to go to Terry McLaurin, where he kind of, rather than being a lead blocker, drops back into the backfield and receives the pass.
Someone didn't do the right thing on that play.
And I'm going to assume it was him.
Feels like
not
that's
McLaurin.
Right. Yeah.
McLaurin kind of looked at him after the play, and De'Ami looked up and was like, "What the heck's the matter with you?" And Terry kind of tripped at him. 2 for -13 and a drop touchdown. Oh, by the way, would have been a really funny day if it was like 3 for -4 and a touchdown. But 2 for -13 for De'Ami Brown, long of -2 with the drop touchdown.
Quick, don't forget, if I may, when they're backed up on their own 1 post turnover, you know who they had in the backfield? That was Chris Rodriguez. There's only 2 carries right there in a row when they're trying to thump and get a little a push up there. Something to watch as we kind of go forward here. They were operating mainly with McNichols and Eckler, obviously, as their feature backs. But I think they sort of acknowledge when we need a really tough yard and everyone knows we're running, Chris Rodriguez is the play, without Brian Robinson.
There you go. Don't forget about on Grant and Danny here on the Fan. The Eagles have now sneaky come out of their bye. So they went into their bye 2-2. They got doubled up by the Bucs. Their only win in their final 3 weeks ahead of their bye was a game that they should not have won against the Saints, where the 2 Saints defenders ran into each other, and then Dallas Goedert, I don't know what you would call that, galloped.
He was moving,
waddled
but not
down the field for 70
fast.
yards. So they go into the bye week 2-2. Since then, they are 5-0.
Mm-hmm.
They squeaked out a win over the Browns. Their coach, Nick Sirianni, was yelling at all their fans, chirping at them, and had to apologize after for getting, quote-unquote, caught up in the moment. They've won 4 in a row since even then, though, when people were calling for him to be fired for that. They beat the Giants 28-3. They beat the Bengals 37-17. They survived a scare from the Jags. They were up huge in that game, though. And then they dominated the Cowboys. So I am a couple weeks away from maybe having to eat some crow. I thought this team was not very good. I did not think that Philly would get its act together. But if you look at the last month with uncompetitive blowout wins over the Giants, the Jaguars for a half, although it ended up being really close, and then Dallas in 3 of those 4 games. They've turned a corner, and now they're hosting Washington on a short week. You'd much rather be the home team, not the road team, for Thursday Night Football. This is going to be the game of the year to date.
Yeah, this is challenging atmosphere for a team that's, playing its best football. Like, they kind of survived that no A.J. Brown, no Devontae Smith, had injuries on the offensive line, injuries on defense too. They're getting healthier. That bye week came at a good time for them, despite it being pretty early. Washington, as Jay Gruden said, kind of desperately needs their bye week. A lot of guys are banged up and bumped and bruised, and things are nagging. They could really use some time to heal in a number of ways. And
They still have 3 more games before their bye.
Yeah.
This is a mini bye when you play Thursday. It's basically like a bye.
You got to get through this part.
10 days after this.
But Philly's playing their best football. This is kind of what I was worried about looking at them, that, the reports of their demise I always thought were over-exaggerated. Last year they fell apart. They did, but there's still some pretty good nuts and bolts with a really good general manager in place there. So the rest of their schedule, they've got the Ravens and they have the Steelers, the 2 teams that Washington just played. Man, maybe you'd say the Rams isn't the easiest place to go across the country.
Rams are good.
Yeah, Rams are okay, I think. But the rest of their schedule is pretty cake, and I think they have as good a shot as anybody to win the division.
Washington has 2 hard games left after Thursday. The Eagles have
Ravens, Steelers, and then Rams.
I don't think it's an with the Rams.
Hard game,
the
okay.
Rams, but it's 1 game harder than Washington's. They're both pretty soft.
Yep.
Right. I mean, you'd rather have the Commanders' schedule than theirs, but neither of them are arduous. The only thing I'm going to say about the Eagles, and the reason I won't yet say that they're actually pretty good, and I was wrong. Who have they beaten in this stretch? I mean, they've played nobody. They played the Browns, who the Commanders dominated, and they won by 4.
Mm-hmm.
They played the Giants, who are awful. They played the Bengals, who we think are pretty good, but they haven't played like it. They have a bad record. They lose all the time. They played the Jaguars, who their coach might be fired. Best odds right now to be the next coach fired is Doug Peterson.
Uh-huh.
They're bad. They're going to be picking in the top 5. They played the Cowboys with Cooper Rush and Trey Lance. That is the least impressive 5-game slate you could draw up. In fact, if I had to go 5-0 or I died, I might pick that 5-game slate right now.
Yeah,
in
4 of
the
those
NFL.
5 might make my list, to your point. I don't know if I put Cincinnati there, yeah.
I think that's fair. But 4 of those 5 teams are who you would want to play. So forgive my skepticism. I just don't look at them, and I have not been impressed at all at any point. But at some point, if you just keep winning, nothing else matters. But they're in Washington territory for me a little bit when I ask you, who have they beaten? Their wins this year are against the Cowboys without Dak, the Jaguars, the Bengals. Washington has that win too, and we're saying they don't have a quality win. The Giants, the Browns, the Saints, who have already fired their coach, and the Packers in week 1. That is their best win.
That's their best win.
That's a neutral site Brazil game that's effectively like preseason week 5, if we're being honest. So I don't know, man. I mean, since week 1, which is the whole league ago, nothing like that's a different time in the world. They have not one win that impresses me.
No, and I'm not crowning them by any stretch of the imagination. As you said, they're in a very similar bucket to Washington, because on Philly Sports Radio, they're doing the same thing about us, right? Talking about how Washington doesn't have a signature win. That Washington's best win is Arizona? ? Because Arizona's played better since then. So there's no feather in the cap. Yeah, they beat Pittsburgh at home. Watch out. Yeah, they beat Tampa, or they thumped all the best teams in their schedule, and their wins are more impressive than ours. They have very similar resumes, to be honest with you, right? Philadelphia now is good enough to take advantage. When a team stinks, they beat the brakes off of them. See what they did to the Giants. See what they did to Dallas this past week. And Washington has done that as well. When a team is non-competitive, they look like it.
So I'm just thinking about the difference in a win and a loss against the Eagles, and just from a narrative standpoint, initially what's going to be said. I was referencing my buddy in the DC media. It texted me. It was like the standings with this thought. And he goes, man, if they lose to the Eagles, the story around here is going to change big time. And I think what he's getting at is now you're 7-4. And now you look at the playoffs, and teams like San Francisco, who are on the out looking in, are trying to gain on you in the wild card, breathing on your neck. And I think that is true, that if they lose to Philly and they lose 2 straight, there will be people going, they haven't beaten anybody. They're 7-4. If not for the Hail Mary, they'd be 6-5. Which isn't that impressive, right? It's good and it's ahead of schedule, but it's a whole lot different than they're about to be 8-2, right?
Yep.
Here's my problem with that. While that's all true, I still look at their schedule if they lose to the Eagles the rest of the way, and I still see them easily winning 11 games. I still see them working Dallas twice, beating Tennessee at home. That's 3. I think they beat the Saints. That could be 4. And then you play Philly 2 times. If you split one of those, that's 5. And you lose to the Falcons, you're 5-2 or whatever down the stretch. That still gets you to 12 wins. So let's say you lose one of those games you're not supposed to, either to New Orleans or Tennessee or one of the games to Dallas. That's 11 wins. It would take a pretty massive collapse for them not to make the playoffs. Like, I don't see a path to being 11-6 and not being a wild card team. So it is true that if they lose to Philly, I think people will start to have very different conversations about how good they are. But I won't be one of those people. I mean, they're on a one-way HOV lane, easy pass commute into work, and their office destination is 11 wins in the playoffs.
I mean, just looking at this, the landscape of the NFC, if they go 2-5, they've got a legitimate shot still making the postseason. Not a great one, but that's 9 wins.
But you're saying that means if they go 3-4,
that's 10 wins. They're probably in. So yeah, that to me isn't in question.
And with this schedule, 4-3 should be the
very
the
doable.
goal.
100%.
There's no reason they really shouldn't be able to do that.
Agreed.
Virginia Tech hoops coming your way next on the Fan tonight. Thank you to Ryan and Toby for their work behind the scenes. Grant and Danny saying so long. We're back at it at 2:00.